Good morning. Welcome. Welcome to the 2024 China Forum. My name is Eric Patterson. I serve as president and CEO of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. And on behalf of all of our team, we're delighted that you could join us for this year's event. It's an action-packed day, as you will see. At VOC, our mission is to educate future generations about the history, the ideology, and the terrible legacy of communism, and to advocate at this time for those people who are still held captive by such regimes. And so this China Forum falls into one of the three educational activities that we do at the Victims of Communism Foundation. First and foremost, we have a museum right here in Washington. And if you haven't visited us at McPherson Square, I encourage you to do so on Tuesdays through Fridays, 9 to 3. It's a fantastic museum. Second, we have a whole suite of educational programs. We have a high school curriculum, the fourth edition of which will come off the press in early October. We have teacher trainings and student programs, not just at the museum, but we take those on the road across the country. And then third, we do policy relevant research to inform the issues of the day, specifically when it comes to matters of communism, Marxism, and totalitarianism. We provide that research to policymakers who can make decisions on the best course of action for our country. We provide it to the media. Our China Studies program publishes in peer-reviewed academic journals. It publishes as top-flight media such as the New York Times, Foreign Policy, and Foreign Affairs. And it provides those resources to civil society, to educators, and to the press. Well, an event like this today couldn't happen without the support of sponsors and friends. And I'd like to particularly thank our freedom level sponsors, the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, the Sarah Scaife Foundation, and the Diana Davis Spencer Foundation. Thank you. You'll see our other sponsors at the Hero, Dissident, and Solidarity level in the program and on the screens. And again, we're very, very grateful for that support. Well, today we begin with a very, very powerful program about China and what is to be done. This program is led by our China Studies leader, Adrian Zenz. But next, let me turn the podium over to my friend, the President Emeritus of the Victims of Communism Foundation, Ambassador Andrew Brimberg.
Thanks, Eric. It's great to be with you all here today as we celebrate our 10th China Forum. And this year, we at Victims of Communism are celebrating our 30th anniversary as a foundation. So as Eric mentioned, it's an honor to welcome you all here for this important China Forum. I just want to mention very briefly that today, while we will hear from experts from across various different disciplines, last night we began the China Forum at our Victims of Communism Museum, where we heard directly from victims, in a very powerful panel discussion and a screening of the documentary All Static and Noise. At VOC, we always strive to put the human face of communism's victims at the center of everything we do. And as Eric alluded to, I am equally excited that we'll shortly be welcoming the co-chairs of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party to hear about the work they'll be doing. I'm excited to moderate a panel a little bit later today. And to keep us on track, I'm going to cut my opening remarks short and end at the closing. And I just want to say as we set out that it's so important that all of us are here today. The importance of this forum and all the work that we do to raise awareness about the crimes of the Chinese Communist Party cannot be overstated, particularly at this moment in time. We must do everything we can to continue to amplify the voices of those who are silenced by oppression and by bringing attention to the crimes of the CCP. The world is watching, and it is up to us to ensure that we do everything we can to ensure that our government and our civic leaders hold those who commit these atrocities accountable. Because if we fail to do so, the judgment will be upon us. So thank you again for joining us today. I'm thrilled to introduce Dr. Adrian Zenz, the director of our China Studies program here at VOC, for a brief welcoming opening remarks in our first panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and welcome to our 10th annual China Forum. Our first China Forum was held in 2014, a year when Xi Jinping had just recently ascended to power and was still expected by some to perhaps be a reform-minded leader, as his father had been. Yet also in 2014, CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping, in a secret speech, announced an all-out effort to, quote, de-extremify the Uyghurs, pivoting to total securitization in a restrictive region of the country. In 2017, we know that this pivot culminated in a campaign of mass internment targeting Uyghurs and other ethnic groups for re-education in camps. Xi's stance on maintaining control in Xinjiang would reflect his governance approach for the entire nation to an extent. The extreme high-tech securitization adopted in Xinjiang would later be adapted to enforce a stringent zero-COVID policy, a dramatic demonstration of the Chinese state's capacity to micromanage society and control individual behavior. The re-education approach applied in camps for Uyghurs is now adapted and in less dramatic form being applied to educate and re-educate Hong Kongers. In an academic article published earlier this year, I argue that Xinjiang's campaign of mass re-education was developed through a creative process of policy experimentation, allowing local counties and prefectures to try different re-education strategies and then select the most impactful approach. That turned out to be centralized re-education in dedicated internment facilities, implemented with a heavy dose of political paranoia, a paranoid fear of Uyghurs as a human threat to the state. And this is what we see in today's China. We see innovative drive when it comes to securitizing and controlling society, but observers are noting growing ossification and paranoia when it comes to governance in general. Chinese regime was most powerful when it did not act like a Leninist party state, but for a season encouraged innovation and flexibility. Now under Xi, the full capabilities of the Leninist party state are mobilized for the CCP's ultimate goal, regime security, even at the expense of economic growth. That is turning out to be a huge gamble for the country. Today at the 10th China Forum, we are privileged and excited to have a wide range of panelists, an exciting interview and a great keynote speech, and very soon also a fireside chat here. We are focusing on different aspects of Beijing's policies, China's influence in the world and its impact on us, appropriate policy responses, and gaps pointing to areas for further research and meaningful action. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patterson, Ambassador Bremberg, and Dr. Zenz for those remarks. Thank you all again for being here. My name is Karina Lipsman. I'm the Director of Government Relations here at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and I am delighted to welcome our fireside chat panel with Dr. Zenz as the moderator, Chairman Molinar, and Ranking Member Krishnamurthy.
Well, dear Chairman Molinar, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, thank you so much for coming to this fireside chat. I know we don't have a real fire burning, but I can already feel the temperature rising in the room as we are focusing on the growing challenge posed by the Chinese Communist Party to this country. We have 20 minutes and I have 5 focused questions for both of you that should make for an interesting conversation. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Now, the Select Committee has significant authority, but as always, there are always limitations to what one can practically achieve. So looking back, what do you think have been key achievements and what have you learned from the successes and setbacks and how the committee is best used to deliver impactful outcomes to this country?
Well, first of all, thank you for having us. And this is Raja Krishnamurthy to my far right here.
Far right.
First of all, the committee has been a bright light in Congress, very bipartisan, people working together, looking at this threat posed by China's military, economic, and ideological aggression, and wanting to highlight that and illuminate the challenges that brings to our country. And it's been a real privilege to work alongside Raja because we've got a very serious group of members of Congress thinking through what do these challenges mean and how can we prepare the United States to win this competition, because the world order that we benefit from and depend upon really is at stake. And I would say we've been an incubator for ideas. A number of the legislative items, we saw the TikTok legislation. Raj has been a real leader, and especially in this area of biosecure, and we continue to try and protect the American people from the threats posed by an increasingly aggressive CCP.
Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, it works. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Adrian, and thank you for testifying before our committee. And thank you to the Foundation for hosting us. And John has been a great partner to my left, by the way.
We did that on purpose, I think. Who's responsible for that?
Well, look, I think that John made a point of saying one of the accomplishments of the committee was achieving some bipartisan consensus on some really key issues related to our strategic competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party. And that's important because, as you know, the CCP wants exactly the opposite. They want us to be divided. And their theory about the United States is that we're hopelessly divided. We can't act because of those divisions. And I think through your and previous chair Mike Gallagher's leadership, we've come together and proven them wrong. I'll just point to a couple other accomplishments, tangible accomplishments. Our first 10 for Taiwan report came up with a number of important recommendations that actually got incorporated into our National Defense Authorization Act with regard to training, readiness, and equipping the Taiwanese for deterring conflict. This is extremely important. We want Xi Jinping to wake up every day and say, not today, with regard to any designs on coercively reunifying with Taiwan. I think the second accomplishment that I'll point out is our economic report that we put out in December, John. It had numerous recommendations that have found their way into different pieces of legislation on other committees of jurisdiction. And again, they were all bipartisan nature. We can go into them in detail, but that was also significant.
Thank you. It's very important work. Now, one of the Chinese Communist Party strategies to shape global opinion and suppress criticism and dissent is transnational repression. And we've seen some of this on American soil. For example, many Chinese, Uyghurs and Hong Kongers in the US have experienced it, including, for example, when they attempted to protest during the visit of Xi Jinping in San Francisco in November last year, when many of them were harassed and attacked by large numbers of pro-CCP agitators. So one of the questions I think that many in these vulnerable exile communities have, and we have a number of them represented also in this room, is what is the Select Committee hoping to do about containing transnational repression, particularly on U.S. soil?
Well, first, we've had, I think, 17 hearings as a select committee, and we've had different roundtables. For instance, we had a roundtable looking at the situation in Hong Kong, and we had a number of young people who have been threatened on their college campuses. Their families have been threatened back in China. We talked with the attorney for Jimmy Lai about the situation there, and we've also looked extensively at these Chinese police stations that the CCP operates. New York was obviously trying to threaten and intimidate the Chinese diaspora around the United States. So we've seen this on college campuses. We've seen this, with the Chinese diaspora. We just had a hearing on lawfare just this past week, where we heard from educators who are actually being sued because they are speaking the truth about some of the repression and the threats that are faced. And so we're trying to illuminate this and make sure the American people are aware of this. And then I believe the policies can follow from that.
Well, I think that you bring up a great question, and just adding to what John has mentioned, this issue of transnational repression is particularly pernicious because I see some of my friends from the Uyghur community, for instance, who unfortunately on a regular basis receive WeChat messages, for instance, basically threatening their families for criticizing the Chinese government or speaking out against the various human rights abuses that are happening every single day, including now in Xinjiang province. And so what do we do about it? We have done various things as a committee, including shining a light, but that's not enough. I think what we need to do is we have to have new tools here with regard to transnational repression. We've asked the DOJ to also step up its enforcement of current laws that could ensnare people who might otherwise be conspiring with the CCP to go after people here in the U.S. One other issue which I want to point out is, I think that it's so important that even as we recognize that we're in a competition with the CCP, the real victims of the CCP are the Chinese people. And so when they come here, we want them to come here and be able to study, to do their business, to be able to, as Chinese Americans or Chinese origin people, be able to experience the American dream. However, if they have relatives back in China, oftentimes they're being coerced into trying to do things illegal, and the coercion or source of leverage are their relatives back home. So in light of that, one of the things that I think we have to look at is, in certain key cases, we should bring those relatives here. We should do whatever we can to remove the source of leverage from China that they use to go after some of the people here who are speaking out. I see Ms. Abbas. I'm trying to get her sister out of prison. We are trying to get her sister out of prison in China. And the moment that we get her out of prison in China, I'm going to try to get her over here ASAP, among other things. And we'll continue to fight, Rushan.
It's very powerful, and I think it's such a valid remark when you say this is in many ways sort of an unprecedented challenge. We need new tools. We need new understanding. We haven't faced this before, right? So I'm very excited.
If I could just add, because I think
Please.
That's a really good point. When you think of the challenge we faced with the Soviet Union, our economies were not intertwined nearly to the degree that we are with China. And so when you look at our supply chains, when you look at our de minimis policies, we have to look at all the aspects of our economy and bring to light how, whether it's forced labor, whether it's other issues, partnering with dual use technologies, we have to look at our entire economy, and how we're enabling this situation as the American people.
That's also a really good transition to my next question here. There's a growing consensus within both parties in the US that North American workers and companies are facing unfair competition from Beijing's strategy of subsidies, leading to significant overcapacities. Can you talk about some of the most important ways of countering Beijing dumping the goods on the American market and how to stop them from, basically offloading their overcapacity on our markets here at the expense of our companies?
Well, we've seen this play run before many times by the CCP. We see them pick a national champion, heavily subsidize that, try and drive competitors out of the marketplace through, unethical and illegal practices. And we've seen that. It's, the concerns are areas like semiconductors. I come from the Michigan, the automotive industry is very concerned about this. And our policies need to reflect that reality, that we've seen that with, telecommunications and other areas, and kind of reset this relationship. We always viewed China as this developing country that, we're trying to help them grow their economy. And in reality, after stealing our intellectual property, using unfair trade practices, and now using predatory practices to drive American businesses out of business, we need to reset that relationship.
Yeah, I think we have to be honest about this, and John is exactly right. We've seen this movie before, and the sequel's not better. They basically produce a heck of a lot more stuff, whether it's glass, paper, steel, or even electric vehicles today, than their internal demand would require. Then they export that overcapacity at prices designed to undercut the competition and destroy the competition. Let's be very frank about this. And we see this, for instance, with electric vehicles, where they're exporting these BYD vehicles all over the planet at prices that don't come close to the cost of actually manufacturing one of those things. And so what we have to do is we have to do strategic tariffing, among other things. This is a policy that Donald Trump adopted and Joe Biden has continued, and I would continue to support it. I think the next administration, whoever it's going to be, will continue it as well. But you have to do that because you have to protect our ability to innovate and to create jobs in those spaces. I believe in competition, but not dumping, not unfair competition. And by the way, one thing that we are also seeing from the Chinese is that they're starting to try to evade the tariffs through things called transshipment, where they basically, let's take a BYD car, for instance. I'm not saying this happens, but it could happen, where they basically take that car and they basically take it to Mexico and then put a stamp on it in Mexico saying it was made in Mexico. And then it comes up through the USMCA into the United States, even though no value was really added in Mexico in making that car. Well, we got to prosecute that as a trade crime. And so we have introduced legislation along those lines. So we need, again, new tools to adapt to the situation as well.
Well, that sounds very interesting. Sounds very effective. And I think it's exactly this kind of practical measure that's needed to counter, like practical steps, assess the situation, assess the challenge, and then develop effective countermeasures.
I approve that message.
Because it's surprisingly difficult to develop effective measures sometimes, isn't it?
It's hard, if I can jump in for a second. It's hard because we have to recognize that the CCP is very, very savvy about figuring out ways of evading our countermeasures. However, I think thanks to us shining a light on what's happening, along with working with our friends, partners, and allies, I think there's a growing recognition of what's happening. If we can work together, that is the thing that the CCP fears the most.
Thank you. On the topic of effectiveness, now we know the Chinese state is using repression to suppress dissent at home. The United States did determine that Beijing's policies targeting the Uyghurs in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, so-called, or referred to as East Turkestan by Uyghurs, constitute genocide. Now the question is, what does that mean? The committee had a hearing last year about the ongoing nature of the genocide. How do you counter a genocide? What does it mean for the US government to have made this determination? What is it doing about it? So the question is, does the committee have a plan or a strategy to hold the US government accountable to this important commitment that comes with this determination? What's the practical ramifications here?
Well, number one, we need to enforce the laws we have on the books, because we do have legislation that we need to enforce. We also have to look at our supply chains because our supply chains are very much dependent on this situation. So our economy is benefiting from what's happening there. So when it comes to de minimis, we ought to get rid of, the lower threshold and have that at 0 for China. We should be looking at the supply chains. One area I'm very concerned about in my district is there's a Chinese battery company that partners with Volkswagen, and they're trying to make batteries in the United States, and our state government is subsidizing it. They're going to try and get federal tax credits, dollars from taxpayers in America. And there are direct links to forced labor in Xinjiang. So we need to get ourselves in a position where we can have American innovation, supply chains with like-minded countries that are not supporting this kind of repression, and make sure our economy is not in any way dependent on this kind of thing, and then continue to shine the light on these activities. Our committee has done a report, and we're going to continue to work on that.
Well, I think that when we as a government make an assessment of a genocide, that's a very serious determination, right? And that was years in the making, but it was very appropriate in this case because it is, in my opinion, what's going on in Xinjiang is an intentional effort to disappear the Uyghur people over time, or Uyghur identity, Uyghur culture over time. I actually told the ambassador from China, from the PRC, what I thought about this issue. He was not happy. He said, "No, you don't understand. The population of the Uyghur people has gone up since the founding of China." And then we go back and look, the statistics show that it's actually declining over the last 10 years. And it's very intentional what's happening. There are hundreds of thousands of women who are subject to forced sterilization. There are about 2 million people in internment camps, open air internment camps. We have the separation of hundreds of thousands of children from their parents. This is what genocide looks like. And we don't make that determination lightly. We have something called the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, the UFLPA, which is our effort to deal in part with the genocide. And as John mentioned, this was an important piece of legislation, but it hasn't been enforced as much as it could be. And so we, as a committee, actually put out a report to recommend how to better enforce it. And now it's being taken up very seriously by the DOJ, among others, and DHS. And so I feel that there's going to be more seriousness here, but we have to hold everyone accountable.
Thank you indeed. When I went to Geneva in March this year, I was told by diplomats that there's less appetite now in Western governments to do something meaningful like another letter challenging China over the genocide of the Uyghurs than it was 2 years ago. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done on the diplomatic and other fronts. And we had a little conversation about, also maybe challenging the administration on what's the specific strategy of doing something about this. Well, we have 1 minute left. And my sort of final question to you, maybe sort of a concise answer. What is your vision for the committee for the next 6 to 12 months?
Well, first, we want to continue to work in a bipartisan way. And we want to continue to be an incubator for ideas and policies. And we want to be a force multiplier for the various committees. In Congress, you have different committees of jurisdiction. So Ways and Means deals with trade. Energy and Commerce deals with, technology. And our committee is able to focus with a laser on this situation with China and winning this competition. But it requires Raja and I to work together in a bipartisan way and work with our committees of jurisdiction to make sure we're able to move forward in a constructive way.
I echo those sentiments. I think in terms of, we're entering festival season as you know. And in 41 days, we're going to have a festival called the election. And so the election will also help to determine, what the composition of Congress will be. And so, but I think that regardless of what happens, I think John and I will continue to work in a bipartisan manner. I think that one of the priorities maybe on our side is also, what do we do in the U.S. to kind of prepare us to be more competitive in a number of areas, especially economic areas. And so that will be something that I think both of us care about, and I think it'll continue to be an issue going forward, although we have to keep our eye on South Indo-Pacific region and what the CCP is going to do. And also, I want to see the TikTok legislation survive its court challenges, which I think it will. And so we'll soon find out by the end of the year. But I think we have a lot of work to do going ahead because this was a generational challenge. It's going to require a generational focus.
Wow, thank you so much. Let's hope the government has some money till the end of the year so the party will be more fun. But meanwhile, thank you so much, Chairman and Ranking Member. Thank you so much for coming. It's very interesting.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure and privilege today for our keynote speech to introduce Dr. David Shambaugh. Professor Shambaugh is an internationally recognized authority and award-winning author on contemporary China. He is the Gaston Uyghur Professor of Asian Studies. I hope I pronounced that one right. Political Science and International Affairs, and a founding director of the China Policy Program in the Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. Professor Shambaugh previously served in the Department of State and on the National Security Council staff during the Carter administration from 1977 to 79. He has served on the board of directors of the National Committee on U.S. China Relations, the advisory board of the National Bureau of Asian Research, the East-West Center Fellowship Board. He's a life member of the Council of Foreign Relations and has been a participant in the Aspen Strategy Group. Dr. Shambaugh also serves on numerous editorial boards, and I'm sure I could go on for about 10 minutes if I wanted to, but that would really cut into the time here. As an author, Professor Shambaugh has published 35 books, including most recently, China's Leaders from Mao to Now, a book that I've read myself. I can highly recommend. Dr. Shambaugh, it's a real privilege to have you with us today, and please welcome Dr. Shambaugh.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. President Patterson, Ambassador Bremberg, Dr. Zentz, really I do very much appreciate the kind invitation and very nice, overly generous introduction. I would just like to begin by commending the important work that all associated with the foundation and the museum do. Preserving memory and history, real memory and history, is perhaps the most important thing that those of us outside of communist countries can do. As Orwell observed, he who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. In communist China under Xi Jinping, there has been, once again, a massive whitewash and rewriting of Chinese communist and history and the People's Republic of China's history, and indeed pre-1949 Chinese history. This is not the first time the Chinese communists have whitewashed and rewritten their own history. It's in the kind of DNA, you might say, of the party and party historians and other historians in China. Xi Jinping though, seems to have a particular intolerance for alternative views of his party's and country's history. He calls this historical nihilism. But it's our job, I think, to preserve real history and make it known worldwide, but particularly to the Chinese people. They have such a misunderstanding, a distorted understanding of their own country's history, pre and post 1949. So that's what I tried to do in the book that Dr. Zentz just mentioned, China's Leaders from Mao to Now, and indeed in all of my, more than 40 years of scholarship on China. So I think the United States government and NGOs need to really figure out much more tangible ways to get accurate information about the CCP and the PRC into China. That's not easy. Anyway, I'd just like to start with that observation and thank the foundation and the museum for what you do in this regard. Well, I've been asked this morning to provide, quote, an assessment of where the CCP under Xi Jinping is currently and where it is headed and its implications. That was my assignment for this morning. So being a dutiful scholar in person, I always try and do what's asked of me. So in assessing the PRC's today and where it might be headed in the future, we have to, of course, begin with Xi Jinping. How strong is he? How secure is his position? What are his weaknesses and vulnerabilities? What are his major policy challenges? Well, I think it's important to note, excuse me. It's important to note at the outset that foreign analysts, I think, need to be modest in their assessments and predictions. The PRC and the CCP have had a repeated capacity to surprise even the most knowledgeable and insightful analysts. It's much easier to identify the challenges that the Chinese leader faces with some informed speculation about his strengths and weaknesses than to say with any certainty how stable Xi's position is or what is likely to happen in the future. So I think a little modesty is always healthy when it comes to studying opaque systems such as China's. What I would note, though, is that in a Leninist political system such as the PRC, one should never assume complete stability and perpetual continuation of the status quo. This is a highly complex country with many variables and moving parts. And elite politics in the Chinese Communist Leninist system is capricious and has repeatedly surprised us in the past. Indeed, Xi Jinping has been full of surprises and reversals of long-standing policy. Who would have predicted his crackdown on the commercial private sector or his extreme zero COVID, I should say, lockdowns? Who would have anticipated that he would become the all-powerful dictator that he is, without at least some semblance of power sharing and balancing with other senior Politburo Standing Committee members? Who would have predicted his zero tolerance for civil society, complete control of the media and social media, and the extreme techno-Orwellian surveillance state that China is today? Who would have anticipated the abrupt disappearances and removals of both the foreign and defense ministers within a month of each other rather recently? Who would have anticipated the sharp and simultaneous deterioration of so many of China's major foreign relationships and the unprecedentedly low international public opinion ratings of China today and in recent years? They are, if you just take the Pew polls, the lowest they have been, including after June 4th, 1989. China's got a major, serious international image problem, and for good reasons, not just here in the United States, where 83% of the American public currently have an unfavorable view of China. This is mirrored across many other parts of the world. So, few would have predicted these surprises from Xi Jinping, although I must say, in my own case, I published an article in the Washington Post 1 week after he came to power in 2012, and the Post gave it the title, "The Reformers Cometh, Don't Bet on It." So you can go back and find that for yourself back in 2012. I didn't have any particularly great insights into Xi Jinping. He has surprised me too. I'll be the first to admit that. But I did see a number of elements of his past that concerned me, and I published that article. Anyway, these are just some of the surprises, and we have witnessed on Xi Jinping's watch. So I think, again, China watchers would do well to bear in mind China's capacity for surprise. The PRC and the CCP may claim stability and predictability, but its record, both pre and post Xi, is anything but that. The Chinese have an apt saying for many things, but here's one of them: Wai ying ne ran. Hard on the outside, soft on the inside. That, I think, really does capture pretty well Xi Jinping's and the CCP's projection of confidence and stability. But it's really an illusory facade, and that behind the screen, there is a very different, much more unstable reality. So what can we say about Xi Jinping's position today? Well, I think there's a distinct duality to it. That is, he does seem fully in charge and control on the one hand, and there are no real indications that he is being challenged from within the party, the government, the military, or the security services. Yes, there are cracks there, which I will elaborate momentarily, but so on the one hand, he does seem in control of his country and party. But there are a number of evident cracks. Take, for example, the sudden purges, as I say, of the foreign minister Qin Gang, the defense minister Li Shangfu, the commander and the former political commissars of the PLA's strategic rocket forces, just recently. And there are clear signs of it. So these are clear signs of elite volatility. But we also know that there is a considerable amount of discontent with Xi amongst the rank and file of the party, within the state council apparatus, and amongst several sectors of the population, notably among intellectuals, women, youth in their 20s, many university students, the private commercial sector, the IT sector, high net worth business people, the aging pensioners, journalists, Hong Kong citizens, Uyghurs, Tibetans, and many ordinary bureaucrats. We know this. Anecdotally, there's not a great deal of good survey data, but some. So Xi is sitting on a system and a party and a country of increasing, considerably broad and increasing discontent. There are also those who've been caught up in his decade-long anti-corruption campaigns, which, by the way, include the stigmatization of the families of those individuals purged. When you're purged in China, it's not just the individual who loses their freedoms and face and reputations. The whole extended families of these individuals do. So this has been going on, as you know, since 2012. By 2018, 2.7 million had been investigated for corruption, of which 1.5 million were punished, according to the Central Discipline Inspection Commission. This has included the imprisonment of one former Politburo Standing Committee member, 42 members of the Central Committee, 71 PLA generals, including 2 Central Military Commission members, and over 4,000 military officers. And his purges have extended into the internal security services, the People's Armed Police, everywhere, really. And that's just before 2018. In the 5 or 6 years since, we don't have any really good data on, but it's continued. So in this context, I think we would all do well to recall the late Zbigniew Brzezinski's great scholar of communism. one of my heroes and was my boss in the National Security Council during the Carter administration. I worked for him for 2.5 years. Anyway, as a scholar, Brzezinski in 1956 published a book called The Permanent Purge about Stalin's Soviet Union, where purging became institutionalized, and everyone in the party system and society lived in fear of the midnight knock on the door. This is the case today in Xi Jinping's China. Everybody lives in fear of the midnight or midday knock on the door. And it's got the whole society off balance and really quite paranoid. So while getting rid of corrupt cadres is a good thing, actually, China was ridden, and the party was ridden, and the country was ridden with corruption. Xi has used his anti-corruption campaigns, as did Stalin, to remove his political opponents. But these campaigns have also stripped away nationwide opportunities for rent seeking, which so many cadres, local officials, and business people depended on for a living. People depended on corruption. Corruption, in some ways, greases the wheels of an economy, especially economies that don't have strong rule of law. So now you have wheels grinding at slower and slower rates of growth without grease to generate economic activity, or even, you might say, brakes with no pads. So, in short, Xi has targeted and alienated so many constituencies across the system that we have to conclude that he's widely despised and politically vulnerable. In conversations with Chinese when they come out of China, and you can talk to them here in this country or elsewhere, or even in China. I was in China in April for the first time in many years because I had been banned from China for 9 years, but they decided to let me back in with a high-level American delegation. And I had a very productive visit, but included a lot of very private conversations with friends and people I'd known for over 40 years who were very candid with me. So there is widespread discontent and, put it mildly, with Xi. So, but one therefore has to ask concomitantly, where does Xi's support lie? If discontent is so widespread, who actually supports him? And so in my view, it's a pretty limited set of bureaucracies that one can describe, my colleague Susan Shirk describes as the control coalition. State-owned enterprises, parts of the PLA, the propaganda system, the discipline inspection system, the organization department of the party, most of the internal security services, as well as the hyper-nationalistic wolf warriors who buy into Xi's narrative about China's great rejuvenation. This is his base, right? This is his constituency, so to speak. Now, despite the widespread discontent, which I do assert is there, and the many enemies that he has made, it does not add up to, nor does it equal organized opposition. And Xi is not in danger of a mass uprising or overthrow. We have to be sober and recognize that. So what are his, let me just transition very briefly to what are his policy challenges and then conclude. I think one can identify three major elements in policy challenges. The first is the widespread malaise that grips many sectors of the society. Chinese society today is really beset by a very pervasive sense of drift and uncertainty. More so in certain groups, those groups that I mentioned previously. But the malaise really ranges across demographic groups, across sectors, and across geographic parts of the country. Second policy challenge, if you will, is the securitization, or really the over-securitization. Chinese, this is anquanhua, to securitize something. Xi Jinping, back in, I think, 2013, gave his first speech on the Zhongti Guojia Anquanguan, the Comprehensive Security Outlook. That was 2013. Here we are 11 years later. When he first gave the speech, he had 11 categories of national security. That's now been doubled. There are 22 today. And they include political security, territorial, military, economic, cultural, social security, technological, cyber, ecological, resource, nuclear, bio, space, polar, overseas interest, and many other areas, 22 in total. National security is now the watchword of China, 国家安全. It is now, he used it 91 times in his last speech to the Party Congress, more than the term 发展 for development. And indeed, as the national priority today for China, official priority is national security, not 发展, not development, for the first time since Deng Xiaoping was in power. That tells you a lot. Well, what does it tell you? It tells me this is a very insecure leader, not a secure leader. Xi Jinping and the CCP regime see demons and enemies everywhere, mainly externally, and those they refer to as so-called Western hostile forces, the Xifang Didui Shili, who are seen to be penetrating into China to undermine the national security and subvert the regime. But they also see domestic hostile forces. This is a highly paranoid state and party and system. So that's the second element I would highlight. Third is the stagnating and shrinking Chinese economy, of which there are many data points that we're probably already familiar. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to run through them. But they're very worrying indicators. And they signal a dramatically weakening economy. The laws of economics have caught up with China. Now, bear in mind, having said that, this is still a $17.9 trillion with a T economy, second largest in the world, with very deep pockets of $3.1 trillion in foreign exchange reserves and other things. So they can weather a lot of storms economically. But, okay, let me just conclude with a few observations about where China's headed. So for countries like this, China's not just a communist country, it's also a transitional economy from a developing to a developed economy. But there's the relationship between politics and economics is crucial for countries as they try to move up the added value ladder, break through the developmental ceiling, overcome the middle income trap, and make the kinds of qualitative transitions necessary to become truly modern and developed. For that to happen, political institutions have to be tolerant and facilitative. So this is not new news to social scientists or students of authoritarian systems. One goes back to the 1960s, really, 1968, and you can reread, and it's always worthwhile doing so, Samuel Huntington's book, The Political Order in Changing Societies, in which he argued that authoritarian type systems are ill-equipped to facilitate a post-extractive economy and meet the rising demands of a newly wealthy citizenry. That's what Huntington meant by what he called the third and final stage of a development of authoritarian systems. First stage was the transformation stage. Second is consolidation. Then he called the third stage the adaptation phase. The parties first had to transform a society, then they had to consolidate their rule, and then they had to adapt. Well, so the concept of political adaptation, about which I once wrote a book, about the CCP, either these regimes adapt and become more inclusive, more facilitative, hence increasing their chances of political survival, as well as facilitating socioeconomic transitions and providing enhanced public goods for their societies, or they fail to do so and they die. And this includes the PRC. The CCP regime was attempting to adapt. And this is what my previous 2003 book was called, China's Communist Party, Atrophy and Adaptation. Go back and read it. So they were under Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. And prior to 1989, under Deng Xiaoping, Hu Yaobang, and Zhao Ziyang, they were adapting. But certainly since, I would say, 2009, this is when the regression and repression that we see today began, not 2012 when she came to power, 2009. I was living in Beijing that year as a Fulbright visiting scholar at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. I felt it, I could see it. It was palpable. So it predated Xi's come to power. Anyway, the point is that China's Communist Party and regime is not adapting. Quite to the contrary, they've reverted to atrophy, suppressing rather than embracing the needed reforms that their country needs. So let me just close by again citing my hero, the late great scholar of communist Leninist type systems, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who in his final book, published in 1989, 2 years before the Soviet Union collapsed, entitled The Grand Failure. I commend you go back and reread that book as well. Brzezinski described Communist Party states in what he called the penultimate moribund stage of post-communist authoritarianism. That was 1989. 2 years later, boom, Soviet Union goes down. All the East European regimes are going down like dominoes in 89 to 90. And Brzezinski observed, and I quote, that communist leadership in this phase, quote, loses its confidence, evinces a deep insecurity, and tries to reassert control. Rule becomes rule for rule's sake. The governing rationale, Brzezinski says, is stripped bare to its core, maintaining power, unquote. Okay, well, reflect on that quotation when you think about Xi Jinping and the CCP's regime today. The PRC's political system has gone backwards from soft authoritarianism under Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao to hard authoritarianism in the very late Hu Jintao period to what I call neo-totalitarianism in the Xi Jinping period. But I think Brzezinski's insights, and indeed Huntington's, are well worth our revisiting. So thank you for your attention. And Adrian, I'm sorry to have run a little bit over, but I appreciate being here today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Schambaugh. That was a very insightful keynote speech. And one of the things that I'm taking away, and that fits really well to the topic of this panel, is the assessment of the internal weakness of the Chinese state under Xi Jinping. The internal weakness, in spite of the fact that what China is portraying strength on the outside. And the topic of forced labor, I think, relates really well to this, because forced labor is one of the topics where we Western countries are actually having opportunities to tackle the situation, to do something, because forced labor is illegal, at least in most countries. And goods made with forced labor make consumers complicit, they make companies complicit, they have enabled media attention, and of course we just had the news last week about Volkswagen's audit, the full copy of Volkswagen's audit in China of its factory in Xinjiang, performed by a Chinese law firm. And so I think one of my thoughts about the Uyghur crisis, that obviously this panel is focused on in many ways, is that combating forced labor, enacting sanctions and measures on forced labor, is exacting a cost of the Chinese state. And sometimes it's very easy and tempting to think that that's a drop in the bucket. But I don't actually think so. And especially if we're hearing some of the insights about the internal weaknesses and paranoia and the discontent with Xi Jinping's regime, I think enacting a cost on the CCP for the atrocities and the forced labor in Xinjiang is actually a really important strategy and can have some very interesting and even unexpected outcomes, in my opinion. Well, I'm very excited to introduce the panel here. Very happy. I'm going to introduce them in the order in which they're going to be speaking. We have Dr. Alicia Hennig, who has come all the way from Germany. She's holding a position as Deputy Professor of General Business Studies at the Technical University of Dresden. Her research is centered on business ethics, corporate accountability and complicity of foreign companies in China. And of course, two German companies have been in Xinjiang, and generally we have the whole issue of corporate. It's a huge field. So we're very happy to have her. Prior to her lectureship, she was employed for 5 years as an academic at the Chinese universities and gained, I think, a lot of very valuable insights during that time. We have Olivia Enos, a senior fellow at Hudson Institute, where she specializes in human rights and national security challenges in China. Mrs. Enos also serves as an adjunct professor as an adjunct professor in the Democracy and Governance program at Georgetown University, where she teaches a course on countering authoritarianism in China. She has a regular column in Forbes, for which she has interviewed me, and which I enjoy reading, and I encourage all of you to read her column in Forbes. And she writes on the intersection of human rights and national security challenges in Asia. Most recently, she wrote a very insightful review of the enforcement of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, published with the Hudson Institute early this year, for which I was also in conversation with her, and I likewise encourage you to read this, and she'll be sharing some insights from that. And last but not least, we are very privileged to have David Hampton, Deputy Executive Director assigned to the Office of Trade Remedy Law Enforcement Directorate. Mr. Hampton is responsible for overseeing several programs focused on deterring trade non-compliance and disrupting fraudulent behavior and illicit activity before he served as the acting Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff for the Office of Trade. And we very much look forward to your insights on UFLPA enforcement. And I know that we originally were going to have your colleague Eric Choi here, but he's unable to make it due to a personal emergency. So I hope Eric Choi is okay, but we're happy to have you in his stead. It has become a bit of a tradition on this panel because forced labor is one of my major research topics, that I briefly start out as a moderator to present some of the latest insights and some of the latest developments, and I kind of go first. Not because I have the power of the microphone, but because my topic is the most general. I kind of set the stage of very generally and conceptually, and then my panelists are able to actually get into the nuts and bolts and the practical implications, particularly of what it means in the United States. So, thank you. Uyghur forced labor, latest developments. Well, a lot has been happening, and Uyghur forced labor continues to be a very dynamic topic with many developments. So dynamic that I'm not sure that, okay, there we go. So Uyghur forced labor is expanding. It's becoming more prevalent. Related work requirements have increased. And you see here in the graph, in the chart, that if you look at some of the latest numbers from 2023, Uyghur forced labor, labor transfers, which is the most prevalent form forced labor program, putting Uyghurs at high risk of forced labor, even though these numbers also include Han Chinese and others, so they're not directly forced labor numbers. But this is the best proxy indicator we have of the development of the quantitative development of forced labor in the PRC today in Xinjiang. We have new retention requirements, and we have new increased work requirements under Party Secretary, Xinjiang's new Party Secretary Ma Xingrui. We're seeing the results, and this is very much predicted, very much expected. There's nothing unexpected here. And moving on, we also see soaring foreign trade. So Xinjiang's foreign trade, exports directly from Xinjiang to other countries, often in Asia or Central Asia, have been in the double digits. Double-digit growth, 57% increase in 22, nearly 50% in 23. And in the column below that, you see that a rising share of that is from Xinjiang, from southern Xinjiang, the Uyghur heartlands. So the Uyghur heartlands traditionally did not contribute very much to export, but, and this is of course very much connected to labor transfer, the government strategy is to boost the share of Uyghurs working in factories that are then exporting goods for the export markets. And we have a risk of forced labor, not only through direct trade, as we see in these numbers, but this is also a proxy indicator for an increased role in these goods in domestic supply chains, and therefore to be re-exported through other Chinese provinces or reaching Western countries through other Asian countries, indirect trade. Now, in today's presentation, I would like to focus on two things. One of them is the forced labor standards and indicators of the International Labour Organization, ILO, and some of the challenges, but also recent improvements we have seen with them. And the second one is going to be on the Volkswagen audit. So starting with the ILO, last year, I had a very comprehensive research project where I engaged with the shortcomings of the ILO indicators. And I was wondering, well, why has the ILO not really done anything? Why are their standards so inadequate to capture state-imposed forced labor of Uyghurs and others? And one of the reasons is that the ILO in the 2000s and 2010s actually deliberately focused away from state-imposed forced labor, saying at the time, well, there's no more gulags, China is closing down its re-education through labor system. Officially, at least, we know that there have been a whole bunch of successor, they've just replaced it in many ways, just relabeled the facilities. But they said, well, state-imposed forced labor is declining in importance. And another statement said, for example, while progress is being made in reducing state-imposed forced labor, we must now focus on the socio-economic factors that make people vulnerable to forced labor in the private sector. And in many ways, of course, this was correct. Modern slavery in global supply chains were on the rise, but this left the ILO very unprepared, very, very unprepared. And the problem is, and I'm skipping over a whole bunch of details here, the problem is that state-imposed forced labor really has to be measured not so much at the workplaces, because it's difficult or impossible to measure at the workplace. It's a whole dynamic system. People are being mobilized on the ground. And key indicators were being ignored. Key indicators of assessing state-imposed forced labor is the presence of a forced labor policy and the presence of a state apparatus that is able to enforce this policy. So last year I engaged with the ILO. I published a report, and we have a resource table outside where a lot of these reports and other reports are available for you to take. Outside by the elevators, I encourage you to look at the resource table. And I published a report and interviewed several senior ILO officials. And they said, okay, we didn't really know how much interest there was in our indicators for this particular crisis. We didn't understand the full relevance of all of this. And they probably had planned to publish an update anyways at some point, but they decided to publish an update. And this update is very powerful, but very few people are aware of it because they published it very quietly, because it's very political. So in February this year, with no media attention, and there's not a single media report on this actually, from what I know, the ILO published an update of its handbook to measure and conceptualize forced labor. They specifically mention labor transfer schemes targeting ethnic minorities for relocation as a form of forced labor. So that's about as close as you can get of saying Uyghur forced labor is forced labor without saying either Uyghur or China. And it's very powerful. And not a lot of people have been talking about this. It adopts one of the key concepts that I developed in this research, challenging the ILO last year, of so-called non-internment state-imposed forced labor. So this is state-imposed forced labor that's not out of a prison or camp, but it's out of local labor mobilization, like also the one you see in Uzbekistan, with forced cotton harvesting in Uzbekistan. And the new handbook uses this concept, which I'm very happy about, and sometimes plagiarism is the most sincere form of flattery, and this kind of plagiarism I'm entirely not opposed to. And it says, it's best assessed during mobilization, and it's more readily assessed as a risk than a specific instance. So what does that mean? To quote, they added a whole chapter or section on state-imposed forced labor, taking key points from arguments I made last year, such as state-imposed forced labor has to be assessed based on the fundamental preconditions for this type of forced labor, which are an overall coercive environment or police state, a comprehensive mechanism for pressure-driven grassroots mobilization, and a state policy mandating work or production targets for targeted populations. Now, if we go, let's see if I can manage this technology to go backwards. That's precisely what I had argued is how you should measure state-imposed forced labor, including in Xinjiang. And that I find a huge improvement, and it really turns upside down many of the preconceived notions and ways that people were saying, well, state-imposed forced labor is very difficult to measure, very difficult to assess. We don't really know, we're going to look at the workplace, but what are we going to find? And then the next thing they write is state-imposed forced labor is best assessed during mobilization, meaning recruitment, training, and transfer. Again, another super important point. And yeah, that you assess it through the presence of an active state policy. So in sum, there are key improvements in this document that can inform national policy making and corporate behavior, closing some important gaps. Of course, ILO guidelines are only as good as their implementation and application. So now that's why I'm trying to raise awareness about them. And I published a China brief. I know we have folks from the Jamestown here this morning, and they very kindly allowed me to publish an update report at very short notice, summarizing the implications of the new ILO forced labor guidelines on Uyghur forced labor in particular. And copies of that report are also available on the resource table. Now, very quickly here, last week's news, Volkswagen's Xinjiang audit is one of the examples of why audits are not possible in state-imposed forced labor contexts. But the Volkswagen audit is a particularly egregious case of misleading the investors and misleading the public. Volkswagen commissioned an audit of its controversial Urumqi factory that it has established in 2013. It published a one-page summary of this audit in December last year, allegedly performed by a German auditing firm, Learning, who only had one person on the ground for this audit. And most of Learning staff actually left the firm in protest and outrage since. This report itself is full of shortcomings and errors. It was leaked to Rushan Abbas, the full internal audit that had not been made public by Volkswagen. And now we know why it wasn't made public by Volkswagen, because it's an incredibly awful document. However, Volkswagen has since been forced into damage control mode, and they've now actually published a full audit on their website. Probably to say, oh, this is not confidential, why are you making a fuss about this? But it showed my research into the audit, which was also kindly published by the Jamestown, and a copy of that report is also available on the resource table, shows that the Chinese law firm who performed the audit has no experience in corporate or social audits and doesn't advertise any related services. The auditors themselves likewise did not have any such experience, but the firm has significant ties to the CCP, such as that they hosted an annual song competition for the birthday of the Chinese Communist Party. And this year's, they had the staff members sing, "Without the Communist Party, there's no new China." That is the very same song that Uyghurs have been forced to sing in re-education camps. And of course, the audit involved Uyghur staff. Now you can just imagine how that is going to work. And to top this, I'm going to skip this for time reasons. There's a lot of really juicy detail that I encourage you to read, including this very obscure character, Clive Greenwood, who was part of the audit team. But I'll have you read this in the report. You can read this for yourself. And it's very entertaining. A lot of reading on Uyghur forced labor is very dry and boring, but this is not. I promise you, this is not dry and boring reading. So anyways, but one of the things that this Chinese law firm did is they they live streamed the interviews with Uyghur and other staff back to the head office in Shenzhen. Now, just imagine, even if you were working for an American company and somebody performed an audit and asked you about work conditions, and then this was live streamed back to the head office, and then would you be telling them all the problems that you had at your workplace? Probably not. So if Uyghurs in Xinjiang had the interviews live streamed back to the head office in Shenzhen, you can imagine that they would not be very likely to speak very freely about this. So, and there's the report link. So to summarize, Volkswagen blatantly violated guidelines, misled investors and the public about key aspects of this audit, its validity. MSCI removed the red flag notice simply based on Volkswagen's statement about the audit, which we now know to be misleading. And this really is a shocking case of corporate complicity, with unfortunately very few ramifications for Volkswagen. But it just goes to show that the pressure that consumers and politicians have been exerting on companies such as these is woefully inadequate. Companies only bow to legal threats or economic loss. And I think this has a bunch of very severe consequences for us to reflect on the overall strategy of how the United States and its allies are really behind China when it comes to put on the pressure. Anyways, enough of all this. I'm very excited to hand over to the panelists, and each of you has about 12 minutes, and then we'll have a Q&A, and during the Q&A we'll have ushers go around, and you can write down your questions on little note cards and submit them. And if I consider your question to be sufficiently intelligent and sophisticated and meeting my personal standards and opinions, then I, as the authoritarian, will approve your question and read it. And if not, then I'll be a totalitarian and I will not read it. Anyways, so much for this. Please go ahead, Alicia.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm waiting for the presentation and I need this thingy. Yeah, thank you. I think, thanks. I still need to wait for it to be put on. A few more moments maybe. Or, I mean, there's originally a different order on the list anyhow. I don't know whether we want to start that.
That's on the email.
Okay. Because...
You can tell us a business ethics joke in the meantime.
I wish there were like business ethics jokes, and we're not so funny people.
Are there business ethics jokes?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I mean, I can already start talking a little bit. So on the first slides, which you can't see now, but which we will skip anyhow, I was just actually taking up, there it is, cool, what Adrian was talking about on the ILO criteria. In what direction do I actually need to hold this? This direction? And it's, okay, what button? This button?
I think you point...
This button? This
yeah,
button.
The big green button.
Yeah, I just noticed that the big green button of the other 4 buttons. So yeah, that's the agenda. So I was first getting a little bit into the ILO criteria, but then the main part of my presentation is actually on, well, of the role of foreign business in China, and specifically in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. I'm aware of this is a colonial term, Xinjiang, and the other one, Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, is a term designated by the party. Still in research, we unfortunately use this term, so I stick to that. So that's been essentially just, summarizing Adrian's point, so I will skip this, but more important is actually this slide. So the thing is, when we look at how research, or the future of research on the atrocities happening in the Uyghur homeland or in the Shua, it's, I think we're very much confined to desk research or desk review, as it is termed in the ILO handbook, because on-the-ground research will remain difficult. At least that's what I expect, even though it has become easier for journalists and also researchers to get into the region again. There have been positive aspects of the update. So, for example, that now state policies can be used to establish evidence of forced labor, and also there is a broader scope of information that can be included to establish forced labor for researchers. But and then, of course, now that the handbook is out, it may be, and that's also what Adrian was saying in his report for Jamestown, it may be used as an authoritative source also to inform policies in the European Union. I will come back to that because I think the picture, unfortunately, is not as rosy as that, but regardless, I hope is going to inform policies in the Union. So my research focuses on the role of foreign business operating in China, and there has been a more or less authoritative list back then published in 2019 by Benjamin Haas, working for Merix. He compiled a list of eventually 68 companies from Europe, not just the European Union. And I sometimes use this list to make people understand that the landscape of business operating in Xinjiang is actually very broad. You can see different sectors here being represented: supply chain, production, sales, just like companies having offices there, logistics and things like that. So we're not, I mean, of course, Volkswagen is the most well-known case and obviously also the most dominant one in the media, but the landscape is definitely more complex than that. I also looked to what extent German companies are more represented than others. So you can see Germany is number one on this list with 19 companies, followed by France with 18, and then the Netherlands. So yeah, Germany seems to be a dominant player in this. So what I've been doing here now is, it's just a draft, but it's informed by my research, which will still take some time to be shaped and put in form. But so I was kind of assessing, okay, what risks are actually involved here for what kind of business activity? And what you can see here is, well, when we talk about supply chain and production, of course, we have this risk of forced labor being either happening in the supply chain or at the local production side. So that's, for example, when we talk about Volkswagen, that would be one of these cases. When we talk about supply chain and forced labor, it's more like, textile companies, for example, sourcing from the region. Then, of course, we have sales and services. They have a different risk exposure. I would say one could probably claim that they are assisting the party in a way, contributing to the economy or society more broadly by selling components that may be relevant or selling services. And then lastly, we have the office locations the services which are mainly present in the region. I couldn't really determine to what extent they are beneficial to the party. And then I came up with this one. So the major focus of my work is the question, how can we hold companies accountable? And we often, in this relation, hear the term complicity. But unfortunately, complicity is a very complex issue because, first of all, about what complicity are we talking about? Are we talking about legal complicity? Are we talking about moral complicity? So what I've been doing here is I've tried to assign certain complicity types to the business activities. And what you can see here, it's mainly informed by two different typologies. One is coming from the apartheid TRC, from the Transnational Transitional Justice project, essentially. And the other one is a typical corporate complicity in human rights typology developed by Clapham back then in 2000, 2001. And so the TRC is essentially speaking of first, second, and third order involvement. And I only put on the slide those involvements that are relevant in this case. So we can, for example, say that those companies being involved in sales or energy facilities, building or constructing energy facilities, could even get to a second order involvement, but probably rather a third order involvement, which means bad timing. They've been just in the region at that certain time, and that's why they need to be held responsible for benefiting from this regime and contributing to the regime. When we look at the other business sectors, most likely they will fall into the category of either beneficial complicity, so that means they actually profited from the regime. In the case of for example, apartheid or very racist regimes, as they are benefiting from the racial structures and exploitation of racial structures in these countries or regions. And then the last one, and this is unfortunately the one which probably will be the most, which will be the most probable category for many business activities we see there, is so-called silent complicity. It sounds a bit like weak silent complicity, right? It's like, yeah, okay, companies don't speak out. I still think it's a category we should leverage to hold companies accountable. And that's something I'm currently working on, but it's an intellectual challenge to get your head around what should actually following from categorizing a company as being silently complicit. So then, of course, and Volkswagen is a very good case in point, is probably we will not see companies leaving the Uyghur homeland, the Xinjiang autonomous region, just because of, alleged, how they call it, right, forced labor accusations, or because they could assist the party state just more broadly in their sales and services. Unless there are like really substantial economic concerns, like with BASF back then, when they were caught up in a forced labor scandal, but they actually had economic and environmental reasons to leave the region, right? So that will determine the decision of a company operating there to leave the region. What we can also say that, and that adds the complexity to this whole thing, is getting back to the terminology of complicity is, well, when we try to hold foreign companies accountable, the complexity comes in because they always team up with a Chinese state-owned enterprise. So it's actually only a sort of, let's say, complicity of second degree, right? Because, well, for most, the SOE is complicit in this. And then secondly, the foreign enterprise having the joint venture with the SOE. And then largely, looking at these voluntary commitments, also Volkswagen, for example, has signed up to, BASF has signed up to, every multinational company has signed up to, we can actually say these have largely failed to enforce any sort of responsibility or accountability. There are many issues with such voluntary commitments, and I think they need to be replaced by, definitely regulation, but that has been something neglected for too long by governments across the world, and now we only see it with the US having the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act and the EU coming up with the CSDDD. We can see these voluntary commitments turning into pieces of legislation, but I still feel like it's coming way too late. And then, so that's actually, so that's coming back to the ILO criteria. So it's good to have the criteria incorporated now, or hopefully we see that being incorporated. But in my view, it will not be a substantial game changer. Why is that? Because we're not working on the larger problem, actually. The larger problem, in my view, is the mechanism we have built into, or that have been built into the European Union's legislation pieces, which are not based on a reversal of the burden of proof, and which are also not based on rebuttable presumption. And that makes it way more difficult, or that's what I assume, for the Union to actually enforce this and hold companies accountable. And the last slide is, and that brings me to the bigger picture, we actually need to have a more systematic approach in tackling this. My idea is we have to look at autocracies more broadly. Change through trade has failed, and we need to address this problem. And in my view, it cannot be addressed with patchy regulations forcing on this or that, like forced labor here or human rights infringements there. We need to have a comprehensive approach, categorizing autocracies depending on their risk exposure, and in that view, categorizing business activities and see where we can leverage more demands on businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrian, for convening this panel, and to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation for bringing us together for the China Forum today. It is honestly surreal to me how many Uyghur friends and Uyghur American friends I have who have family members back in Xinjiang who are forced to labor. And they know this. They have evidence for this. that their family members are forced to labor is no accident. It is a purposeful decision by the Chinese Communist Party to enslave the Uyghur people. And this makes it so that the US government and, frankly speaking, the entire world, the international community, should feel as if they have no choice to act. And that, combined with the atrocity determination that was made under the previous administration, did lead Congress to act and to pass the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which of course is landmark legislation to counter Uyghur forced labor. The law did some really important things. Arguably, most importantly, it clarified what the US goals and aims are when it comes to tackling the Uyghur forced labor challenge. I think it made clear that at a minimum, we are seeking to ensure that American consumers are not inadvertently perpetuating Uyghur forced labor. That's one goal. But the second goal is to ultimately end the CCP's enslavement of the Uyghur people. And to do that, we need help from countries all across the globe. It has now been more than 2 years since the law went fully into effect. And I wanted to take stock of what's been achieved so far and where we can come together to generate results going forward. And so to that end, I released a paper earlier this year at the Hudson Institute called Strengthening the Implementation of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which takes a really hard look at both the challenges and the opportunities that the US and the international community have to tackle Uyghur forced labor. Since I authored that report, I've been very encouraged in many ways to see US government action that places a higher premium on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act as a tool in broader US government foreign policy. There are a growing number of entities that have been added to the entity list. My paper was out roughly around the end of May, and since that time, over 20 entities have been added to the entity list, which suggests that process for being able to alert businesses to the risk of doing business in Xinjiang is strengthening and increasing. So this has been hugely encouraging to me. And of course, earlier this month, the US government announced new reforms to de minimis aimed at e-commerce businesses to curb misuses of de minimis in general. I will note that though those reforms are very welcome, they were not exclusively aimed at forced labor, and that when the Biden administration put out specific guidance after they made these reforms, that they also called on Congress to take further action. So I don't think this is the done deal here, but definitely an encouraging good step forward. For all that has been done, there are still challenges that do remain. I noted in my paper, for example, that when you look at the UFLPA dashboard, which is updated regularly by Customs and Border Protection, the volume of goods, both in terms of the value of the goods, the dollar amount, and the number of shipments that have been investigated and looked at, in my mind, are lower relative to the scale of the problem. And Adrian addressed this with his figures that he's put out, that there's over 3 million Uyghurs, the largest state-sponsored program of forced labor in the world. And I would say that the shipment value is still low, even though this is immense progress to just have those shipments being detained, investigated. But of the percentage of goods and shipments that are investigated, approximately 1/3 of them are only found to be tainted with Uyghur forced labor. And I would imagine that number is quite a bit larger. And so I look forward to seeing greater enforcement in the years to come. And I think there are elements of the law that remain under-enforced, and also there are things that you and I can be doing to introduce supplemental, helpful measures that will only strengthen implementation of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And so to that end, the report that I put out for Hudson offers 13 recommendations on what the US government can do. I won't be able to cover all of those during this conversation, so that's my shameless plug to go and actually read the report in full. But I wanted to highlight 3 of what I would argue are the most important next steps that that I would love to see from both Congress and the administration. Number one, I'd like to see CBP make use of the fining authorities that it has pre-existing, and to collect those fines and place them into a fund for survivors of Uyghur genocide. Under U.S. Code 1592, CBP has the authority to fine importers for fraud, gross negligence, and negligence. And there's also precedent for issuing civil penalties to companies that use forced labor and then subsequently import them into the US. I'd love to see CBP make use of those in the Uyghur forced labor context. And I think these fines, combined as well with sanctions and the profits that are often confiscated through fines from sanctions, could go into a fund specifically for survivors of Uyghur genocide. I think this fund should be created regardless of whether or not it's collected from these specific fines or from another source, because Uyghur survivors of the ongoing genocide, particularly those who are subject to forced labor, they need support in the forms of cultural and language preservation, survivor support in the form of counseling and therapy, support for Uyghur-led businesses, even support for immigration and asylum seekers who may need funding, and other things. So that's my first recommendation. The second recommendation is to prohibit imports produced with Uyghur forced labor from being re-exported. A lot of folks are not aware of this, but CBP has the authority to detain goods under 19 U.S. Code 1499. Once a shipment is detained, importers have a range of options for what they can do with it, including re-exportation, and even if CBP believes the good was produced with forced labor. So this would be prior to a determination being made on the good. The ability to re-export, in my mind, and to be clear, not all of the goods that an importer decides to re-export are automatically produced with Uyghur forced labor, but some of them might be. To me, this is a cop-out for those businesses that really haven't been doing the due diligence that they need to make sure that their supply chain is clean. And I don't believe that an importer should be able to profit from those imports in another market. And this is why it's so important for us also to be working with partners and friends to ensure that those goods produced with Uyghur forced labor are not finding homes in other markets, and that companies, American or otherwise, are not profiting from those. The third recommendation is to strengthen sanctions tools to target Uyghur forced labor. That means making full use of pre-existing sanctions tools, including the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, which was amended by the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to include the ability to target individuals and entities for committing forced labor violations. The Biden administration, to my knowledge, has not issued a single sanction under Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act on forced labor grounds, which is a huge oversight. And the tools in the toolkit have just generally been very underutilized. I would also love to see Congress introduce secondary sanctions to supplement our pre-existing primary sanctions to be able to target even further those who are enabling Uyghur forced labor. I know that I said I was only going to give 3 recommendations, but since the administration did recently make adjustments on de minimis and called on Congress to take action as well, I would suggest that CBP should use existing authorities to ban violators of Section 307 of the Tariff Act of 1930 and UFLPA from using de minimis entry. So Congress could create the ability for CBP to say, if you are a repeat violator of the UFLPA, if you are continuing to import goods produced with Uyghur forced labor, you should go on a banned list where you're not able to use tariff-free entry, which is a privilege, and you will have to then go through ordinary entry, among other activities. There are, I could go on and talk about a lot more recommendations because there's so much that can be done. But I think, there are so many ways that the U.S. government can and should act to ensure that Uyghurs are not continuing to be exploited by the CCP. An approach that punishes the CCP for their actions holds accountable bad actors in the U.S. continuing to import those goods and provides relief for Uyghur survivors of forced labor and the ongoing genocide should be the goal of any U.S. policy. And I look forward to working with many on stage and also in the audience to make that a reality. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here to speak. And appreciate the opportunity, and also would like to recognize some folks from our forced labor division who are really the heroes. We have several in the audience, so thanks to them as well for everything they do. If I may, I'd kind of just like to start off with kind of how CBP plays into this really briefly, but then kind of discuss how we've done, how we evaluate our performance in enforcing forced labor and the UFLPA the last few years, or since the last 2 years, and then also kind of some successes, some challenges, and where we're going, what we're looking forward to in the next few years. So in just kind of for a CBP 101, right? CBP tackles forced labor several different ways. First, using our 19 U.S.C. 1307 or Tariff Act of 1930 authorities, essentially prohibiting any goods made wholly or in part by forced labor from entering the United States. So if we receive an allegation of forced labor used to create a good, we'll investigate. If we determine there's reasonable suspicion that that good was made with forced labor, we'll issue what's called a withhold release order. And so we can detain those goods at the port of entry. If we have probable cause, we'll issue a finding so we can seize those goods. And right now we oversee about 51 WROs, withhold release orders, and the majority of those coming from China. The second part of what we do, kind of a major part of our mission set, is enforcing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And so although that act calls on multiple agencies to take action, CBP's primary role in that is enforcing the rebuttable presumption. And for anyone that's not tracking the rebuttable presumption, essentially any good, CBP is instructed to treat any good coming in with any goods made wholly or in part in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region or by a company on the UFLPA entity list. We presume those goods are made with forced labor, so they're not entitled entry to the United States. And when we kind of carry this out, we look at it two ways, kind of take two different approaches. The first, if we know it's coming straight from the XUAR, it's going to be automatically excluded unless you can prove otherwise. There is an opportunity for importers to prove that it's not made with forced labor. They have to prove to us with clear and convincing evidence that's the case, and request an exception. I can tell you that no one has succeeded in getting an exception. The other way we approach and we enforce this law is if you've got an import that may not be coming directly from the XUAR, we are evaluating the risks, right, of these imports, and if it's high risk, we're going to stop that good, and it could be subject to the rebuttable presumption. Now, importers do have the opportunity to prove to us that there is no nexus, that shipment, that good has no nexus, none of the components are made by a company on the UFLPA entity list or using any components from the XUAR, and they can prove that their shipment is not applicable to the UFLPA. But kind of, and then really talking about the entity list, so Libby mentioned the entity list. That's a broader forced labor enforcement task force initiative. CBP's role, really, we support those agencies as best we can. Our parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, is chair of the FLETF, so anything we can do absolutely in support of that, of the entity list and adding companies to the entity list. So kind of how have we done in the last 2 years? So we've stopped over 9,700 shipments, valued at about $3.5 billion for review and enforcement action. Of that, we've denied about 4,000, valued at about $750 million entry into U.S. commerce. So we are making a financial dent in companies that are trying to import or trying to send goods to the United States made with forced labor, and we'll continue obviously to target stop those goods as we learn more. The top goods, as you can see on our website, the sectors are electronics, apparel, footwear, and textiles, and industrial manufacturing materials. I think one thing I'd like to flag here is that when the UFLPA and the rebuttal presumption was announced, there's a lot of talk about is CBP, is this going to just grind trade to a halt? Are we going to destroy the economy? And part of CBP's mission is to facilitate lawful trade while also enforcing our trade laws. We're pleased to say that we've enforced the rebuttal presumption. We've been aggressive about it, but there haven't been any major disruptions to trade. On the entity list side, there are now 73 entities, I believe last time I checked, so it has grown significantly. A huge part of this is leveraging our trade partners, our industry partners, getting them to comply with the UFLPA, explaining to them why not only is this kind of a moral imperative to combat forced labor, but there's also significant financial liabilities, reputational risk to having facilities or to sourcing from the XUAR. So we're pleased to say we have seen changes in behavior. Companies are investing in due diligence. They are investigating in supply chain tracing. They know that it's better to get out of the region now. They know it's better to put in the work now than if their goods are detained, because then you have to prove otherwise. The burden is on you as the importer. Best thing to really do is to get out ahead of this. So we're seeing companies put in the time and effort to do that. We've got anecdotal evidence that goods coming directly from the XUAR have dropped significantly. So while we're still aware of things like transshipment, and I'll get to that in a bit, illegal transshipment, we are pleased to see that companies are changing their behavior. Kind of just as important, we're seeing what the rest of the world is doing as a result of the UFLPA. Not to sound arrogant, but we see ourselves, CBP, as really a catalyst for global action on this front. The U.S. government, the UFLPA, everything that comes with this is kind of the leader in combating forced labor. So we're seeing things now that the UFLPA has come out, now that we see you can enforce forced labor without destroying the economy. We're starting to see the European Union forced labor regulations. Canada, Mexico, other countries are stepping up. And as I kind of go more into some successes, I'd like to discuss in more detail our collaboration with our foreign partners. But what else have we done? So we've invested highly in technology. If for anyone's tracking cotton, there's a type of testing out there called isotopic testing, which essentially we can determine the country of origin for specific types of goods, especially cotton. We've invested $2.8 million into our laboratories, CBP's laboratories, so we have those in-house testing capabilities. Currently we're using our cotton testing to help us refine our targeting. So when we're looking at goods for potential enforcement, we want to make sure we're looking in the right place. So we're using that. We'll continue. We have 2 labs operational right now, and at least one more coming. We've invested heavily in supply chain tracing technology, so we know where the risks are. We never before have we had this great visibility in supply chains. Now we have these tools that we can dig into companies, see who they're sourcing from, where it's coming from, and that's helping us enforce the law. We're using machine learning and artificial intelligence to refine our targeting as well. As the world is kind of embracing this technology, obviously we want to make sure we're using it to our advantage as well. We're investing in our people. We've improved the training for our personnel, for not only supply chain tracing, but also forced labor investigations in general. We're also bringing in more skill sets across the CBP enterprise, especially the Office of Trade Enterprise, which is where I'm from. For example, how can we use regulatory auditors to help us with our mission, right? Because they have certain skill sets that we may not have within the Forced Labor Division, within my directorate of the Office of Trade. We've also invested significantly in our foreign partners and in our stakeholder partners like civil society, industry, academia. To be blunt, we could not do what we do. We would not have the success that we've had without civil society, without academia, without our external stakeholders, And credit goes to the businesses too that are making the effort to help us enforce the UFLPA and taking on those due diligence. For the last 2 years, we've had over 600 engagements with industry, with civil society, with foreign governments. We're putting as much resources out as we can on our website, video series, fact sheets, things you can do to be aware of forced labor, things you can do to avoid falling into the trap of forced labor within your supply chains. And we'll continue to do that. We're also providing significant amount of technical assistance to our like-minded foreign partners that are interested in taking the next step. For example, speaking with the European Union, Canada, Mexico, Japan, any country that's interested in enforcing forced labor more efficiently or coming at this problem, we will always be there to help. We are always there to share our best practices, to tell you how we do what we do, what's worked for us, what you should consider if you have your own enforcement regime or rolling it out. But that said, challenges do remain for us. We'll continue to try to balance facilitating legitimate trade and enforcing trade laws that are on the books. Supply chains are very complex. Although we have developed significant expertise in-house on a lot of different kinds of supply chains, especially our centers of excellence, the personnel in those centers know what's in the supply chain. They know how these supply chains work, but there are a lot of different industries out there. There are a lot of different supply chains. We have to continuously educate ourselves on what's out there and how to be prepared for the next kind of supply chain that we have to do a deep dive into. Bifurcated supply chains is another thing we're working on, where essentially it's if a company has one supply chain that is U.S. market bound, that is completely free of all inputs, but they have another supply chain that may have inputs that are higher risk. They may have inputs from the XUAR. If you're presenting evidence to CBP that your supply chain, right, that the goods you are presenting has a supply chain that is free of the XUAR nexus, that's free of the entity list, then under the UFLPA, those goods would be entitled entry to the United States. Now, if you have a bifurcated supply chain, please be aware, you're still high risk, right? You could still be a high risk because you've got these aspects of your business. You may, if you're sourcing from the XUAR, you may be subject to the criteria for addition to the entity list. But the point is, we are spending a lot. We have to spend time going through these packages if we know this company is high risk. But if they're able to prove otherwise for this supply chain, we're limited in what we can do. But again, we will continue any information we have that may prove otherwise. We'll share that with the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force and take whatever action we can. Illegal transshipment is another piece, and we had some members of Congress up here talking about that. The adversary's smart. They're trying to stay one step ahead of us. So goods are maybe coming from, I'll pick a country as an example, Vietnam, although they actually may have been made in the XUAR. We need to be aware of that, right? The best way to do that is to get as much information as we can about these goods. And I think that's where things like the potential changes to de minimis that will provide us more information, they'll help us combat illegal transshipment. So wrapping up, looking ahead, kind of the next 12 to 24 months, we're really focused on enhancing our enforcement, streamlining our processes, and building and improving those strategic partnerships. So from an enhancing enforcement perspective, are we using the most cutting edge technology? Reinvigorating our efforts to pursue penalties, as Olivia recommended, right? We have a team that's that's dedicated to developing penalties for trade issues. So digging more into that, refining our targeting, but also broadening our enforcement of the UFLPA to make sure we're covering all spectrums across the harmonized tariff schedule. And also using non-forced labor, non-traditional, techniques to help us find things. So, for example, we're talking about to what extent can we leverage site visits or our trade regulatory auditors, and finally, kind of exploring the idea of conducting special enforcement operations on specific commodities. On the streamlined processes kind of component of this, essentially there are processes we have to follow, but anything we can do to automate those, any minute we save from an administrative procedure or process is a minute we can dedicate to enforcement, right? We can reallocate that. So automating everything, training our workforce, cutting out those unnecessary steps, those duplicative tasks, to allow us to focus on enforcement. And also publishing guidance, updating our guidance to the trade community to help them be better prepared and to stay compliant with UFLPA. And finally, strategic partnerships. Right now, a lot of the folks we brought to this fight have been inside CBP, but there are a lot of U.S. government agencies. The FLETF, is a perfect example. It's the U.S. government coming together to enforce forced labor in general. But even for UFLPA and for CBP internally, there are other agencies that we can bring to the table on this. We are experts at enforcement. We may not necessarily be experts at labor rights. We may not be experts in seafood trade. So bringing in those different government agencies to help us tackle this, and also how we can use those agencies' authorities to deliver consequences. If there are some things that they can do that we can't, we are certainly interested in doing that so we can respond as the U.S. government as a whole when we do have a violation. And finally, international partners. Again, if other countries are going to become a dumping ground, companies can send their goods to the United States, knowing that if for some reason they don't make it through, it's okay, we'll still make our profit shipping to another country. No one wants that. We don't want that. Our foreign partners don't want that. So anything we can do to share information, to provide technical assistance, best practices, again, we will lean in on that. And finally, last but not least, we'll continue to support the FLETF. That is huge for enforcement of the UFLPA. From a CBP selfish perspective, companies on the entity list give us information we need to quickly move and exclude goods, right? So we will continue to support that effort however we can. So with that, I'll wrap up and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm seeing the ushers going around. I've already received a bunch of questions here. Now let's start. Thank you so much for these very insightful presentations. Really interesting. Question for Alicia Hennig. What is your assessment of the Volkswagen audit, the leaked audit document, which is extremely shoddy? Are you surprised? What's your personal assessment, your professional take on it? And also, the new ILO criteria, how could they potentially be challenged? How could they be used to challenge businesses in the area of moral and other complicity?
Okay, so in essence, that's two questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, the Volkswagen audit, the interesting thing is I actually know a person at Volkswagen who was one of the drivers behind that audit because he mainly wanted to clear the table once and for all. I still don't know what to make of this. I think it was probably a good intention behind it, but also, a very corporate centristic interest, of course, to clear Volkswagen's name. I also know Markus Löning personally. I've been to his consulting agency several times. It is sort of unfortunate how it went. It doesn't really surprise me because, well, when you look back at the emission scandal, Volkswagen already cheated on its vast customer base. And, well, this is just another really big cheat, so to say. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna move forward from this. I think they seriously undermined their credibility now, more substantially actually than ever before. The problem is, compared to the emission scandal, I don't see that people are really leveraging on this major trust crisis surrounding Volkswagen. So I don't know what's going to be the future of this. I just hope that at least MSCI will give them the red flag again, because it was super. I don't know. I don't think it was very responsible by MSCI to just take away the red flag only because there was an audit and there was so few information released on the audit. So in parts I would also blame MSCI for that, honestly. The second one, the ILO, it's good to have this update on the criteria. It's good to see, hopefully, this criteria being incorporated into legislation. But as I mentioned in the presentation, the legislation has teeth, right? It would be wrong to say the European Union legislation doesn't have any teeth. But the problem is, it is a way, the procedure behind that to hold companies accountable, in my view, is way too bureaucratic. And this will sort of, slow down the process of holding companies, I think, accountable for what they are doing. So, it's good to have actually criteria that is in line with the real situation now, but it doesn't impact how we currently deal with companies' responsibilities and how we are holding them accountable in the future in the European Union. So I'm unfortunately not so enthusiastic about this, but maybe I'm just proven wrong, and in 3 years we will have great legislation in the Union.
I think while we're on the topic, there's an immediate follow-on question opportunity here. So I'm just going to seize that for the sake of the topic. Somebody's asking, so the recently adopted EU forced labor regulation, is that an opportunity to streamline or make EU law conform more to US law and practice on forced labor? And if not, why not? And I guess there's a question here, like to what extent do they differ? To what extent could this create alignment? You know, David has talked about the importance of international partner, of acting together globally to counter what is a global challenge. What's kind of your take on that, Alicia?
Oh, sorry, I had just a call. Sorry for this. Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, no problem. So somebody's asking basically the EU forced labor regulation, and what David talking about the need to work together internationally, together multilaterally. Does the EU forced labor regulation provide an opportunity to unite what the European Union and what the United States is doing to counter forced labor in law and in practice, or not? And if not, why not? How do you assess kind of the two?
Yeah, I'm wondering, does this person refer to the CSDDD? Because we don't have we're having a forced labor ban in the making, right? But that hasn't been sort of approved yet. And then we have the corporate sustainability due diligence directive, which is, well, by some people depicted as the European supply chain law, right? And of course, that's also, that includes forced labor, but it also includes, for example, other human rights dimensions and also environmental perspectives. So when I look at the legal frameworks that have been developed or are in the making in the European Union, I think they differ substantially from what we can see in the United States, precisely because of the different mechanism behind it. So I personally would wish for more reconciling actually the two mechanisms, because what David actually pointed out is if we do not have a common ground that's very similar in terms of mechanisms, we may indeed end up with having countries being the dumping ground for certain goods, and we don't want to see this. So if we could just have more push on this in terms of, in my view, a more effective mechanism, I think we could we could have more effective legislation in the future. But unless I think we have this, the Union and the US will deal very differently with forced labor. And then the outcome will be different too, because we may see companies still operating or exporting to the Union market, whereas they cannot export to the US market anymore. So I find the situation, to be honest, very difficult, that there seems to be a split. But on the other hand, of course, these are like two very different regions, and they have, of course, like they have a right to different approaches. Yeah.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
I think that regardless of how the forced labor regulations shake out, we have to take the legislation that we have between the countries and and harmonize to the maximum extent possible. Yeah. So even if we don't have the same laws, the same burden of proof, it's different. I think there are some things that we can do between countries, between the EU and the US, for example, or really any countries. And that's where things like sharing best practices. If these companies, if these countries, if the EU has investigations, how can we share our successes, our success stories with them? How can we share our methodology with them so that they can be as effective as possible at what they're doing? So.
Can I just briefly add something to this? I think we also have a larger problem generally with economic interest driving our legislation, right? So that's actually the major problem we need to get hold of in order to then come up with better legislation. As long as economic interests prevail over our legislation and not the people's interests, right? I mean, we are talking about democracies. It's the demos, it's the people. It's not it's not economic actors. So once we get that clear, I think, there will be better legislation in the future. But as long as we don't tackle that major problem, I'm not so confident, unfortunately.
Very apt point. And of course, we did see the European Council, but the member states significantly diluting the EU law, whereas the Parliament had strengthened the initial proposal of the Commission, and the Council got their way, and there's no rebuttable presumption. And I was just kind of hoping that the updated ILO indicators, measurement framework could be leveraged, but again, that is a matter of political will, isn't it? Great challenges here, great challenges. David, very interesting presentation. Now, one question here is, you spoke about cotton testing, in-house cotton testing. That's a great innovation. What results are you getting? Are you seeing Xinjiang cotton showing up at the border through your testing? Any percentages or any sort of insights? This must be some sort of a gauge, and Olivia mentioned, and they have, and somebody also in the questions complained CBP is not detaining enough, giving the magnitude of the question. But does this give you some kind of a proxy indicator to the magnitude of the problem and how it's being tackled?
So I can't get into the percentage that's come back testing positive. But again, what we're really using this to focus on, and again, this is a growing internal kind of capability for us, although there are companies that do this commercially. We're really using this not so much to see of the percentage of goods coming, what percentage of the goods coming to the U.S., what percentage of those are testing positive. We're doing this more as, okay, we are looking at this certain company or this certain area as being high risk for XUA or cotton. So we want to test it and make sure that our targeting is in the right place. That's kind of where we're coming from. So I can't really share specifics on the percentage, but again, this is one tool. It is not the end all be all. For example, we've said to industry, isotopic testing alone is not sufficient to prove that your goods are not applicable to the UFLPA. So again, this is one tool we're using with our supply chain tracing technology, with our expertise to determine where we need to enforce and where we need to target.
Thank you. David, there's another question. Olivia raised the comments that under USC 1592 and 1499, CBP might have existing authority to enforce fines on repeat offenders or to prohibit re-export. Now, we know that you're not sort of the top boss of the shop here in the room, but at the same time, what's your take on this? Do you agree that CBP has existing authority? You mentioned that there's existing thinking to apply some of this and potentially implement at least one of these two recommendations. But what is your take? Do you agree? And what's the likelihood of these recommendations being adopted?
So I think if there's, I'm going to answer the first part first. So one thing we consider at CP is that just because you re-export your goods does not mean that you have XUAR inputs. It's not an admission of guilt. So if we were to go about this in a way, we'd have to be very methodical about, okay, what is the definition of a frequent offender? Before we levy a fine. Fines are it's a pretty significant administrative process, so we'd want to kind of establish that at the outset. Do I think that I think that there's also probably different things we'd consider when we want to issue a civil penalty. For example, I kind of think of this as kind of different degrees of culpability, right? So you consistently are you're consistently re-exporting your goods because you haven't been able to prove otherwise. So that's a supply chain documentation issue. I think that is very different than you have had your goods excluded, so you send them to another country and then try to bring them back into the United States. I think that's a very different ballgame. So that is something that we are definitely looking at, because goods that we've excluded, we don't expect to see them come back. It's clearly illegal. So that is kind of just from where I'm sitting, and I'm not prescribing agency policy. Those are the things we're looking at. Fines are something we are looking into. If there's a way that we can leverage them to change behavior, we will do that. We just need to make sure that it's operationally feasible, that it stands up to the law. That's all I'd probably say on that.
Thank you. There's a question here whether forced labor in China affects Catholics, and don't think there's a lot of targeted research on that, but I can say that Catholics, underground Catholics who are not conforming to CCP regulations, are being imprisoned and placed into various facilities, and certainly prisons in China use forced labor. And therefore, I would say that via this route, any sort of dissident group or oppressed religious group is naturally in that way subjected to forced labor, although I'm not aware of a particular program that targets them directly.
Adrian, could I also just add something really quick?
Yeah, please do.
So not necessarily answering the question about Catholics directly, but just a friendly reminder that Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act does cover more than just Uyghurs, and that it does extend to any potentially vulnerable person who the CCP is subjecting to forced labor. And I know that there were specifically Kyrgyz, Kazakhs, Uzbeks were, I believe, listed by name, but then there was also comments on Tibetans, and then I think it's vulnerable or persecuted group that's subject to forced labor. I mean, even beyond UFLPA, the Tariff Act of 1930, which David was mentioning, prohibits any goods produced with forced labor from entering U.S. markets. And so we have authorities to use if the CCP, were to expand forced labor to other groups as well. So I think that is important to bear in mind. And actually something very interesting is we don't have statistics on the number of goods that have been produced, say, by Tibetans that have come into the US and then been prohibited entry. And I think that would be a really interesting statistic to have. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for adding that. Thank you for adding that important point. Another question for David is regarding the de minimis measures contemplated by the Biden administration to limit or remove the de minimis, knowing that it is being, involves, various risks, including risks of increasing risk of goods made with forced labor. So the question is, what is the impact of these contemplations for CBP?
So from a CBP perspective, anything that can be done to provide more data points for us to then target against or to analyze when we're making our decisions whether or not to stop something is a very good thing. So part of those proposed changes is to provide more data points for shipments coming into the country. So I think for us, that is, from the forced labor perspective, that's something that is going to be of great value for us. From a overall trade enforcement perspective, I think that if there are more goods removed from de minimis, from this group, from this category of goods that don't provide as much data to CBP, I think then that allows us to focus on who's left, right? So it's kind of risk segmentation. So that is another aspect. We have a team that works on e-commerce that could speak far more eloquently on this, but I would say that those proposals that are changing, especially providing more data to us, will help us quite a bit.
Thank you. Question for myself and Alicia. Once a company is flagged as being complicit using forced labor, what happens? Does the ILO have any enforcement mechanisms to prevent or stop goods made with forced labor? Alicia, do you want to comment on that first?
Maybe you first. Yeah, I see what I can add.
Okay, sure. So from what I understand is the ILO is a very much a standard setting body. It has conventions that countries sign on to. And in the case of the new guidelines, these guidelines are in some sense non-binding guidelines published by the ILO office as an office document to complement a concrete measurement of forced labor for countries who have signed on to these conventions. China recently did sign on to these conventions. At the same time, I am not aware of the ILO actually having an enforcement mechanism. We saw this in Uzbekistan. The ILO has to be invited by a country or there has to be a complaint. There might be a complaint mechanism whereby countries can raise this in the ILO and this would trigger an investigation, but that would trigger a country investigation, not a company investigation. Alicia.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the issue with the ILO is that it operates on a national level. They do have voluntary guidelines for multinational enterprises. So that was also something I was referring to with the voluntary commitments, right? All these guidelines. The ILO has guidelines. United Nations has the United Nations, like the Global Compact. There are dozens of those there. Companies can sign up to voluntary and showing to the outside, we're committed, we care about human rights, we care about the environment, we care about anti-corruption measures and stuff. The problem of all of these measures is they cannot be enforced. So we see this with the ILO, even on a national level, it cannot be enforced despite the member countries obviously committing to that. And this is even truer for the level of companies where we don't have any enforcement and where all these voluntary commitments, in my view, completely lack teeth because there is no performance review or analysis whatsoever. And oftentimes, people are not aware of that. When you want to be a member of the United Nations Global Compact, you have to pay for that. So isn't there maybe also a conflict of interest, of these companies joining such voluntary initiatives and signing up to these commitments? So yeah, that's the thing I wanted to add, that the ILO also has something for corporations specifically, but it's also not enforceable.
Yeah, so basically the ILO is publishing guidelines and indicators that can inform national policy, national legislation.
Yep.
And that way it would then become enforceable, but that's up to every country or to the European Union. And we see a lot of lack of political will in that respect. Well, this was a truly informative panel, if I may say so. I really want to thank the panelists for their contributions. Thank you so much.
Hello. Well, that was a great first panel, and I'm glad we can introduce our next panel, moving from a more detailed research update and policy update on the status of forced labor, which is so important, now to talk about the issues of diplomacy and how the United States and other countries can use our roles either bilaterally or in other multilateral fora, including the UN, to actually try to hold the CCP accountable for their gross human rights violations that we see every day. Just very briefly before I introduce our panelists, I just want to thank them for participating. We're really blessed to have such extraordinary panelists who have dedicated themselves to the causes of freedom and human rights throughout their careers and are speaking out on this issue. So I'll do an introduction for each of them and then we'll get right to it. So at the very end, we have Dr. Sophie Richardson, who's a visiting scholar at the Stanford Center on Democracy, Development, and the Rule of Law. Dr. Richardson is a longtime activist and scholar of Chinese politics, human rights, and foreign policy. She previously served as the China director at the Human Rights Watch, where she oversaw the organization's research and advocacy. She has testified in the Canadian Parliament, European Parliament, the United States Senate and House of Representatives. Her current research focuses on the global implications of democracy's weak response to increasingly repressive Chinese government actions, and she is advising several China-focused human rights organizations. Next, we'll hear from Ambassador Kelly Curry, who's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Ambassador Curry served as the U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues and the U.S. Representative at the UN ECOSOC. Prior to her appointment as the U.S. Representative, she also led in multiple State Department offices, including the State Department's Office of Global Criminal Justice. Throughout her career in foreign policy, Ambassador Curry has specialized in human rights, political reform, development, and humanitarian issues, with a focus on the Asia-Pacific region. She has held senior policy positions at the State Department, the U.S. Congress, and several international and non-governmental human rights and humanitarian organizations. And then we will hear from Ambassador Mark Green, who is currently the president and CEO of the Wilson Center and author of the Stubborn Things blog. Ambassador Green served as the administrator for USAID, the United States Agency for International Development. And before that, he served as president of the International Republican Institute, one of the world's leading democracy promotion organizations. Ambassador Green served as ambassador to Tanzania and served 4 terms in the U.S. House of Representatives. He also served as the executive director of the McCain Institute, president of the Initiative for Global Development, and senior director at the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Thank you, panelists, for joining us today. And Dr. Richardson, I'd love to let you start with your opening.
Thanks very much, Andrew. It's great to be here, and thanks to VOC for inviting me to join you. I also want to acknowledge, as I often try to do, all of the people in this room who are currently living the reality of Chinese government repression. Even as you sit here in the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C., this is a reality of our time. I think I got the slightly unlucky job of trying to give you boot camp on the UN human rights system inside of 10 minutes, which is a little bit of a challenge. But I think maybe one way to think about this issue is that the international human rights system, particularly as expressed through the United Nations, exists because states fail to protect people or they are themselves responsible for abusing them. And the idea is that people have to have some other mechanisms to appeal to beyond their immediate governments in order to try to redress serious human rights abuses. And I think the current regime in Beijing is sui generis in its efforts, not just to limit this system as it's done for the last couple of decades, but now to really significantly undermine it. So, very briefly, and if I see eyes glazing, I'll shift to other topics. The Chinese government's general posture towards the human rights system, I think there are 4 or 5 things to bear in mind. The first is that it has signed and ratified many of the international human rights treaties, but in addition to refusing to agree to the individual complaints mechanisms, which makes it very difficult for individual human beings to bring their concerns forward, it has largely failed to live up to any of those obligations. And the problems are as foundational as simple definitions. The Chinese government signed and ratified the Convention Against Torture in 1988. It has yet to even bring the domestic definition of torture into conformity with that convention, 36 years later. So there's sort of that order of magnitude of problems. It's absolutely true that, as the program notes, Beijing has just undergone its latest universal periodic review. We could spend a lot of time talking about the ways that Beijing undermines that process, not least by preventing independent civil society from participating in it at all, or tormenting independent civil society that actually manages to get to Geneva to try to even be in the room. This is leaving aside, dishonest information and a total lack of cooperation with the mechanisms that sort of surround that process. China is, again, a member of the Human Rights Council. Let's bear in mind that this is fundamentally a political body. It is a body that is made up of states. But it uses that position largely to try to ensure impunity for itself and its allies, and to push forward rights-eroding measures or anti-rights measures, including, for example, the discussion that's going on now about the right to development and how that should be interpreted. I think there's some very worrying signs about Beijing's agenda there. One of the most remarkable aspects of the UN's human rights system is a universe of people who are known as special procedures. It's an incredibly clunky term, essentially, for independent human rights experts. So there are people who are experts on children's rights, or on the environment, or on torture, or free speech. The Chinese government generally refuses to cooperate with these people at all, which makes it very difficult for them to discharge their responsibilities in reporting. Many of them, the people who are in these positions, who are serious, devoted experts, and who take their mission seriously and are not easily off-put by recalcitrant governments, have done some of the best work across the UN human rights system. But the Chinese government refuses to let them visit unless they're people who take positions that are very conveniently aligned with Beijing's. One of the only special rapporteurs allowed to visit in the last couple of years is the person who focuses on what the term we would all use as sanctions. And this is, nobody on free speech or enforced disappearances has been allowed to visit. But the one who works on sanctions was allowed to go over the summer and magically, amazingly quickly produced a report in Chinese before she even left the country that perfectly validated all of Beijing's points. Or I should say, it didn't validate them, it parroted all of Beijing's points about how US sanctions in particular had harmed the Chinese economy. Last but not least, for the 10th year in a row, the Chinese government features prominently in what's called the reprisals report. The UN now tracks which governments essentially persecute human rights defenders for trying to interact with the UN human rights system. For the 10th year in a row, the Chinese government is reported just a week or so ago to have offered up not just deteriorations in long-standing cases, but in new cases this year. The Council is discussing that particular topic, I believe, on Friday, and I hope that democracies will bring a lot of attention to that issue in particular. Again, this is a system that exists for people to bring forward these complaints, and it's bad enough that the Chinese government so thoroughly thwarts cooperation, but also goes after people simply for trying to make use of those systems. So that's sort of a little bit the backdrop. Again, in 2 minutes or less. In October 2022, some members of the Human Rights Council put forward what was referred to as a decision memo, we'll say resolution for the purposes of this discussion, with a view towards trying to have a debate about a landmark report that had been published a few months before outlining serious human rights crimes committed by Chinese authorities in the Uyghur region. And among other things, that report suggested the Chinese government's conduct could rise to the level of crimes against humanity. And so a number of governments, originally it was supposed to be the UK, then it was the US because the Queen died, it's a long story, tried to bring forward a vote to have a debate in the Human Rights Council, one of the basic functions this body is supposed to perform, in a voted resolution. And it lost by 2 votes, which was a real blow, I think, particularly for the people who saw their own experiences reflected in that report and the people who had tried so hard to make this system work on behalf of victims and survivors. I think we could have a long conversation about why the vote didn't succeed. I think it was generally democracy's failure to invest, align, and compete, not just in the weeks around that resolution, but in the previous years to build up the necessary support to ensure that it passed. That said, the fact that it only lost by 2 votes, I think, is indicative of the frustration of democracies with the Chinese government's conduct within this ecosystem. And it suggests to me that there's room, if there's fresh information, to go back to the ramparts and try to win an initiative like that again. I think that's relatively unlikely unless there's new information. So for all the groups that are producing that, let's put that to good use. One other point I want to make is that I think the current High Commissioner for Human Rights, who's an Austrian diplomat named Volker Turk, has spent a little more than 2 years now in that position, desperately trying not to talk about this report and these issues. His spokesperson, not him, his spokesperson gave an update under having been put under a fair amount of pressure to say something useful on the 2nd anniversary of publishing the report. So the spokesperson gave a very vague update a couple of weeks ago, mostly talking about the office's efforts to dialogue with the Chinese government on these issues. And bilateral human rights dialogues with China have failed to arrest a pretty significant downward decline on that issue domestically. So the fact that this is a priority for the commissioner, or the High Commissioner, I think is a real problem. It's a job that's meant to be an ambassador for the victims and survivors of human rights violations, and I think that's really not informing his agenda. Very quickly on what rights-respecting governments could be doing in the current environment to try to bring some of these issues to the floor. I think at the top of the list is pushing the High Commissioner, even if he doesn't want to be pushed, push him, it's his job, and the office to update the research from 2022. There's more to report. We've heard some remarkable work this morning. There's more certainly to be done. Democracies should be pushing the High Commissioner to come out and brief the Human Rights Council on this issue in particular. It doesn't help that he's not demanded by democracies to come out and talk about what he's working on. And some of the human rights experts in the summer of 2020 put forward, I think, remarkable suggestions, very practical ones too, that remain absolutely relevant. More than 50 experts argued that because of the Chinese government's recalcitrance in responding to this system, there should be either a special session at the Human Rights Council focused specifically on China, and or the appointment of a standing mandate, meaning a dedicated expert to look specifically on an ongoing basis and report to the Council on Chinese government human rights violations. I think those ideas are even more important and relevant and should be pursued now than they were then. I do think there's room for Human Rights Council members to try to push forward, either in the context of the Council or outside of it, if need be, some kind of fact-finding or investigative mechanism. There are people in this room who are doing extraordinary work, gathering evidence with a view towards prosecutions, and there's really nothing that stands between democracies and actually opening cases to pursue those kinds of investigations, particularly from people in their own countries. I don't want to scoop the panel later this afternoon about accountability. I assume I can see Ambassador Rapp is here. We'll talk about these issues too. But we live in a time when other governments are capable of prosecuting serious human rights crimes. And just a brief list, in recent years, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Switzerland, the UK, and the US have investigated, prosecuted, and or dismissed charges and cases of serious human rights violations beyond their borders. Why not China? Why not? This is a community that deserves justice. Two other very quick points. One is that democracies have to get in and defend this ecosystem. It's Byzantine. Democracies themselves and citizens in them don't have to rely on these mechanisms for justice, for accountability, and I think they deprioritize them. I don't mean to denigrate the wonderful work done by people in this room who have worked in these systems, but no agency, no fund, no position, no special procedures, no civil society event, no Human Rights Council session should go without vigorous Beijing challenging initiatives put forward by democracies. A failure to do that cedes that space dangerously to Beijing. And I think that should be a priority. Last but not least, I'm sure this is a complete political non-starter, but I think countries that have consistently been named in the reprisals reports should not be allowed to serve on the Human Rights Council for at least 5 years after the last time they were mentioned. That would require actually adopting binding standards for HRC membership, but that time has arrived. So I'm going to stop right there, and hopefully, I don't see too much glazing, so hopefully people are still awake. Thanks.
Thank you, Sophie. I just want to make sure folks know we'll be taking questions from the audience that I'll moderate at the end of the panel presentation. I think staff are going around and they'll kind of go through quietly, offering cards if you want to submit a question. So with that, let me turn it over to Ambassador Curry.
Doing wrong here.
Oh, it's on.
Oh, is it on? I'm on? Okay, great. Sorry. It's always hard to follow Sophie in any place and anywhere at any time. But on this topic in particular, she's a very hard act to follow because she's literally was the one of the first people sounding the alarm about what the People's Republic of China was doing inside the UN system to fundamentally subvert the entire human rights idea, the concept that is at the core of the human rights system, that these rights attach to the individual and they belong to every human being on the face of this earth by birthright, not by deign of the state or any government, or even because the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was written down, that these are our birthrights as human beings. And what the Chinese Communist Party and the party state are attempting to do inside the human rights system is take that concept and flip it on its head and deprive the citizens of this world of those rights and say, no, these are rights that are granted by the state and determined by the state and can be negotiated on a state-to-state basis in terms of what's prioritized and who gets to enjoy these rights at what point, and that it is the states that decide these things. And this is just such a perversion of the whole concept of human rights. The fact that those countries and institutions that have set themselves up as avatars of defending the system have been so slow to respond to this pernicious and systematic and very well financed and funded and populated attack over the past decade is really a shame on all of us. I think we've failed to defend this idea in a fundamental way, and so I think that again, not to denigrate in any way the work of the individuals in this room and organizations represented in this room that have done incredible things to try to fight this, but there has been a real systemic failure, especially among member states, to recognize and then fight back against this. And so I want to kind of pull back to the broader context, because it's not just the human rights system where this is happening. And it is actually, while the human rights system may be the target of it, Beijing is working across the entire UN system to effectuate its worldview around these things. And they are using a very, a really, again, very pernicious and very dangerous approach to do this. So I think that we have to, again, the weaknesses of this whole system are allowing Beijing the space to do this. The fact that the system has become so multinodal, I don't know what that's even a real word, but that there's so many different places in the UN system and in the multilateral system that China can attack weaknesses and co-opt and instrumentalize organizations because the UN is doing so many things and involved in so many issues and has created so much space. And we've, that's one of the issues. I think also we have seen a huge problem with a lack of leadership within the UN system itself. This particular Secretary General, who has now been in office for nearly for almost 10 years, has been not even weak. He has been a handmaiden of this process. He has helped facilitate it at times, and he, including in his appointments of High Commissioner for Human Rights and the way that he has incentivized his senior appointees, who are supposed to be the guardians of this system, not to talk about China's human rights violations and not to do things that are normal parts of the job on any other country context, and including, criticizing the United States, criticizing other democracies, things that are perfectly normal and considered de rigueur for these people in these positions are off limits when it comes to the People's Republic of China. And this is again just served to completely undermine the confidence of, and the credibility of these systems in ways that are just they're so damaging. Again, mostly to people who really need these systems, not to Americans who rely on our own systems and to people in democracies, but to people who really need these systems. So I think that I want to, again, try to pull back a little bit and talk about how this is being constructed. And I'm at the risk of having eyes glaze over, I want to talk about the Global Security Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. And what China is doing with these three initiatives, what the PRC, the party state, is doing, is attempting to take these three vaguely defined initiatives that sound somewhat benign or even attractive to a lot of countries in the world, and are part of a kind of China's, the party state's thinking about national security, about development, and the way that they are thinking about their foreign policy and their engagement globally, and use these ideas that replace the wiring, as it were, of the international system that's rooted in human rights and in ideas around peace and security, to replace those principles that were put together after World War II with the party state's ideology, and basically make the world safe for authoritarianism. The fundamental goal of this approach is to delegitimize democratic political governance and democratic systems, in order to elevate authoritarian political systems and make them seem equally legitimate. And if you don't really appreciate how dangerous that is, then if you've ever lived in an authoritarian political system, I think you do appreciate how dangerous that is. But it is really, if there is no legitimate difference in the eyes of the international community or international law between government by the consent of the governed and authoritarian, governed by force and coercion, then international law ceases to have any value whatsoever. And the international system becomes a tool of oppression rather than one to advance peace and security, human rights, and development. And we are headed in that direction. So again, I hate, at the risk of sounding alarmist, I think that it is important to understand the depth of what the party state is trying to accomplish here. I think that what is especially interesting to me about it is how cynical they are in doing this, that they pay lip service to things like global public goods and to the multilateral system and champion and style themselves as a champion of the multilateral system while actively trying to undermine the fundamentals of it. And this is really the fact that they are also as they put themselves out as an avatar of multilateralism, that they are working with bad actors around the world, Russia, Iran, to spur and sow chaos for the purpose of tying down the United States and our allies, weakening our will, weakening our capabilities, undermining our image. You see this in the way that China has responded to the conflicts in the Middle East. You see this with the example Sophie gave about the sanctions rapporteur, where they instrumentalize a special rapporteur to attack U.S. human rights sanctions as immoral and illegal. And so, this instrumental, when they can't undermine something, they try to instrumentalize it. And this is, again, across the system. This is a change from the past, where China approached these institutions in a much more defensive posture. This is a much more offensive approach than what we were conditioned to. It is also fundamentally different because in the past, there was an assumption, and I think this still holds true with some people today, that China is a status quo power, that they are not seeking to challenge and undermine the international system, but are seeking to make it, to accommodate with it. That is not true. They are not a status quo power, but they've just been more clever than the Russians about it. I think that what you see them willing to do is that they are willing to spur chaos and undermine international peace and security as long as they see it hurting the United States. And so this is a very different approach from what people think of as China seeking stability in order to grow its economy or to make itself, to achieve its peaceful rise. So I think that this is, again, understanding their strategic culture around these things is very important to figure out what we then do about it. The reason they've been allowed to get away with this fundamentally is that they pay no cost. As Sophie says, they are able to attack these systems and still participate in the Human Rights Council, sit on the Security Council as veto-wielding members, and increasingly enjoy greater respect and admiration within the UN system from the leadership of that system without any accountability whatsoever. As long as they don't pay any price within the UN system, they will continue to use it as a major platform for these things. And the United States and our allies are not strategic in trying to make them pay a price. And this is where some of the recommendations that Sophie has made and others have made in terms of trying to get them to pay a price for their behavior. We've got to start thinking much more strategically and do things that are uncomfortable for us and not just view these systems as objective goods that need to be, that we just pour money into without thinking strategically about how they are used. I'll stop there. I know I've thrown a lot out there and a lot of big kind of scary concepts, but I think that there are a lot of specific examples that we can talk about. One being the ILO that we were talking about earlier and how it does have a process, and China has been able to subvert that process in ways that it shouldn't be able to. And again, the countries and independent trade unions that are responsible for making them pay a price for subverting that system have done very little to push back on it. So I'll stop there and look forward to questions. Thank you for having me.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador Curry. Ambassador Green, welcome.
Thank you, and excellent comments by my co-panelists. I'll offer some thoughts meant to supplement and complement what they've said. So if there's one theme that I would leave with you as we take a look at how we grapple with these issues now and going forward, I recall something that one of my political mentors once said. He said, people need to know that you care before they care what you know. We need to do a better job in consistently projecting to the world that this actually matters to us. And that means we need to prioritize it. It needs to be part of our conversations at every level all the time. Secondly, it's consistency. It isn't just about China. So we need to talk about, for example, religious freedom in places like Latin America
where it is Daniel Ortega cracking down on Catholic priests who are talking about human rights and democracy, and make it clear that the protection of human rights is a matter for us as a people and as a nation. We care about it. We also need to do a better job, I think, here in the U.S. in making this nonpartisan. It's very important that when we talk about these matters and when we craft our reports and look at legislation and such, we need to make sure that we have Republicans and Democrats together for a lot of reasons. If we don't, the natural conclusion that our various audiences around the world, including audiences in the PRC, will look at and say, okay, this is just a Democratic thing, or this is just a Republican thing. We can wait out the next election or whatever it might be. No, this is actually not partisan at all. It's about what we stand for as a people and as a nation. Secondly, and both of my colleagues have referenced this, but this isn't one thing. We need to use every tool in the toolbox. We need to, for example, we need to be far better engaged, more effectively engaged with our multilaterals. In the last administration, and Andrew and I talked about this recently, I remember early on where some who were frustrated with the UN system basically said, yeah, just leave them alone. Maybe we can't deal with them. And then guess who filled those spots in those offices? That's, of course, a terrible approach. We need to engage. We need to make sure that we are, again, expressing our values and making sure that we have key people in the right places all the time. It's very, very important. The UN system isn't going away. It is very naturally a forum for debate, discussion. We need to be engaged in setting the agenda, and the way that you set the agenda, it's people over policy. We need to make sure that we do a better job of engaging at all levels with the multilaterals. Related to that, we need to do, I think, a better job in supporting our diaspora groups, who I think have been the most effective voices in so many ways in raising the profile of these issues. Someone like me can talk about this till the cows come home. People are going to say, what is from Green Bay? What does he know about any of this, right? We need to be engaging our diaspora groups. And related to that, we need to be engaging and supporting dissidents. It's a key aspect to all of this. You know, you think back to the old Cold War in Soviet Union. Engaging and supporting dissidents and dissident voices and giving them a place from which they can write and they can talk, a safe and secure place, is extraordinarily important. We need to encourage every administration and every both houses of Congress, when they go to visit other countries, they need to make time to try to reach out to groups, to dissidents. One of the things that President Bush did as often as he possibly could, when he would visit a country, one of the stops was always with voices that or opposition voices or voices that made the government in power uncomfortable. Now, they can turn it down, but points made. And it's extremely important to do that consistently. Also, I think we need to do a better job in our engagement with the rest of the world on matters unrelated to the topic of the day. So I was ambassador in Tanzania, spent a lot of my career working in and around Africa. Over and over again, when you ask African leaders about their partnerships with particularly the PRC and the different state-managed, state-owned institutions, they say, yeah, you weren't there. We have profound economic needs. We have a young population. They're restless. They're hungry. They're looking for jobs. We wanted to invest in infrastructure, and you weren't there. Shame on us. We need to do a far better job of engaging around the world and making it clear that we are engaged around the world all the time, and that it isn't simply a naming and shaming issue. We want to present alternatives. We want to present resources for economic development that meets our standards, right? And we just need to do a much better job of that. And the final thought I'll offer, something else that we don't do very well. And look, there are a lot of fires burning right now. We need to talk in affirmative terms about what we want the world to look like. We can wag our finger all the time. We can criticize and complain, and all of it's justified. We need to talk about what it is that we want to see in the world. What we're talking about, we have the most human-centric message. Our agenda is affirmative, it's uplifting, it's about human dignity, and yet we seem not to talk about that. When I used to lead USAID, I talked in terms of the journey to self-reliance. And when I said, look, we want to help everybody in the world go from being aid recipients to partners to, in a perfect world, fellow donors. We want you to be independent. We want you to be sovereign. And one of the reasons that message is so important, I used to joke that, half joking, that if an investment by a Chinese managed institution helps a community in Africa to become more self-reliant, someone's going to lose their job back in Beijing, because it's the opposite of what it is that we stand for. We want to help countries become self-reliant. They want countries to be dependent. To me, that is the most striking contrast, and it is the most uplifting message that we can offer. I have visited every part of the African continent. I have never once had someone shake their head no when I talked about trying to help them become self-reliant, and that alternative to the dependency, the debt dependency that is created. We have a winning message. We stand for the right things. Why don't we use it? So, all of the things that we've been talking about are very important. Let's not lose sight of the broader, uplifting, pro-human message, what we offer, and be engaged every day, all the time.
Thank you, Ambassador Green. I think we'll still be collecting questions, but I will use my moderator prerogative to ask a couple of my own at the outset. So, and thank you, Mark. You mentioned in your comments some conversations we've had about the need to engage in the UN. And one of the, particularly given my experience there, one of the points I always like to make, though, is that engagement has to be meaningful and productive and not just superficial. This has been one of my concerns for quite a long time about how the U.S. and other like-minded countries engage in the UN. And one of the problems I see is that, particularly in the human rights space, we engage, but don't, only kind of dip a toe in the water and use it for a kind of, only a kind of making a point, saying kind of, I gave it the office. I'll just say specifically, and Sophie, you touched on this, and I'd ask you and maybe Ambassador Curry to jump in on this. We saw the U.S. administration hold the vote on the decision memo, resolution 2 years ago. There was no campaign to win a vote. I've campaigned and won votes in the UN. There was no campaign around that. I was disappointed, like I'm sure many, and surprised that the loss of a vote by 2. To me, though, what was more disappointing and I'd say shameful is not the loss of that vote. It's that there's been no vote in the last 6 sessions of the Human Rights Council to come back at it and say, you know what? We tried, we spoke, we stood up, we did the right thing, we tried. Okay, we didn't win it the first time, but we are absolutely going to win it the second time. And I don't know, if Sophie, and I'll ask, Kelly, if you can chime in on this, that to me, that seems like essential to meaningful engagement in the human rights space in multilateral settings. I think this, it focuses on like the council. You so perfectly described the role of the High Commissioner's office, right? As member states, we know we'll never put human rights number one on the list consistently all the time, and we'll fail at that. But that's why we create an office whose only job is to be this, ambassador to speak for human rights. And when you have both, Bachelet, who is, terrible at this, and now Turk, who, has woefully not met expectations, I think, by almost anyone in the last 2 years, it shows us, sure, we're engaging, but it's not meaningful. It's not productive. So I don't know if you can just talk about that tension and how we can make sure we actually engage in a productive and meaningful way. And in a sense, not kind of pay lip service to a degree that, I'll stop my filibuster with this point, that it actually allows Beijing, kind of picking up on Kelly's points, to try to hijack these institutions and say, look, the Human Rights Council looked at this issue and it passed on this. So we're going to use this as a propaganda victory going forward. Or as you talked about, how they misuse the UPR process and pervert the process. So where is the balance of our engagement if it's not productive and meaningful?
Well, that's a nice narrow question. Well, a couple of quick thoughts, Andrew. I mean, one is that the UN human rights system is, to put it charitably, Byzantine. And again, it's not one that democracies have to rely on. So there's not, for whatever constituency there wasn't to support USAID, please, somebody find me the 10 Americans who know about and want to give more assistance to supporting, democracy's engagement with the UN human rights system. That's sort of a tall political order. And, that the International Organizations Bureau at the State Department is a little better resourced now than it was 10 years ago is a step in the right direction. It is no match for what Beijing has to offer in this regard. And let's recall that one of the advantages of being a neo-totalitarian regime that has no interest in sharing power is that you don't have to stand for election. You don't have to change administrations. You can plan your agenda decades in advance and commit all of the necessary resources, develop, in your staff, your foreign ministry staff and others, people who are deep experts in how all of these different institutions work, and you can keep them in those positions for years. Decades. That is decades. This is not the way that democracies are resourced or structured or planning to execute even a positive message, if they've got one, in these institutions. So trying to muster that kind of longer term planning, those resources and that commitment is a challenge enough. And then when you have developments like the publication of the Xinjiang report, the report regarding the Uyghur region in August of 2022, and you suddenly have a certain amount of political momentum, and you're not very well poised to capitalize on it, it's that much more difficult. I mean, the battles here within different administration or different offices and in other democracies about whether to get on board, who was calling Mexico? Who was going to persuade the Malaysians? We knew Xi Jinping was about to go to Indonesia. Could Jakarta be persuaded? How was it possible that South Korea wasn't right there as a longstanding, right? I mean, these are all of the variables that went into that debate. But I think, Andrew, your point is an important one about setting longer term goals that can, going back to a point that Mark made, although I have a slightly different view of it, that can be agreed upon by Republican and Democratic administrations and carried out longer term. I mean, that in and of itself would be a miraculous breakthrough for American diplomacy. to commit to something like that. And yet it's what needs to happen in order to push back against a regime that can muster exactly the opposite. I too was not enthusiastic about the strategy that the US and other democracies have pursued since the October 2022 vote, which was in an effort to try to coax other governments to support efforts that really were about China. The US and some of its allies tried advancing resolutions to generate support on the issues without specifying the Chinese government. So they were essentially thematic resolutions that didn't have proper nouns in them. And they succeeded in getting a decent amount of support. The most recent one, I think, got 67 votes. But it's not clear that any of the democracies who've run that play have then gone back and said, hey, 67 governments, let's make it about China this time and get support for it. And I think that's really where we need to go. It would be great to see, for example, Ambassador Michelle Taylor delivered a very strong statement yesterday on behalf of, I think it was the US and 9 other governments, marking the second anniversary of the report. And it said many of the right and important things, but it should be attached to a longer term project to bring that resolution back again and again and again. And there should be a plan B, and then I promise I'll stop. If the US and others can't get a voted resolution to pursue a debate and an investigation, they should go and do it on their own. There is no reason, none, why people who have suffered so horrifically and are themselves citizens of these governments should be denied the kind of creative approaches to justice that international law and democracies now allow.
So I 100% agree with everything Sophie said. I'm going to say that there have been examples where we have seen continuity. Yeah. Elections in the UN system is one area where we made a fundamental change in the previous administration in how we approached UN elections on a number of levels that were long-held practices of the United Nations or US at the UN when it came to elections. And we just were like, nope, we're not doing this anymore. This doesn't serve our interests anymore. And it's allowing the Chinese to eat our lunch in these places, and we're going to stop doing it. And the Biden administration continued many of those things. I think also, one of the things that we worked really hard on was getting our allies to understand what was happening. And that was a big lift. Like I said, it was really hard. And I will go back and talk about, Sophie and I will remember very well the first resolution that Beijing put forward in the Human Rights Council on win-win cooperation on human rights. And the human rights community in the United States were the only people talking about what a dangerous and terrible idea this was. And the United States was the only country that voted against that resolution. It would have passed by consensus and become a consensus item. It's still passed, but 17 of our closest allies on the Human Rights Council abstained on that resolution in 2018. By 2020, however, enough progress had been made that the Chinese were afraid to even resubmit that resolution because they were facing so much resistance from that many countries. Again, and because of the kind of work that was being done behind the scenes. It wasn't flashy. The United States wasn't even on the council. We left the council shortly after that debacle of a resolution in 2018. And that was one of the main reasons why, actually. It's not a very public story, but that the failure to convince our closest allies to see what was going on was one of the main reasons that the United States actually ended up leaving the council in just frustration. And so I think that, I think that this idea that we need to get used to winning by losing is something that we used to be comfortable with. That, again, when I talk about making them pay a price, they don't like to be called out. They don't like to be embarrassed. They don't like to have to expend diplomatic resources on fighting against a resolution. So why are we not making them every single time? If we know this, it just blows my mind. When we were in the predecessor, in the old UN Human Rights Commission, and again, Sophie and I have been doing this for a long time, we would bring up resolution year after year and it would get rejected, sometimes close, not close, whatever. But losing these resolutions didn't stop us from putting them forward. We kept doing it, even though we knew we were going to lose. And, what stopped us from putting those resolutions forward was not the fact that we lost them. What stopped us was because we decided it was better to engage with Beijing behind closed doors in human rights dialogues that went nowhere, let's be very clear, and which Beijing used to short-circuit public criticism. And again, this is when I talk about us failing victims of human rights abuses, this is what I'm talking about. And so we've got to, our self-censorship and our self-deterrence on these things has got to stop. We've got to stop deterring ourselves from challenging them. And so I think that, we've got to learn the right lesson from this, which is not to withdraw when we lose, but to redouble when we lose, as Andrew said. I mean, it just blows my mind. Now, yes, we need to be strategically focused and we need to be tactically flexible and we need to look across the system as they do and learn how to use the parts where we have strategic and structural advantages, like the ILO, where China can't indefinitely stop stuff because they don't have an independent labor union, so they're not part of the labor union pillar of the ILO. They are only in the member state part because they don't have an independent employers group. And because of the tripartite structure of the ILO, there is a real possibility to use that institution in ways that Beijing cannot indefinitely bottle up. But so far, we have not made those commitments and efforts and put the energy into that. And so that's that. The other thing that I will say, and I agree with Mark on so many things, but the idea that the United States is not committing sufficient resources to what we're doing globally is frankly nonsense. We put plenty of money into these things. We contribute $18 billion annually to the UN system across all channels. China puts in a fraction of that. And by fraction, I mean, for instance, the voluntary funding that funds most of what the UN does, the United States provides 30% of it on average. We are the largest contributor by a factor. China's voluntary contributions amount to 0.5% of the UN's voluntary budget. 0.5%. So again, it's what we do with those contributions that matters. If you think about PEPFAR and the billions of dollars we've spent on global health and how our partners take it for granted, and and we show up in these countries and they're like, what have you done for me lately? I'm like, well, we just saved a quarter of your population from dying from AIDS. Like, was that okay? Like, did we do the right thing there? I mean, we don't actually remind people of what we are doing. It operates in the background almost silently. And so we've got to do a better job of making people realize that the United States does contribute to these global public goods in meaningful ways that Beijing absolutely does not. And say, yeah, they can build you a bridge, but you wouldn't have any people to walk across it or drive across it if it weren't for PEPFAR. So you're welcome. And please don't, come to us with this. It's really, in a sense, it's quite maddening to me. So I think that we've got to do a better job about thinking about how we deploy these resources and being much more strategic and understanding what the value proposition is for these resources for us and for the people on the other end. Thanks.
So, Andrew, let me offer please a couple of thoughts. So, first off, it isn't how much money you spend, it's how you spend it.
Right.
So we do a lousy job in being transparent on the role that we play when it comes to particularly the humanitarian assistance side. If you go and take a look at humanitarian assistance contributions, the U.S. is, I think, about 40% of the entire world.
Yep.
China's not in the top 20. I mean, they may not be in the top 30. It only goes down to 20 in the list that I've got.
They're not on it.
And we almost never talk about that. Secondly, we do a terrible job in promoting ourselves. So I led the USAID does disaster response, led the disaster response to hurricane that hit the Bahamas. It was a terrible hurricane. We were in there within 24 hours, pop-up hospitals, things that we did. China dropped in 3,000 cell phones prepaid. Guess who got all of the headlines? We're just not very good. We're not very shrewd in how we do these things. So we need to do a better job on that front. Also, stepping aside with my former USAID hat, the current system is not sustainable. I mean, it is not sustainable for the U.S. to be carrying this. It's simply not financially sustainable. But part of what you've heard here that I think is so important is sunlight, transparency, making countries veto or vote against such things all the time.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. And you bring that up over and over and over again. You have to be a friend of both Kelly and I, the late Rich Williamson, who we knew from IRI days, special envoy to South Sudan. But he used to always say, look, you've got to be a realist to step day by day, and you have to be an idealist to know where you're going. And that is the approach here, right? Again, we need to be talking about what it is that we stand for, and then every single day, look for ways to advance the agenda. And sometimes it's small things. And sometimes it is frustrating because you lose those votes. But the consistency of every single day and then talking about it over and over again, I think is absolutely crucial. I used to be a whip, my congressional days, and you need to know every single person who is your whip charge, what matters to them, what it is that they can do, and look for ways to advance the agenda. And with so many countries, they're on our side in principle. They're just not willing to say it. They're not willing to talk about it. We've got to find ways to pierce that. We have to find ways to push that along. It's absolutely critical. Again, what we're talking about are these principles. If you take them around this country and talk to people, this is what we're trying to do, people are going to nod and say, yeah, absolutely. We're Americans. This is what we believe in. And yet somehow we never talk about it. It sort of falls off the table, and it's key. We're on the side of the angels. We're on the side of the American people. We're on the side of humanity. And so advancing this, I think, is crucial, and never be afraid to blow the whistle, tell the story. It's crucial. I completely agree with you. Those are not lost votes. Those are delayed, right? Those are delayed victories. Just keep pushing it along.
Thank you. So let me turn to some of the questions we've received from the audience. Actually, one was about how the CCP is promoting the community of shared future for humanity. Why isn't the USG contesting these strategic initiatives? I think, Kelly, you've actually talked about that already. Do you want to touch on that, or maybe you already?
Sure. I mean, again, this was my day job when I was at the U.S. mission to the United Nations, was going around on a retail level and explaining to member states what shared future of humanity for all mankind actually meant, because it sounds like nonsense. And people were just voting for it or putting it in resolutions because they didn't, it just sounded like fluff. And they didn't understand what the roots of it were, how diametrically it opposed the spirit and language of the United Nations Charter, the UDHR. And once you explain this to folks, and then also made the point that we are watching these votes, we are keeping note of keeping tabs. And again, not in a threatening way, just saying, hey, we know that the Chinese are watching this vote and that they are lobbying you on it. We're also watching and lobbying. And your best move here, if you can't vote against what they're doing, is to abstain. And we'll take that too, because that's enough for us. We'll vote against it. We'll take the hit on this one. We don't care. But it's really super helpful. And we notice if you abstain. Like saying stuff like that to member states is remarkably effective. And I don't need them to always support us, but I need them to not support this and also understand. But we did a lot to push back to the point where, again, by 2020, 2021, the Chinese had stopped offering this language into resolutions. And we had basically, they weren't losing votes, but they were losing 75, 80 member states whenever these things would come up, and they were having to have votes. This is how I know they don't like having to have votes, is because I made them have to have votes all the time, and they hated it. So if they hate something, do more of it, please. It's really not hard. It's actually pretty straightforward. If you find that there's something that irritates them, keep poking it. Do it. Do more of it. It's not the normal and natural approach, though, of the people that we send up into the multilateral system. Most of those people are, trained to look for consensus and to try to find consensus. This is a battleground. People who worked in legislatures understand how to win votes, how to whip votes. And so if you come into the UN system after having a background and working in a legislature, you have a huge advantage understanding, what you're up against there. But we train our diplomats to do different things in the multilateral
and sometimes
system.
You're going to the your colleagues, those that you're talking to, and they say they can't do something. You also have to know enough to be able to say BS.
That's right.
Yeah, to call them out and say,
yes.
What are, explain that to me. Yeah. Make them explain it. I mean, we did this all the time. And countries respected us for advocating for our own interests and for not just letting this stuff happen. And they, a lot of times they didn't want to do what the Chinese were asking them to do. And that was, if they needed the cover and we were like, abstain, just abstain. This is not your fight. Remove yourself from it, please. Take yourself out of the firing line. We don't care if you take yourself out of the firing line. And if they care that you didn't vote for it, well, then that tells you something, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let me go on to, so a question for Sophie. It says, recently you mentioned that a search for Uyghur yields no results in a UN database. How can we push the UN to be fair and provide a platform for Uyghurs?
How much time have I got? Some of you know I'm in the midst of writing a book, and I was doing research particularly on what terms turn up on different UN websites. And I have a particular interest, in addition to this part of the UN human rights universe, in looking at all of the UN agencies that have a presence inside China. And there are about 24 of them. They employ several hundred people. They have a reach all across the country. I think it's fair to say that the Chinese government retains extraordinary control over their agenda, their work plans, their whereabouts, everything they do. And I pulled up the UN China country team's webpage and just started typing in terms like Liu Xiaobo or Tibet, whatever. And I typed in Uyghurs and nothing came up. Nothing. Not even, here are the development indicators or, how many training programs UNDP ran in the region, or there was just nothing, which I thought was quite remarkable. I'm sure, who knows what the actual country team's explanation for that might be. But I think that, allowing the Chinese government to so methodically silo off, particularly what the UN system does inside the mainland, while it's simultaneously, undertaking all of the initiatives that we're talking about here, to me is remarkable. Human rights are supposed to be one of the core pillar issues for the UN system. That pillar obviously did not get packed on the flight to Beijing. We could have a long conversation about whether and to what extent some of these very specialized agencies actually still have a role to play inside the country. And there are ones that I think have done very good work, and some of them started working there in the late 70s or the early 80s when it was a very different environment in terms of technical expertise and some of the kinds of skills that were, I think, badly needed in the wake of the Cultural Revolution and after years of universities being closed. But the fact that the country director in Beijing, who has remarkable access to the leadership, does not carry forward key UN critiques on human rights to that leadership, that's just a gift to Xi Jinping that he doesn't deserve. And, I have tried in various capacities over the years to meet with people who are in those positions to push them to take a more pro-rights position, or even be more vocal on some of the issues that some of those agencies work on and speak more clearly in terms of, the international human rights covenants or the accountability mechanisms that exist. And, I think it's fair to say that if we're disappointed in the Secretary General or in the High Commissioner, we should be even more disappointed in the people who have occupied those roles, because the world might be a little bit of a different place, particularly for people who are enduring human rights violations at the hands of Chinese authorities, if they had an advocate in the UN system sitting in Beijing.
But I mean, again, so the resident coordinators in Bangladesh and Myanmar are no more likely to stand up to the abuses of those regimes than the one in Beijing. So it's a systemic and structural problem with the way that the UN operates in country and the way that they set up their country teams. And then if you add to that a demand signal from the Secretary General not to do this, then that's your big boss, right?
Well, I mean, here we have a positive
problem.
agenda, as Mark was suggesting, for what we would like to see of changes to the UN system.
Absolutely.
Right? What should be expected of people who are in these roles.
Yeah, but it's a huge problem. And the fact, again, that China has basically bought the Secretary General's silence for the low price of $20 million a year through the UN Peace and Development Fund. And actually, it's only the $10 million of it that goes directly for his use as a slush fund that that they've allowed, that really has pretty much bought his silence. And the fact that we're giving $18 billion a year and they have managed to leverage $10 million a year to get him basically in their pocket. You got to give them credit for being smart about how they do these things and for maximizing their return on investment.
Just to follow up on that point, and in terms of the massive disparity for folks that may not know, that massive disparity in U.S. versus China funding of UN, either assessed funds or voluntary contributions, people often wonder, how is it then that they exert such influence with such little financial contributions versus the United States that has, by far and away the number one contributor. And a lot of it you just touched on is this notion of the kind of slush funds. When we contribute voluntary contributions, we try to be very good stewards of our U.S. taxpayer dollars, and those are directed to agencies for specific programs and operations. And we do oversight and make sure that those funds are used for the specific purpose they were given and how they were done. Whereas when China delivers funds, it's much, much smaller, but they say, it's for you.
Well, they do that in the case of the Secretary General. With the other 10 million, they're very prescriptive that it has to go to support integration of the Belt and Road into the SDGs. And
even, I would say, even other small voluntary contributions to make to some of the individual IOs, again, they're very small, but they turn into kind of slush funds that, we show up with hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, and show up with lots of accounting requirements and audits to make sure those funds are actually being used, whereas they show up with very small numbers, in some cases hundreds of thousands and small digit millions of dollars, with no kind of oversight afterwards that allow the DGs or other folks inside those organizations to use them for kind of whatever they want.
But they do put very clear political prescriptions
on
them,
for sure.
On Taiwan and on other things, on human rights. So it's not that there's no strings attached, it's just very different kinds of strings.
Not publicly transparent types, exactly.
Correct.
So one question we have here is on what is a small yet impactful ask for Muslim countries like OIC at the UN level, something to begin their accountability efforts? And I'll amend to that the second part of a question, which is, and what is something the US or we can do to try to help encourage that? So anyone want to take that on in terms of for roles for OIC, Muslim countries?
I mean, I've got it. You can go ahead, Sophie, if you want to start.
Go ahead.
So this was, again, something that we tried to do and had very little success. But it was very interesting because you had a very different experience when you talk to the professional staff at the OIC and the people who work on human rights at the OIC, which they actually have a human rights commission in the OIC. And a professional staff, and they were deeply troubled by this, by some of the things that we were talking about the situation, and I think that just engaging them about this, engaging them about the disparity between their, one of the most, I think, effective conversations that I had was, because I worked with a lot of these OIC countries on the genocide of the Rohingya people in Burma, and saying, you guys have been so great on this, and you really pushed us. You pushed us in the EU to actually do things after the Rohingya were targeted, and you stood up for the Muslim, community there. And why is there such a disparity between how you've handled this issue and how you're handling this situation with the Uyghurs and the other Muslims in China, and reminding these countries that this is an authoritarian dictatorship that is officially atheistic and is deeply hostile to religion, and that, but I think the part of the challenge is that most of these OIC countries, I'm going to be very blunt here, are more authoritarian than they are Muslim. And so they are very happy to go along with China's authoritarian agenda because it suits their agenda as authoritarian countries. Where I think you have to really, where we did have success is with the democratic Muslim countries, in talking to them and working with them, and getting them to at least object to OIC whitewashing. We had Bosnia and Albania and several Muslim democracies that would at least not allow the Chinese to do a consensus process in the OIC of whitewashing what they were doing, and would speak up and say, we object to this language in a resolution, we object to this being the OIC policy, and because this is a consensus-based organization, you cannot do this if you have member states objecting. And so that was the strategy. It was it was a pretty small ball strategy, but it did stop. Sometimes the best you can do is stop worse things from happening.
I'll just add a couple of quick thoughts. In all of the conversations I've been a part of with governments that had Muslim majority populations, very few of them involved people disputing the facts of abuses. Very few of them. There were occasionally ones in which there was some skepticism about, I don't even know how to explain this properly. Skepticism was expressed essentially about whether Uyghurs and other Muslims affected by the Chinese government were actually Muslims, or that they weren't Muslim enough. I mean, it tended to, which I always found it's very hard to know in an advocacy meeting what you say to that. But for the most part, what it ultimately came down to for a lot of governments was money. Whether Beijing was offering them more money to essentially buy them out to sell people to whom you expected them to have some loyalty down the river. To some extent, it was about the neighborhood, about geography. I think these were particularly tricky, frustrating conversations with governments like Malaysia and Indonesia, which was about money and geography and about politics and history in the region. With people, I think, ultimately having to yield to what very senior people in their capitals wanted, which was almost always to at least go along with what Beijing wanted. It was partly that they were very uncertain at the time, well, at various points along the way, of whether governments like the US, the UK, Australia were really serious, would give them any kind of air cover, would offer them something better or more compelling in exchange for what they thought they might be giving up if they were going to alienate Beijing. But I have to say that the idea that one could hope to appeal to this sense of solidarity on the basis of faith was just non-existent. It was just not there. And you would sit down and talk to people who had issued reports, that had pages and pages and pages, perfectly well researched, I'm sure, about the real scourge of Islamophobia in democracies, which was a perfectly defensible point, and there would be nothing about the Chinese government.
I'll just add a brief anecdote that when So pre the 2022 report, so pre the Xinjiang police files or the UN's report, where it became more public and obvious, I in my prior capacity, I would meet with OIC ambassadors in the UN on this, and I will never forget one kind of chilling encounter where my staff had not known in advance that the ambassador I was meeting had in fact toured Xinjiang on one of their, CCP-led tours. And my preparation for the meeting was to try to help inform and convince the ambassador of as Sophie referenced, what was actually the facts of what was going on. And the meeting became more polite afterwards, but he kind of threw it in my face of saying, oh, no, I know what's going on. I went on a Temkin village tour and saw what they didn't want me to see, saw only what they wanted me to see and know what's going on, and kind of pushed to me. And it's like, he wasn't personalizing it, but referencing the United States. You created this dragon. We're the ones that have to live with it. And I'll never forget that kind of reaction from OIC ambassador, that they knew very well what was happening, but this sense of economic and political fear that they now have to face. And that's something that I think we as the United States have to take a leadership role in addressing, both pressing and challenging them at every step along the way, but also taking that leadership position that if we're not out clearly in front, and I think sometimes they also wonder, well, you're saying this today, what will you be saying tomorrow? What are your priorities later? We can't expect other countries to actually follow on, even though it's the right thing, and they should. Just from a realpolitik perspective, they're only going to follow if we lead clearly. One question that I'll throw to this group, I know this will be covered after lunch, but how can democracies support an ICC investigation into China or Xi's ongoing Uyghur genocide, given their support for the ICC investigation into Russia and Putin's crimes in Ukraine? Anyone want to touch on ICC?
The United States is not a state party to the ICC.
Nor is China.
Right. So the only possibility is a referral from a third country that has been impacted as a result of one of the crimes in the Rome Statute, as the Gambia has brought in to the ICC on the Rohingya, or that's the ICJ, I'm sorry, or as Bangladesh has done with the ICC on the Rohingya, or for a Security Council referral, which is obviously not going to happen because China is a veto-holding member of the Security Council. So I think that in terms of expecting that, I would not put a lot of effort toward getting the ICC to do anything on this. I think also there are other larger problems about the ICC that and its selectivity and its caseload that make it deeply problematic from a U.S. perspective. So I wouldn't expect to see much out of us. I look forward to Steve disagreeing with me.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think there are possibilities for justice mechanisms that run through the UN system. I think they're incredibly diplomatically challenging. Mm-hmm. That said, there's no one path. There are different avenues and strategies that governments can pursue that are within or outside or sort of hybrid models for justice or accountability. And over the last decade, we've seen different kinds of initiatives with regard to, for example, Syria, Myanmar. There's an initiative on Belarus that's largely NGO run, but it has a certain amount of government backing, and it doesn't have formal status within the UN system, but it's kind of close enough that it's sort of considered to be within the ecosystem. I think there's a lot of room for creativity. It's about the diplomatic commitment from governments to decide to do this. And, I think it's been a little bit disappointing to see some of the governments that have been willing to challenge others or take forward cases. As Kelly mentioned, the Gambia did this with respect to Myanmar, largely explaining that it felt that because it had been the recipient of and benefited from international judicial procedures in accountability for past abuses, that it felt an obligation to try to make that manifest for others. And I think that's a very important idea.
Yeah.
Very important question. And if you're concerned about a lack of ICC accountability, be sure to stay for the later panel presentation after lunch. I think it's the second one after lunch that will focus on accountability mechanisms, not just the ICC, but other accountability mechanisms as well. One question, and I'm happy to take unless any other panelists want to jump in on, is did the WHO give the CCP a pass on COVID, and Lab Origin failed to alert the world about the leak? Does anyone have, I mean,
yes.
I spent a lot of time dealing with the WHO at the time. So yes, they, well said, they absolutely gave them a pass, let them off the hook. I would also note, the U.S. is by far the largest funder of the WHO in terms of assessed and voluntary contributions. That is one of the specific cases I was referencing earlier about where China has a very, very limited financial role, but it has an outsized weight there. And I think the lack of accountability, not just of China, but the lack of oversight and accountability for the WHO and its failures to be transparent. I always said the WHO's job is not to actually direct or control what any country, particularly China, does. Its job is to be transparent about what it knows and when it knows it. And that's what it utterly failed. And the lack of accountability for that, I think, has weakened not just the WHO, but also other elements of the UN system.
And part of the lack of accountability was Tedros running unopposed, essentially, to be reelected for a second term after manifestly failing to effectively deal with the worst global health disaster.
And as someone who cares deeply about public health, given my other policy background, I mean, it is stunning to me that the world and unfortunately many kind of leading lights advocating in the UN space would think that after a once in a multi-generation historic pandemic that saw massive failures across governments all over the world and in the UN, the proper response, even putting aside the improper influence that China had with Tedros, that somehow that UN leaders and member states would think it appropriate to, let's re-up the guy who ran it through this, as opposed to looking for an opportunity to, turn the page and move forward in a positive reform agenda, is deeply troubling. So one question that I'd open to the panel is, and this is a kind of optimistic, positive thinking going forward. I know you're going to have to run, Kelly, is, can you name something that would be a good best case scenario looking forward in the next couple of years of something that we or in the world can do to hold the CCP accountable? So give me your good positive case scenario. You don't have to put a time on it, but what's an action that we can look for to say this is something that could actually happen and we should be working towards?
Make them lose an election at the Human Rights Council. I think that's a doable, achievable goal. And I will mic drop that and run out the door.
Thank you, Kelly, for being with us today. Thank you. Mark?
So in a broader sense, it goes back to a previous question. I think we're starting to do a much better job of engaging with some of our multilaterals. And I think continuing to build a strategic approach to how we engage and how we staff and how we interact with these entities is crucial. And you and I have talked about this from a couple of really bad moments a few years ago in which we were stunned by what didn't happen. The fact that we now have at the State Department a congressionally funded office which tries to go at building a strategic approach towards the multilaterals, that's a good thing. I'm not going to tell you it's going to bear fruit next week, but I think that's something that we can look forward to. I think that will bear fruit in the future.
Sophie?
Yeah, I want my optimistic moment. I would like to see a human rights defender from China be appointed the first ever special rapporteur on China by the Human Rights Council. That's when we know we're in a different world.
Very ambitious. I like it. I'll just add one. It's been talked about and referenced in the prior panel and this panel as well. The ILO. I really want to take this as an opportunity to pitch to everyone. Please see the recent reports put out by Dr. Zenz and VOC. on his research on the ILO. He gave a great presentation early about the really important changes that have been made in the ILO just this year that I think really open up a new opportunity and avenue for holding China accountable. You know, they have ratified a number of the ILO conventions, including the Forced Labor Convention. So this is a real opportunity in the international multilateral space. I think a lot of the times the focus is on the Human Rights Council for very obvious reasons, but it's even kind of more politicized and trickier in terms of how resolutions move through that. The ILO has an entire enforcement mechanism in place. It's complicated because of its tripartite structure of member state governments, employers, and labor unions. But I think this is a real avenue that the United States and other like-minded countries should hone in on, and that would be my kind of a optimistic, accountable case for something we can show real concrete action for holding China accountable in the future. So before the last question I had here, but before I turn to each of you, the panelists, to make a kind of closing comment, would you like to offer a name for someone ideally to replace Gutierrez in the UN? I'm going to refrain from this because I don't want to tank anyone by suggesting their name. But Sophie, did you want, or Mark?
Well, if I don't get to do it, I'll nominate Kelly. Let me think about that for a minute. Who would you suggest?
I'm similar to Andrew now. This will be someone probably from Latin America. And I do have my own thoughts, but I'm like you. I don't want to see anybody torpedoed or tubed by putting it out there. But it is an opportunity, obviously. And just hearkening back to what Andrew just said in his previous answer, I think one of the messages that I hope you take away from this, there's no one thing, right? There's no one office, there's no one move. It's being relentless and looking day by day at the various tools and opportunities, ILO and others. So it's keeping your eye on each step strategically.
Did you want to offer a name, Sophie?
I think it's more about the character and the qualities. Somebody who has demonstrated commitment in support of human rights. And I think this is one of the things that I found so baffling about Michelle Bachelet when she was the High Commissioner. And she was a survivor of human rights violations herself. And it was, I assume there's a huge amount I just don't know about her and her thinking, but that it was so hard to see that in her non-response to particular communities. It was very visible in her reaction to others. And so I think people who have I would want to see somebody who's made a demonstrated effort, ideally that was hard, and they stuck with on a human rights issue. I don't want to name a specific individual because it's just a parlor game, but it's those kinds of qualities and the strength of that character and commitment I would want to see.
I'd just add to that. That's a good way of dancing around the issue, not giving a name. I think, and it relates not just to the SG position, but also other leadership positions across the UN. Seeing someone who, unfortunately, the way it's structured, we typically draw from international politicians, which is not surprising given its structure. I think that's harmful to the system. They're not elected leaders anymore of a country or a member state. They are filling a very different type of role. They're actually not in charge. They can't control things. They're at the mercy of member states. So I'm kind of sympathetic to that sense. But the problem is they don't want to act that way. And many times they have kind of egos that kind of inflate themselves and make them think, in this role, I'm going to somehow navigate these treacherous political waters among member states, and I'll get to the solution. I'll be able, I'll listen to the Chinese and I'll play nice because I think I'll gain enough of a relationship with them that I can then kind of extract some sort of outcome in the process. This is very normal in how people think, and I think it's a fundamental understanding of the UN system that those individuals in those roles aren't the real actors. It's the member states acting in unison, in coordination, are the actors, and that their role is to help facilitate those member state dialogues, debates, conversations, arguments in a more neutral and objective way. And when you see UN officials fail at that, kind of come up with their own agendas, they kind of miss the mark and opportunity of the role that they've been given and their opportunity to help member states actually engage in that dialogue. Let me ask go ahead, Sophie.
I just wanted to make 2 quick points. But
Please.
One is, if I had in 25 or 30 years of doing this work, if I had a buck for every government or UN official who'd said to me that they had a strategy and that they were somehow uniquely going to succeed on a China-related issue with the Chinese government where all of their predecessors had failed, I would be a very wealthy woman. Yeah. Very, very, very wealthy. But actually, since we're talking a little bit about leadership, I wanted to go back to a point actually that Mark made earlier that I think is important just to spend a minute on. You made the point that the status of human rights in China has largely been a bipartisan issue in the U.S. And I think that's mostly true. And the problem that I see here in the U.S. and again through my own research in other democracies all over the world, and I think it's worth talking about this partly because there are so many elections this year and next year, new administrations coming into power. The problem that I see has not necessarily been one of partisanship, but rather who's in office versus who's in opposition. And I now have a very nice long list of people who, when in opposition, offered up all sorts of fiery, tough rhetoric. And the minute they got at the top job, they went awfully quiet. And it just happens again and again and again and again. And I think it's when a particular political leader then actually has the job of trying to go out and execute on these issues, they suddenly change their minds and they're a little bit less tough and enthusiastic about it. And I think what I hope to see in governments that are coming into power in the next couple of years is that kind of both principled commitment, but also pragmatism to actually follow through and be consistent with what they've said when it wasn't necessarily their job or their responsibility to go out and make things happen, that they don't just change their minds as soon as they get elected.
So one thing to recall in the U.S. and the way that we approach the broad range of issues on human rights, on democracy, is we have entities that are in theory at arm's length. We have entities like the National Endowment for Democracy, and making sure that they are adequately funded and that they are full-throated in what they taught. What is the constituency of the National Endowment for Democracy? Democracy. That's what they represent, who they are. We don't do a very good job of using some of these entities. So that we have official actions and what the USG does and such, but we need to do a better job of elevating the work product of some of these entities like that which brings us here. It's important. Push them out all over the place. So again, it's not one thing. And it is staying engaged and is making sure that we use all the levers and all the tools that are at our disposal.
Well, thank you both. I just want to conclude before I ask the audience to thank our panelists on that note that both of you ended on, which is a call to action, the recognition that this is a nonpartisan issue in the United States. We need to do everything we can to ensure and strengthen that. And really want to encourage all of you, check all of our research, the research from all of our panelists, the various organizations that have been part of this today. You'll hear this afternoon. And then not just become experts yourselves, but then please take that next step, contacting your members of Congress, the current administration, the next administration, whoever is that in January, and press them to take these action. Because, and I just want to emphasize, and don't take no for an answer. Now, the United States is the strongest, most powerful government in the world. We have resources across our entire government, across the State Department. You heard before, Homeland Security, Treasury, are a vast array of government agencies. They have the ability to do this, and they need to pick those and push those points to push back on the CCP, particularly in standing up for human rights at every sector, at everywhere, and not this kind of a judicious approach to kind of waiting and holding off on doing anything and being kind of too conservative about how they use that kind of technical powers we have throughout our policies and our bully pulpit they have in the international space. So with that, please thank our panelists, and we will be breaking for lunch.
As we introduce our next panel, With Dr. Eric Patterson as the moderator, the panel is Finding Cleaner Profits, Assessing How Businesses Are Disentangling from Beijing's Malign Activities.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Eric Patterson. I serve as president and CEO of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. We're so glad that you could be here for the 2020 China Forum. Let me introduce the members of our panel briefly. We'll follow the order that's in the printed program, and we'll hear from each of them for 8 to 10 minutes. And then, as you saw earlier in the day, halfway through the panel, there'll be some of our staff walking around with question cards, and you can write a question on there, and we'll handle it in the second half of the panel. First to speak today will be David Feith, Adjunct Senior Fellow at the Center for New American Security and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific Affairs. He'll be followed by Randy Shriver, Chairman of the Board of the Project 2049 Institute. He's a former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Asia Affairs. Michael Sobolik, Senior Fellow in Indo-Pacific Studies at the American Foreign Policy Council and formerly part of the National Security Staff supporting Senator Ted Cruz. And then finally, we'll hear from Liza Tobin, Senior Director at the Special Competitive Studies Project, and she comes with a wealth of experience from her time as the China Director at the U.S. National Security Council. So would you help me welcome our panelists, and then we'll start with David Feith.
Great. Well, thanks, Eric, and thanks to everyone for being here. My thanks certainly start with VOC, which does invaluable work and I know has been influential in the thinking of all kinds of people in Washington and around the world on the sort of China issues that we are looking at here today. And Andrew Bremberg has been a great policymaker in government. Adrian Zenz has been a treasure for brave and deep and authoritative research on some of the most important issues in the world. So I'm very happy to be here and to speak alongside my colleagues here. On the subject of Western business in China and the unfortunate exposure of so much American and Western capital and talent and technology to the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese military and the Chinese surveillance state, we have had major strides in the right direction in recent years. By a certain historical measure, the sort of trajectory that we've seen between, say, the international diplomatic fights over Huawei Telecom dating back about 6 or 7 years to an announcement made this week, even somewhat quietly, by the Biden administration, imposing a series of strictures on Chinese cars and car technologies, is a trajectory that actually tells us quite a bit. There is a growing and significantly bipartisan, in U.S. political terms, recognition of the need to selectively decouple the U.S. and China across a range of business sectors and technology areas. And that is chiefly because the consistent hostile behavior out of Beijing and the consistent construction by Beijing of an aggressive, increasingly totalitarian system for control at home and for surveillance and subversion internationally has continued apace. And the role of Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party as the protagonist in this story is a very important through line. And not only is the do we have the human rights record, the abuses in Xinjiang and elsewhere? But we have Chinese strategic doctrines like military-civil fusion, which seek openly and as a matter of aggressive Chinese government policy to explode the distinction between the civil and commercial space in China on the one hand, and the military and security and surveillance and repression space. The strategy seeks to maximally apply what might otherwise be merely civilian and commercial technology to the military and human rights abuse ambitions of the Chinese Communist Party. And Beijing has gone a little quiet on military-civil fusion in recent months and years as a matter of their outward-facing rhetoric, but they certainly were not shy about it several years ago, and it hasn't gone away at all in the actual practical conduct of the Chinese Communist Party or in the black letter law that governs China and that insists that any technology or data, any corporate activity that touches China be subject to being conscripted into service by the Chinese government, by its military, by its intelligence services, and conscripted in secret. And so those sorts of major dynamics have forced the US government and many other governments around the world to change policy and to take various measures that through legal and policy change and sometimes just through encouragement have also caused business to separate from China in various ways. And so we've seen certain parts of the American and Western business relationship with China really fall off in recent years. There were, figures recently of just how much foreign venture capital investment has cratered in China. This is as a result partly of things like the human rights record and the other aspects like military civil fusion. It's also in significant part because Xi Jinping, for related reasons, has gone after his own domestic technology sector and made it a much less hospitable place for entrepreneurial talent and tech innovation at home and as a matter of how investors around the world look at China. And yet, I think that unfortunately, that sort of broad shift, which is quite significant in historical terms, is still far short of what is actually necessary to bring our economies to the degree of resilience that is actually needed from China and the Chinese government if we're looking at both the commercial and the strategic needs for limiting our exposure to the malign activity of Beijing. And if we look at supply chains by any of a few measures, we unfortunately haven't actually diversified away from China and reduced our exposure nearly as much as would be prudent in a whole lot of areas. The Biden administration at the beginning of its term in February of 2021 did a supply chain executive order focused on 4 areas of particular concern. These included pharmaceuticals and medical supplies, semiconductors, rare earths and other critical minerals, and electric vehicle and renewable energy inputs. Those were well-identified areas. And in none of those areas has the shift in supply chain dependence away and outside of China been sufficient, not even close. And in some of those areas, our dependency is even worse than it was before. We have tariffs now in most of those areas, but not pharmaceuticals. That is a step in the right direction, certainly with respect to the U.S. China trade relationship. But if you look at an area like rare earths dependency, an area which was put on the agenda of some in Washington and other capitals around the world as far back as about 14 years ago, when China first put an unofficial but real embargo on the export of rare earths to Japan due to a dispute in the East China Sea. That was supposed to have been the wake-up for a lot of us about the exposure that we face to China, China's ability to leverage supply chain dependency against us and against the interests of the democratic world. And yet since then, the U.S. dependency on China for rare earths has, by certain measures, although truly robust figures are hard to come by, our dependence has gone from about 95% more than a decade ago to about 95% today. In Japan, it's believed that the dependency has dropped quite significantly, but even for them, it's about 95 then to about 60% today, which is a significant persistent dependency, even though it is a far greater step in the right direction than we've been able to engineer through our policy and our economic and commercial decisions. Those sorts of figures persist also in pharmaceuticals. A lot of us look to India, for example, to be an alternative to China, but actually there has been recent reporting that India's dependency on upstream inputs from China in critical areas like microelectronics and pharmaceuticals has actually gotten worse in the last 4 years amid COVID and everything else, and not better. There are a lot of reasons for this that I assume we will go into here. Some of them, I think, include that the US government has gone almost completely quiet on Xinjiang and the abuses perpetrated there by Beijing in the last 3.5 years. The US government in recent years has not pursued with much vigor at all the blacklisting of Chinese companies for their interactions with the Chinese military. The reckoning that we need in US policy around things like export controls and trade because of China's military-civil fusion strategies has been talked about a little bit, both in the last administration and the current administration, but really not pursued and enforced as a matter of export control policy. Beijing's aid to Russia in Ukraine has not been punished or deterred, neither for good purposes with respect to Ukraine, nor for useful purposes with respect to alerting American business to the degree of exposure that we all have to China's own kind of defense industrial base and its support for the malign defense industrial base of Russia and others. I think a lot of this is caught up even in visible in mere rhetoric, like the shift from talking about decoupling a few years ago to talking merely about de-risking in the last several years. That has given a whole lot of audiences around the world an understanding that the degree of threat here is less than it might have been, and the need to shift, including in costly ways, is less than it might have previously been perceived. So these challenges remain very difficult, and I'm glad that that VOC and others are on the case.
David, thank you, and we'll go straight over to Randy.
Great, thank you very much. And I really want to add my thanks to the VOC organization, not only for this event, but all the great work you do. Dr. Patterson, thank you very much. I want to associate myself with just about everything David said, but I don't know if you picked up on our bios. David was State Department, I'm Defense Department, so he's very articulate, erudite, and I'm going to be very blunt. Speaking from a DoD perspective, we have done an abysmal job in terms of pursuing a more resilient economy, in terms of thwarting PRC advancements in particular critical technologies, in terms of insulating ourselves from PRC leveraging their dominance in the global supply chain. And I think we are marginally better off than we were when we started the efforts, several of us in the last administration and Michael on the Hill. It's a good start. You got to start somewhere. But we have enormous work ahead of us if we're going to make this meaningful and really position ourselves much better for the ongoing strategic competition. I would say, in a way, when we recognized we were in strategic competition, and I choose those words carefully because I think one side was competing long ago, and the Chinese viewed us as competitor number one, enemy number one, they would sometimes say in China. When we recognized it, You may not find this shocking to hear, but our government didn't exactly move in unison and every agency in lockstep to posture more appropriately for competition. And in fact, I think our trade and economic agencies lag significantly behind and still do. And there's understandable reasons for that. There's even under, I think, a very good secretary like Secretary Raimondo at Commerce, there's a lot of ambivalence there, right? I mean, for decades, if not centuries, their job was to promote U.S. business abroad and in China even, to promote opportunities for joint ventures and expansion of the market for U.S. companies. So it's a cultural change. It's, you know, it's in a way, a pretty sharp inflection point turn for these agencies. But the fact of the matter is, we now have a situation where the defense enterprise, you know, it's pretty clear in strategic documents in terms of acquisition strategy, training, posture initiatives. Everybody is moving in the direction of better posture for competition. And we're still lagging behind in the trade and economic agencies. So my starting point wouldn't necessarily be to sharpen particular tools in the toolkit, although that needs to be done. I think we need to think more radically about how we organize ourselves and how we, as a government and as bureaucracies, how we approach the challenge. At a sort of macro level, we have an economy that's been optimized for returns, for profit, which led to very aggressive globalization of supply chains in pursuit of cost savings. We don't have an economy that was built for resilience. We don't have an economy that was optimized for security and our strategic best interests. But it wasn't long ago that we were there, and we can move back in that direction. But because of this issue of the need for cultural change and radical policy change at our economic and trade agencies, I really do think we need to look at structure and strategic guidance. So I was part of an effort at our think tank, Project 2049, to launch an initiative called the China Economic Strategy Initiative, where we've taken 2 years to look at this issue. And our conclusion was we needed something similar to Ronald Reagan's NSD 75, where he sort of laid out the Cold War strategy that from the point at which he picked up the mantle as president, and how he was able to bring that to a kind of end game by close to the end of his administration. We need to think about restructuring, particularly at the National Security Council, because for this to succeed, the president has to drive this. The president has to drive this, and the secretaries of Commerce, Treasury, and USTR, they need to understand it's the president's priority. So at the NSC, you would need something that has appropriate directorates and appropriate seniority to be able to convene these various agency representatives. There's going to be PCCs, policy committees meetings with people who don't normally sit in the same policy committee meetings because of the multifaceted nature of the challenge. But I guess the short version is I really see a need for structural change and strategic guidance at the presidential level before we can even start to look at the areas of decoupling and the various tools in the toolkit. And I certainly agree. I think David ticked off the same priority areas and sectors that I would identify. Certainly critical minerals, biopharma, more work on semiconductors, because that's a very dynamic environment. But in each case, the tools might be slightly different, and even the motivations might be slightly different. We have objectives that range from wanting to make our supply chains resilient, so we're not potentially subjected to Chinese use of leverage, as we saw with the case with Japan in 2010 that David mentioned. So we want resilience on our side. We do want to thwart innovation in particular key sectors because of the military applications as well as the economic competitive standpoint. So one of the real hard problems is you really got to be granular within each sector to be successful at this, and then you got to bring in partners and allies. In semiconductors, we were sort of blessed that there was some very obvious choke points and not too many players who were in that space. So if we got the Netherlands and the Japanese to come along, we were pretty far along in our efforts to at least thwart the PRC's ability to acquire and produce the most highly advanced chipsets. Not other sectors are not going to be like that. There's going to be more players, and more cooperation is going to be required. So, the toolkit has to be sort of optimized for each one of these sectors. Has to be driven from the top. And I do think there's a big, the Chinese would say lawfare. There's a big element of just enforcing U.S. law here, because I think you mentioned China's support for Russia. I truly believe there's sanctionable activity that's going on. They say they're not providing military and lethal support to Russia. I think they're barely one removed from that in terms of some of the key components they're providing and some of the sustainment support they're providing for Russia's lethal capabilities. So I think there's sanctionable activity there. I think there's definitely sanctionable activity in China's relationship with Iran. I forget the exact figure, but I think China's now purchasing about 90% of Iranian oil. And they think it's sanctionable. Otherwise, why would they be using multiple transshipment points, shell companies? If they're doing that, I think that we should also explore and see if that's sanctionable activity, because I'm pretty confident it is. We're all familiar with the tragedy of fentanyl in our country, certainly an application of U.S. law there. I think we should be reviewing the various foundational trade agreements. The commission that I'm part of, U.S. China Security Economic Review Commission, one of our recommendations was to review the original PNTR bilateral agreement between the United States and China. Just review it. Because I think what you'll find is that in I think it's 22 separate pledge areas that the Chinese made in order to get our support for permanent normal trade relations and ultimately accession to the WTO. I think they're in violation of every one. So just review that, and upon review, you might actually have a pretty good case for voting them out of WTO, or at least suspending our WTO obligations to China. So I think there's a lot that can be done, but we have to be of a more aggressive mindset, and we have to recognize that this part of the competition is really the key part. And I say that coming from a Department of Defense background. We are not going to be successful if we throw up some tariffs, revise CFIUS, and then allow U.S. capital to flow into China at record levels. I mean, it makes no sense that we're going to say we're going to review an inbound Chinese investment because they're trying to have a controlling interest in a U.S. entity that's doing research in AI or you name the critical sector. But we're going to be okay with U.S. capital going to China and investing in an entity in China that is doing the exact same research. That makes no sense at all. So we have to really look at some of these gaping holes that have been present in our approach to trying to be on a more competitive footing vis-a-vis China in this economic competition. So I'll pause there.
Randy, thanks. So we've heard so far about the context. We've heard about the need to restructure our partnerships, the way that our government does business, our priorities. And so we'll turn it to Michael. Go right ahead.
So if David is the diplomatic presence on the panel and Randy is the blunt presence on the panel, as a former congressional staffer, I haven't decided what to call myself, because you could pick a lot of pejorative adjectives to describe Congress, and I hope to not be that presence on this panel, but perhaps straight shooter. I don't know. We'll see. So let's start with maybe stepping back, and I want to pick up on a number that David mentioned in his remarks, which is the 95% exposure of the United States to rare earth minerals from China that's been persistent over what I think you said 10 years, a decade or so. That's part of the story. I think there's another layer of the story that's more immediate and more recent to the headlines we've been reading, which is we are witnessing in this new generation of not just great power competition, but in warfare, what technological exposure to your adversary looks like. And you don't have to look any further than what happened recently in Lebanon with the pagers of Hezbollah operatives that suddenly and simultaneously were ignited by presumably the Israelis. Now, the key difference there between Hezbollah and the United States is that Hezbollah did not know that their primary communications apparatus was infiltrated by their adversary. Had they known, I think it is a safe assumption that they would not have been using them. We, however, have no such excuse because we know and have known for quite some time. And during my portion of this panel, I will address the congressional aspect of this problem to try to get to the point of why, even though there's this high level of knowledge and understanding, there's been such a low level of response and urgency to respond. Let's start with the 3 initiatives that the Select Committee laid out. I think this was probably in either late 2022 or in early 2023. The 3 top tier priorities that the Select Committee flagged initially were ag land, outbound investment, and TikTok. Those have changed a little bit over time. Biotechnology is now in that because it's a live issue. But initially, those were the 3. If my tracking of Congress is correct, and David, I know you guys track this, so correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't think the Hill has solved the ag land issue yet. I don't think they finally legislated on this. Outbound investment, for those of us who have been watching, there's one member of Congress in particular who happens to be the chairman of the Financial Services Committee in the House, and he is, at the risk of maybe oversimplifying just a little bit, the single point of failure for why we have not yet, in a comprehensive, credible way from Congress, restricted the flow of outbound investment to our greatest geopolitical adversary on issues of technology that are making the People's Liberation Army stronger and making us weaker and more vulnerable to them. The final item on that list, TikTok, gives us, I think, the early indicators of a ray of hope that there is a critical mass of bipartisan legislators on the Hill that are not only beginning to understand and internalize what it means to be exposed to the CCP technologically, but they are beginning to do the really hard work of legislating. And I want to peel back that curtain just a little bit by putting TikTok next to the other big legislative accomplishment that Congress has gotten done on China in the past few years, which, as many of you in this room already know, is the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So the Uyghur forced labor came to a point in, I think, right before Christmas of 2021, TikTok much more recent. I think there's a lot we can learn from these 2 episodes about where the Hill is on this whole problem set. With Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, this almost did not happen. This came very close to dying on the vine at the very end of the year in 2021. Again, at the risk of oversimplifying to tell a story quickly, the point of failure was evaded by one person in particular. And I think a lot of credit goes to Senator Jeff Merkley, because he did something that was very difficult and frankly somewhat rare in Washington, which is he leaked against his own administration, his own party, and indirectly his own president. Because from the podium in the White House communications room, the former press secretary was promising, swearing up and down that the administration was not lobbying the Hill against the bill, whereas the, at the time, Deputy Secretary of State was in fact doing that exact same thing. And Jeff Merkley went to the Washington Post, went on record and confirmed that this was happening. And as soon as that happened, the opposition to the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act evaporated, and it was only a matter of days until the House passed it, then the Senate subsequently passed it. Now, the key focus of the Hill, and again, this is something that y'all have known and you have heard, but I'll just, at the risk of being repetitive, I'll reiterate this. It is very rare that for an issue of such high national security importance as China, most members of Congress will not go on record if they disagree with a punitive action against the CCP that could harm their own political bottom line. They will find evasive ways to try to stall legislation. And the rank order of what matters on the Hill, and I learned this as a policy nerd when I worked in the Senate, this was very illuminating for me because I thought policy was the most important thing. Politics is always more important than policy on Capitol Hill. The coin of the realm, though, in Congress is procedure. Because if you can have a procedural excuse for opposing something, you don't have to reveal your political preference for or against a position. And we all know politicians do not like taking public positions when they don't have to take one. So with the UFLPA, with Uyghur forced labor, at the time, if you remember, the biggest argument against UFLPA for a lot of folks on the Hill was not related to substance. It was related to congressional procedure. The big issue of the day was there's a blue slip issue, which shorthand way of saying the bill needs to originate in the House for constitutional reasons, but it was a Senate bill, and there were a lot of procedural complaints about how this was going. In reality, members had known about this problem, quote unquote, for a very long time. If they really wanted to fix this issue, they could have changed the order of which chamber introduced the bill first. This was an easy problem to fix, but a convenient one to raise if you want to avoid the issue, because the Christmas holiday was just around the corner and they were trying to buy time to avoid legislating. I was listening in on calls with the Chamber of Commerce opposing this bill. A lot of the big industry interests that David and Randy have been talking about that are not going to benefit from this reorientation of our relationship with China oppose this bill because it called for a huge restructuring of our supply chains. Thankfully, sunlight is on our side, I think, on a lot of these issues. And once the sunlight hit, the opposition evaporated. With TikTok, this was a learning process for Congress because Congress tried to legislate on this in 2023 with the Restrict Act. And a lot of lessons were learned with how Congress responds to our exposure, maybe not to economic issues, but to information issues, our exposure to the CCP's control over the information and the news that Americans consume, and that's the TikTok problem. Initially, the Restrict Act, my editorialization of it, not AFPC's, just mine personally, a broadly written bill that lent itself to being easily defeated because so many interest groups hated different parts of this 23 to 46 page long bill, and there was something in it for everyone to oppose. It was easy for TikTok lobbyists to shoot down. What former Congressman and former Chairman Mike Gallagher and Raja Krishnamurthy, what they were able to accomplish was extraordinary with TikTok. And I think they have left a playbook for a lot of other members to follow, which is number one, keep your negotiations and the construction of the bill in secret and behind closed doors for as long as you can to spring the surprise on the adversary. Number two, get White House buy-in, which was extraordinary that they were able to pull this off in secret again. And then number three, move the procedural process quickly. And I think this is a reality that it is not yet a politically toxic issue for members of Congress to oppose reducing our dependency on the Chinese Communist Party. And I think that speaks to the presidential leadership that Randy mentioned. Like when I talked with Mike Gallagher about this on my podcast, what we're all kind of trying to do here, and that's bigger problem set that all of us in one way or another are highlighting, is we are trying to reduce our exposure to the problem before we find ourselves in a crisis where the CCP can really make us pay in an experientially painful way. And the one way that we really need to do that as a democracy is we need a president who is educating the American people consistently and giving members of Congress pressure, but also support. And we have not had that. We have not had that in the past 3.5 years, which is a huge problem. So I'll conclude on this final note. We have had some really big wins with TikTok and UFLPA. I will stress, though, as I've said in other China forums in the past few years, these are defensive plays for the United States. This is not the United States fighting the asymmetric weaknesses of the CCP's own strategy. We are insulating ourselves from their malign influence. It's good that we are finally getting some legislative wins. What members of Congress did not do when I was on the Hill, nor are they doing now, is finding where is the CCP weak. Where can we exploit those weaknesses? And that is where we really need to move the legislative focus.
Super. Thanks. And to our last speaker before the Q&A, let me just remind you that they are coming around with a white card. So if you raise your hand, our staff will give you one of those cards so we can get to those questions. Liza.
Thank you so much. So if you've had a diplomat and then a warrior and a straight shooter, I will play the role of the token cautious optimist. That's a dangerous thing in a China community. We're often overwhelmed by the scale of the challenge, but I find that it's a career necessity in this field to try to retain some optimism. So I'll try to end on a very cautiously optimistic note. And obviously, I think from what you've heard today, it's clear that China has become a very high-risk environment for businesses and investors. In many areas, China is already closed for business. Secretary Raimondo and Michael Kovrig, who formerly was held at ransom in China for 3 years, have both called China uninvestable. So I think that much is clear. But my current focus is mainly on the technology sector. And today, I just want to make a fairly simple observation about where the U.S. is now in the policy evolution on China technology issues, and then quickly comment about where we are going and how to make the current approach more effective. So broadly speaking, I would argue that the U.S. government is moving from a list-based approach to a rules-based approach. And again, I'm cautiously optimistic that this is a good trend and we need to push it faster and broader. So in 2017, of course, the Trump national security strategy shifted the United States' strategic approach to China. The U.S. government is like an aircraft carrier. It turns very slowly, but once that turn happens, it's hard to reverse course, and it kind of keeps going in that direction. Policymakers began to slowly dust off some old policy tools, punitive measures that they had at their fingertips to go after China, mainly targeting individuals, businesses, entities. There were a lot of lists, and these tools included things like Commerce Entity List. We would sit in the NSC and brainstorm about how to get companies like Huawei and ZTE and NewTek on the entity list that took a lot of our attention. Of course, there was the case-by-case reviews of inbound investments by CFIUS, visa sanctions against human rights abusers, financial sanctions, DOD's list of Chinese military companies, lots and lots of lists. So these were these tools, many of them were created during the Cold War for a different type of adversary, a different type of challenge. And so we kept bumping up against the fact that these tools aren't entirely fit for purpose for dealing with a high-tech autocratic rival that is already deeply entangled in the global economy. Those things were not true of the Soviet Union. So again, the tools had their purpose. They were good for signaling, good in some cases for cost imposition, but they're ad hoc. And I'm not the first person in Washington to say that it was kind of a whack-a-mole strategy. The scale and the systemic nature of the China challenge requires a bolder, more comprehensive approach. So really what we need is a rules-based framework that can be applied to broad categories of risk rather than just single entities, and provide clarity and advance notice to businesses and other entities that are entangled with China. I would argue that this approach is in fact emerging, and it's starting to be institutionalized across the federal government, and that is a good thing. Admittedly, our progress is too slow. There are massive gaps. We go 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but that is those are features and bugs of a democracy. And so that's just the way it will be. David briefly mentioned, I'll give you one example of what I mean by a rules-based approach. And David mentioned this briefly. Just this week, a couple days ago, the Commerce Department announced its new rule, long anticipated by those of us in the China tech community, that over time, this should ban Chinese and Russian cars from the United States. So it's called connected vehicle rule. That refers to basically all modern cars. And the idea is that cars these days are basically data centers on wheels. They're loaded up with sensors, communication devices that connect to the internet. And a foreign adversary like China could use remote access to not only steal a lot of data through these cars, your smartphone is connected, your computer is connected, but more troublingly, even manipulate or sabotage these vehicles or the infrastructure they're connected to. So, in the past, you can imagine, 2032, a Taiwan scenario when we're kind of deciding at the NSC whether to go to war with China. China could reach in, sabotage, shut down transportation systems, cars, traffic lights in Miami and Washington, D.C., and really send a message to the United States. So we don't want that to happen. And Commerce was wise, I think, to get ahead of this problem. And I'll note that we are not currently importing many Chinese vehicles at all. So Americans aren't being hit in the pocketbook by this rule. So instead of targeting a specific firm, it's targeting an entire category of Chinese technology, and that's some progress. A few other examples of this rules-based approach: Treasury's new outbound investment program. Hopefully it'll come out soon. We're all waiting for it. It's been accused of being too narrow, and I think it is. It should be broader. But nonetheless, instead of this case-by-case review method that CFIUS used, the new outbound rule is a rule. It tells companies what types of investments are prohibited and which ones you simply have to notify the government of, and which ones are allowable. But it puts the compliance burdens on the companies themselves and kind of tells them what they can do and what they can't. There's a few other examples. I'd say the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act is one, DOJ's bulk data order, and a few others. So if that's where we are, how will this move in the future? It's clear that more and more technologies are going to become implicated in this systemic rivalry. I think consensus is growing even in the tech community, outside the China community, that pervasive technological entanglement with an adversary is unsustainable. So the connected vehicle rule is perhaps a glimpse into the future, and we should expect more of the same, especially as AI and sensor-enabled technologies permeate more and more areas of our life. And cyber attacks that we experience, first and foremost from China, but other nation states as well, become more and more aggressive and sophisticated. They're not only stealing our data, but also remotely accessing our systems. There's Volt Typhoon, Flax Typhoon, and I think today Salt Typhoon. They're in our IT, water, energy, and transportation systems lying in wait. So with all that in mind, it's simply foolhardy to cede control of our strategic infrastructure and technology to an adversary. So Commerce has suggested what might be next: drones, cloud computing, satellite ground stations, robotics, and others. So despite this progress, it's clear that we're still too entangled. My co-panelists have pointed that out. So how do we make this approach more effective? Just 3 ideas. I think first, for the US government, we need to make sure we don't lose the progress we've already achieved since 2017. We often say that there's a bipartisan consensus on China, but I think you've heard today that it's somewhat fragile. Our next test will be in January, where whether it's President Harris or President Trump, their teams will face a series of choices. Are we going to build on and accelerate the progress we've made? Or are we going to return to the starting line and relitigate some of the fundamental questions that have driven China policy? Does China really seek to displace the United States as the world leading power? Can we find a way to transform them into a more cooperative partner? Can we find a stable equilibrium with a Leninist autocratic superpower? It hasn't worked for the last 20 years, but I'm sure our incoming team is smarter than the last guys, and we'll figure out a way through our American optimism and charm. I'm being sarcastic, of course. We don't have time to revert to outmoded assessments of China's capabilities and intentions. We can't go back and relitigate all of this. The CCP has ambitious and transparent designs for the international order, and saying otherwise is frankly an insult to the seriousness of Chinese policymakers. Quickly, for corporations should not be holding their breath for a major change in the next administration's approach to China. Even more importantly than that, the CCP should not be expected to change its posture and choose a more market-oriented path. The CCP's stated goal is tech self-sufficiency and market dominance, not liberalization. Lastly, for democratic market economies, we need to work together to build a new economic order for the new Cold War era. So in the years ahead, democracies really need to combine our resources and markets and create new ecosystems for technology, trade, and investment cooperation with China on the outside. The idea is very simple: free trade for free people and managed and limited trade for autocracies. Moving from lists to rules will be all the more powerful. It'll send a stronger signal of deterrence and generate more productivity if we combine our market power as democracies.
Liza, super. Thank you very much. And thanks to each of our panelists. We had a number of questions come in, and many of them focus on what corporations can and should be doing. And it comes to a point that you made there. So let me ask two questions to the group. We're in Washington, so often we default to what government should be doing. And government should be doing things. We heard a lot of that. So first, what do you recommend specifically for corporations? And can you point to any who've been good on this? And then second, to pick up on this last point that Liza made, are any of our allies or any of our partner governments doing things that are innovative and smart that we should be modeling as well? And I'll just kind of open it up to the group to answer those.
I'll comment quickly. It's been said before, corporations all need a China plan. If you have a footprint, whether it's production or sales or whatever it is in China, you certainly need a China plan. I was sitting in the room with a bunch of Wall Street investors a couple of years ago, and a senior DoD official had recently come to speak with them, and they came away with the impression that we were going to war with China within the next 7 years. And so the debate was, if that's the case, do we need to get our investments out now, or can we kind of wait and play chicken? But then there's a risk that the investments just go to zero if we don't get it out in time. So I found that to be interesting. You need a plan. This is a possibility. Yes, there are firms that are better than others. I don't want to name the ones I have in mind, but there were some firms with major production footprints and sales in China that saw the writing on the wall that deep integration with China was not a good bet. And so they got ahead and started moving plants to Mexico and Vietnam and Indonesia and elsewhere. Most of them still retain some market share in China, but I think it's this general recognition that over time you need a lot of backup plans.
I am having trouble recalling which university, and granted, this is not a corporation, but there are examples of entities that have recently responded quite favorably to congressional pressure on this stuff. So the Select Committee on the Hill on the CCP recently released what I found to be a really troubling report about research institutions in the United States that, number one, receive some sort of research grant from the Department of Defense, and number two, conduct some sort of research with a PRC entity connected to the PLA military civil fusion industrial project more broadly. And the goal of that report is rather illustrative in the two things that they're looking for. Are U.S. taxpayer dollars going directly or indirectly to PLA-linked companies inside of China? And one of the institutions that the Select Committee flagged this for, again, I can't remember if this was the University of Georgia or some other Georgian university, so don't hold me to that, please. But if you find any of the reporting on this, I think even in the report itself, they're really open that some of these institutions have completely dismissed these concerns. And I don't know how public they've been about naming them, so I won't here. But they have also had a few universities that have been very cooperative. And once policymakers come to them and explain, like, listen, this is a problem for obvious reasons. There have been a small handful of universities that have responded well. And I experienced this on the Hill when Senator Cruz learned that the University of Texas was on the verge of accepting a very generous grant from a United Front linked organization. Senator Cruz reached out to the president of UT and said, please do not do this for all the following reasons about the United Front, the CCP's broader malign influence. And UT did the right thing. They said, this is number one, bad press, but number two, this is going to be bad for our university and bad for the LBJ school over time. So there are a few instances in academia where you find very highly receptive leadership and receptive institutions, others not so much.
Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of confidence in the corporate world to quote, do the right thing on their own. There's certainly things happening in the economic environment related to China's downturn, but also just sort of a long slide, losing their comparative advantage when it comes to cheap labor for low-end manufacturing that are affecting corporate decisions, and some of that dovetails with the other problems we have. But we should all be reminded of Xi Jinping's visit to San Francisco and APEC and the not one, but several standing ovations he got from American business leaders. I think doing the right thing in their mind is maximizing profits. And if that involves staying put where they are in the China market, they'll do it. So I unfortunately do think the government is going to have to play a forcing function in this. I would add to what Michael said. I think there are some state governments that have been forward-leaning on this, and I would probably miss a bunch of them, but I'm somewhat familiar with the case of Tennessee, where they proactively said state pension funds were going to get out of China investments. And guess what? Their returns went up. China's stock market hasn't been doing great, but it can be done. And in terms of foreign governments, some have dramatically changed their exposure, although still exposed. But I would point to a foreign company / foreign government, and a big one. Samsung has dramatically changed its posture in China and diversified in places like Vietnam, and has, I think, also benefited from that strategic decision.
Yeah, I would certainly share, Randy's observation that that policy at the federal level, especially also at the state level, is often, the sine qua non of a lot of this sort of movement in the business world, including, because businesses will naturally do what is believed to be profit maximizing. Of course, the essence of a lot of this, from a strategic perspective, are questions that include profit maximizing over what time frame. And how then are risks, including the risk, for example, of Xi Jinping assaulting Taiwan and triggering a world war thereby, where should that factor into corporate decision making and on what time frame? And I think there's no question that by and large it should factor in more substantially and more urgently than is typically assumed in boardrooms and frankly in many halls of government, both in this town and around the world. There's a real risk of not just status quo bias in thinking by policymakers and by leaders in business and elsewhere, but there's a certain marriage of status quo bias and selective, frankly optimistic thinking, and often mirror imaging that makes leaders not focus enough on the words and the thinking of foreign, ambitious, authoritarian, revisionist, governments like that of Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin. And some of the sort of the selectivity in our kind of cognitive biases is seen in the way that the example of Vladimir Putin is and isn't applied by observers to China and to Xi Jinping. There was a lot more serious consideration of Taiwan war risk in the weeks immediately after Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February, 2022. But about 4 weeks after that invasion, when it looked like Vladimir Putin had fallen on his face, there was a rush by a lot of us, by a lot of observers in the US and around the world, to assume that A, it was true and would somehow be permanently true that Vladimir Putin had fallen on his face, and that B, Xi Jinping, looking upon this, would determine that anything like waging conventional war on Taiwan is simply out of the question and would find himself, having fallen on his face too. And therefore, concerns about Taiwan war risk ought to be actually restrained and kind of deprioritized in government strategic risk planning and corporate strategic risk planning. And to the extent that that happened, that was probably a mistake and potentially an enormously costly mistake, for reasons that we can get into or not. But they certainly, the picture looks different 2.5 years later, as Vladimir Putin grinds down on Ukraine, but also the obligation of business leaders to look and to recognize, to take seriously Xi Jinping's own words, which on the subject of Taiwan and his ambitions for it, the urgency of his timeline, none of that has softened, not in the 2.5 years since Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and not really over the 10 plus years of Xi's reign in power. One point I would make just quickly, that it comes from a slightly different angle than we've yet hit, is that China risk is increasingly third country risk for business executives, especially as investors and executives and others have realized the very substantial and complex risks of operating in China, of technology transfer directly to China. We've now been posed from a policy perspective and from a business investment perspective with questions about, say, U.S. investment in Gulf countries, in AI and semiconductors and other strategic areas, and how that carries significant degrees of China risk. And those are aspects of the broader China risk picture that are in many ways more novel, less well understood, and very important, because even to the extent that we succeed in diversifying away from China, doing less directly in China, there will be a China valence to a lot of what we do and a lot of risks that we try to manage in other places as well.
Well, thank you for those answers, and it's noteworthy that no one pointed to some of our friendly governments as real leaders in being able to solve this problem and show us the way. It reminds me that, for instance, when it comes to Cuba, that despite our own sanctions, how few countries have followed that lead against a terribly totalitarian regime over the past half century. One of the questions that keeps coming up, and Randy started down this path, was about states. Uniquely, American states have the purchasing power in many places of countries in other parts of the world. And so one of the questions we have is, are any states more specifically doing anything proactive that's a lesson to be learned? Is there cooperation between the federal and state governments on this? And then a third question that's in there about the states are things like debt and retirement programs like CalPERS and things, and if there's anything that can be done in that sector. Anyone?
Start. Well, sure.
I mentioned it, but I think you know more than I do.
I was inclined to defer to my famously martial colleague here, who did hit the point well. But Randy will correct me in a moment. I think it's certainly a welcome and important question. States, we should say, don't have the ability, even collectively, even if all 50 did it, to solve a good number of the challenges that we've highlighted here. But they have a very substantial, both material and sort of signaling power in decisions that they do make. And so to tick off some of the areas where this comes up, this won't succeed in being an exhaustive list, but maybe we can make one collectively. There is indeed the matter of state investment rules as regards things like public pensions, and those are very important. There is state procurement rules for technology, which mirror decisions that have to be made in Washington, often department by department, relevant congressional oversight committee by oversight committee. But, what are states procuring when it comes to telecommunications systems, drones for public utilities and for law enforcement, automobiles for all kinds of, state purposes, and, down across a wide list of procurement areas that some states have begun to work down and many have not. There are practices that relate to all states with respect to subsidies and tax incentives. Some states are working to marry kind of systematically a proper understanding of China-related risk to the what's often called the economic development initiatives that they have with respect to taxes and subsidies. And it's good where the states are doing it, but it's not. It is certainly not all of them. There are questions around university ecosystems in states where obviously state administrators have authorities that relate to their university systems, which are enormous sources of technological development and innovation and enormous targets for espionage, trade secrets, theft, and other malign activity from Beijing. And the authorities that exist at the state university level will often, again, mirror authorities that might exist if they were used at the federal level. And there's a significant need for not just sensitivity to the risk, but practices of due diligence on the part of the relevant administrators. And there are opportunities for lawmakers in states, for example, as at the federal level, to broaden the application of a principle that is still fairly exceptional in our law, but was central to the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And that's the principle of a rebuttable presumption, which would say that a certain type of activity is prohibited with respect to China unless whoever it is that wants to undertake the activity is able to rebut the presumption that it is a problematic undertaking. So in the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, the activity in question are, the import of goods from China that come from Xinjiang or from elsewhere where there is endemic Uyghur forced labor. But in the academic context, for example, we would benefit enormously from systems that said that, advanced research collaborations with China, where the university system is entirely subject to the state and very often to the Chinese military and, surveillance apparatus, such academic exchange programs could be subject to a rebuttable presumption that says, look, given the nature of Chinese law and the Chinese system, given the enormous problems of the theft and otherwise the exploitation of U.S. technology for malign purposes in China and by the Chinese authorities, we need to establish a rebuttable presumption that says these activities might be possible, but only if they can rebut the presumption that they are irresponsible. All of those areas are, being explored, but only in a so far limited and kind of patchwork way. The state of Tennessee has been a leader. The state of Texas has been a leader. The state of Florida has been a leader, and there are others, but it isn't like a lengthy enough list.
Great answer. One quick thing that I'll add. Number one, double down on Tennessee. They've been doing great stuff. Second thing that is exciting at the state level is there are a number of state capitals that are looking at updating, in some cases introducing their own version of a Foreign Agent Registration Act. So FARA, one of the statutes in the U.S. Code that is in the most dire need of updating in this season of great power competition that we are all in, the number of loopholes in the statute that allow foreign governments to evade the disclosure that is required under the statute means that there's a lot of really sketchy lobbying, not just from the PRC, but from a lot of other foreign governments that have nefarious interests that are run counter to America's. Updating this in Washington has proven to be a laborious process. This was an issue when I was still on the Hill over 5 years ago, and it is still under consideration and deliberation now. However, state governments are starting to take this issue up, which means that if you're a registered lobbyist for any state capital and you have a foreign, I think in some cases it's a malign foreign government as they define it, then you need to disclose that and register as such. And I think that's a wonderful piece of energy for at the state level that hopefully, to your point, David, a lot of that stuff is signaling and the energy can trickle up over time. So I think that's one of the particularly exciting things.
I want to pick up on this because we've had a number of questions that have to do, how are we really supposed to understand this idea that somehow China is being lobbied for in Washington and other places? Is it that, one question has to do with, is it really that there's Chinese lobbyists? Or is it that it's really, this one business, a large business is going to go into someone's congressional district and, they want the jobs there. So part of the question is, how are we supposed to understand this thing that we've been talking about when it comes to lobbying on behalf of China? And related to that is in the 1980s, it was hard for Republicans to come out with a policy of tariffs and things towards Japan for a variety of reasons early on. And yet there was a bipartisan movement led by President Reagan, really, that did that eventually. Are there lessons from what happened then with Japan, who was the big challenger at the time? I mean, it's hard to remember now, but they were the big challenger at the time. Are there lessons for today?
I'll jump in briefly on at least the first part of that for the lobbying. If only it were so simple that it was just a few Chinese companies that were behind all of this and we could isolate them, name and shame them, and then we could wash our hands and call it a done deal. I think what you alluded to, Dr. Patterson, is that there are a lot of entrenched interests among Americans and American companies that have their own economic interest in defending the interests of the CCP, whether they know that they're doing that or not, or whether they would even admit that they're doing that. And there are a few pieces of legislation on the Hill where this is happening as we speak right now. And again, I'm a think tanker. I'm not advocating for or against the passage or opposition of any piece of legislation. I'm just sharing some examples about what's happening currently. There is a piece of legislation under consideration in the Senate as an amendment to the NDAA, the Defense Authorization Act, that would restrict the ability of local law enforcement throughout the nation to use DJI drones for their law enforcement. This is introduced by Senator Rick Scott of Florida. I can tell you that the reason this did not get into a manager's package of amendments for NDAA is because there is opposition to this bill in the Senate at the relevant committee of jurisdiction. And again, like we talked about a few minutes ago, leveraging congressional procedure to kill something is always the most preferred way of a member of Congress to stop something moving that they don't want to admit publicly that they want to oppose. If you are against restricting the presence of DJI CCP drones in the United States, that's not a politically tenable or popular position, so you hide behind procedure to do so. This is happening right now. We saw some more public-facing examples of this. We had members of Congress openly defending TikTok last year and this year. We had members of Congress openly defending Wuxi AppTech, which is one of the biotechnological companies that is a CCP entity that has access to the DNA information of a whole bunch of Americans and a whole bunch of other people too. And in many cases, to your question, it's jobs in the state or the district that are at risk. And by extension, re-election. Those jobs are voters. And this is nothing new about Congress. Like, we all know this. We've all heard this for so long. But it remains so pertinently true for all these really severe issues of national security. And the best thing to do always, whenever you can, is to expose whenever that's happening, at the risk of using cliches, which I hate, but this is really appropriate. If you can shine sunlight on this problem, it doesn't necessarily evaporate, but the likelihood of it evaporating quickly jumps significantly.
I'd just add very quickly, the Chinese method of gaining and leveraging influence around the world is really through elite capture. And they have a version of elite capture in the United States. It's not necessarily the way they do it in the global South, which involves a lot of corruption and direct payments. But it is through corporate leaders who then influence members of Congress and influence other key officials. It's through academics. It's through sort of the network of old friends of China, although that's changing a bit now that some are departing from the scene. But when I started in government, certainly you'd be very humbled to get a call from Al Haig or talk to Henry Kissinger or Scowcroft or Brzezinski, all great Americans, but certainly carried a lot of water for China back in the day, I would say. So I think we have to be sensitive to this methodology, because Americans tend to think, well, we're not corruptible in that way. We're above reproach when it comes to that kind of influence peddling. But in fact, in many ways, it mirrors the way they do it elsewhere around the world.
Could I pick up on something? We have a couple of questions that tie to something that Liza said early on. Or near the end of your remarks, Liza, you said moving from lists to rules. And we had this comment about third-party states. I think David mentioned, in other words, that our technology goes to a second party and then it bleeds out to a third party. And there's a whole set of arrangements, they're Cold War arrangements, around dual-use technologies, Wassenaar arrangement, these other things, so to try to stop that from happening. So does anyone want to comment on are we seeing progress on rules that are the types of rules that would get at this problem of a dramatic technological shift? I mean, we've talked about it for a long time, but we've usually talked about it in terms of just outright theft or things being given. Are we getting better on the rules when it comes to commerce, when it comes to technology, when it comes to informatics, et cetera?
Sure, I'll try to take that. I think with respect to export controls, there is the beginnings of a shift from list to rules, certainly with the controls we have on advanced AI chips and on some of the tooling, some of these very high-end pieces of equipment and chips that are enabling the AI revolution. We have moved from list to rules. I think that was kind of piloted back in the Trump administration by putting Huawei on the foreign direct product list. And then actually it was after Russia invaded Ukraine, we took sort of this a very novel countrywide approach to export controlling things to Russia that then kind of created a template for the chips to China. So I think that's starting to emerge, but really only in chips and perhaps a couple of other things. So we really need to rethink this system of export controls to account for military-civil fusion. And instead of coming up with these lists of specific entities in China to which we do not want our advanced technology to go, it really needs to be a countrywide ban. Any entity under the control or jurisdiction of China should not be getting that. So you're seeing that nascently in one or two technologies, but it needs to go more broadly.
And I would add to that, partly with an answer to the previous question about Japan and trade and tariffs. And, that's to observe that, one area where we've had, quite a revolution in recent years in U.S. policy with respect to China is with trade and tariffs, in a manner that was begun obviously by President Trump and his trade czar, Bob Lighthizer, and was very notably and contrary to a lot of expectations carried forward in the Biden administration. Not immediately or openly or enthusiastically as such, but the China tariffs not only have now been kept in place for all of the Biden term, but back in May, President Biden built on those China tariffs very directly, using the very same authority that President Trump and Ambassador Lighthizer created with the 301 investigation in 2017 and 2018. And President Biden layered a portion of tariffs on top to cover Chinese electric vehicles and other areas of that kind. One of the most, I think, significant questions and opportunities, but it will not be easy, that is out there right now, and I think relates to sort of what we've been discussing about U.S. supply chains in China, is President Trump's promise that he's offered a few times during the campaign to pursue, if he wins, a 4-year phase out of critical imports from China. Imports including in areas like pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and otherwise. That has never been U.S. policy. It is a far more dramatic and compelling, but also complex and challenging goal to set that would require the use of stepped up tariffs, among other measures. But, examining what that will entail, how it can be designed from a policy perspective and from a political perspective, obviously what it would mean in business terms, is one, I think, very important kind of opportunity that we all have now. And I would say, Liza's extremely well put vision for free trade for free people is something that would be a dramatic change in the status quo of our trade policy. It's so dramatic that it's often regarded as radical. But, not to put words in Liza's mouth, but as I understand it, a club of free trade for free countries is actually the basic modern liberal international Bretton Woods principle for free trade. It is the ideal that is idealized in this town for what was built beginning at Bretton Woods and then developed, throughout the Cold War. The only problem is it then resulted in the 1990s in a catastrophic decision to bring adversaries inside the club when the club cannot enforce rules against its own members. So the club has been broken and ruined. And now to simply state what was a liberal kind of international ideal of policymakers in the late 1940s is a radical position that, but the fact is, it's correct. It was correct then. It is correct now. It's urgently needed now. And a lot of the measures sort of for what this would take would require a lot more of a willingness to have managed trade with our rivals and adversaries, but then to maximize free trade with our friends, which is a necessity and ought to be, especially after the last several years in Washington, not as radical an idea as some would make it out to be.
Well, I think with that, we're going to bring it to a close. I think as I reflect on what we've heard, not just in the last hour, but since this morning, one of the things that I'm grateful for is that there seems to be a widespread, gritty determination in the policy sector and among public servants. And each of these people have served in public life, served our country, but a determination to take seriously not just the threat of China, but to look for clever and sophisticated ways to deal with these threats. And that's a bipartisan thing that we see across the lines these days, a new recognition, and a recognition that our adversaries want to use the tools of our own democratic and free market processes against us. But that a recognition that, well, then we have to be looking at those things and be wise as serpents in a sense about taking them on in those things. So in a moment, we're going to transition and have an interview led by Dr. Zenz, but would you help me in thanking this panel?
All right, everyone. We're going to continue our program here. The interview with Martin Dimitrov. Everybody would like to sit down. Very good. Yeah, it's our pleasure here to welcome Dr. Dimitrov. He's a distinguished professor of political science at Tulane University, holding affiliations with the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard. He's also an associate editor for the journals Problems of Post-Communism and a Journal of Asian Studies. Dr. Dimitrov's scholarly work includes publications like Piracy in the State, The Politics of Intellectual Property Rights in China, and Why Communism Did Not Collapse, delving into the resilience of authoritarian regimes in both Asia and Europe. Dr. Dimitrov received the Berlin Prize and the Axel Springer Fellowship. At Tulane, he has received the President's Award for Excellence in Graduate and Professional Teaching. His ongoing research endeavors include completing a book on welfare dictatorships and editing a volume on China-Cuba post-revolutionary governance. I have no idea if that's true. This might be outdated information.
It's still true. I'm still working.
You're still working on these?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Martin, thank you for coming. It's a pleasure to have you here today.
My pleasure to be here, Adrian. Thank you.
Great. So I have a couple of questions about the book here. And here's the copy, Dictatorship and Information, Authoritarian Regime Resilience in Communist Europe and China, comparing former Eastern Germany, Soviet Union, Bulgaria, and China in terms of their regime resilience, how these regimes survived or collapsed, and the role of information in that. Now, Martin, you published this fascinating book recently. I've had the pleasure to read it. Can you give us a 2 to 3 minute introduction to the main arguments you make in this book?
Yes, thank you, Adrian. It's my pleasure to do that, and thank you for this opportunity to speak about my work. The motivation for this book is a scholarly problem, and it turns out that's also a real problem in dictatorships. The problem is the so-called dictator's dilemma. And the scholarly literature has argued that dictators are unable to collect information about the level of popular discontent that they face, and as a result, they're unable to calibrate repression and concessions. Their rule is unpredictable and short. So this scholarly argument creates an empirical expectation that dictatorships will be very short-lived and brittle. And what, for me, the puzzle was, well, there is a subtype of dictatorships, namely the communist ones, which are very long-lived, which suggests that they have solved this dilemma. And the book is presenting an answer as to how the dilemma might be solved.
Well, that's fascinating. Now, you yourself grew up under a communist regime in Bulgaria. How has that experience informed your scholarly approach to understanding and researching authoritarian communist governments around the world?
Thanks, Adrian. It is true. I was born in Bulgaria. I was 14 when the Berlin Wall collapsed. And I think there were two impacts. One is personal, the other one is professional. On the personal level, when communism collapsed in 1989, it came as a surprise. So this surprise has motivated my entire academic career. I have since then discovered other communist regimes that haven't collapsed. This is why I became a China specialist, in order to think about these contrasts between communist regimes that survive and others that don't. On the academic front, I think the biggest surprise for me was how communist dictatorships are portrayed in the literature. My sense is that the literature in general has a fairly reductionist approach to communist regimes, and the emphasis is on the repressive strategies for regime survival. And obviously, those are quite important, and in some moments in time and in certain regimes, they're essential. But they're not the only way in which communist regimes survive. So, as a scholar, what I'm interested in is uncovering and describing the complexity of how authoritarian governance is possible.
Now, that is a fascinating topic of research, and it's a puzzle in many ways in political science. Now, you do make an argument that communist regimes have been more resilient than other authoritarian regimes on average. They tend to last longer, and we can clearly see that, of course, for example, with China. Now, according to your research, why is that?
Yes, thanks for the question, Adrian. So the statistical patterns are quite clear. Communist regimes outlast personalist regimes, they outlast military regimes, they outlast single-party non-communist regimes. They are the longest-lived non-democratic regime type that has ever existed. And this suggests, going back to the foundational puzzle for my book, that they have found ways to handle this dictatorship dilemma. And the answer as to why communist regimes survive so much longer is that they create institutions that undergird their rule. And within the realm of institutions, the ones that form the focus of my book are the institutions for the collection of information. And I think to everybody in this room, there's one way in which information is collected in communist regimes that is not surprising, and this is surveillance. We have all heard about the East German Stasi, and of course, in the context of China, there are multiple surveillance entities. The Soviet Union had the KGB, and so on and so forth. So the surveillance aspect of the collection of information is fairly well known, although for me, there were certain aspects of it which were fascinating and surprising and new. So what I call this type of information collection is the involuntary collection of information. When we deal with involuntary collection of information, there's a problem, and the problem is that citizens normally are either aware that they're being monitored or they suspect that they might be monitored, which leads them to dissimulate. So with the involuntary collection of information, there is the potential for error and the collection of either erroneous information or information that might be misinterpreted. For this reason, I argue in the book that communist regimes aim to incentivize the voluntary provision of information as well. And they need both the involuntary and the voluntary at the same time in order to have a more fine-grained assessment of popular discontent. So the voluntary information is something that has received less attention in the literature. And in terms of how citizens may be incentivized to voluntarily provide information, the main channel that I explore in this book is petitions. So citizens write to the authorities about various grievances that they have, and they expect that those grievances will be addressed. So by doing that, by writing to the authorities about grievances, citizens are not only transmitting information, but they're entering into an implicit bargain with the regime. And the bargain is that as long as you provide what we want, we will remain quiescent. So we will not engage in a rebellion. So the voluntary provision of information plays a very important role in my book. And when this voluntary provision of information declines or is non-existent, I argue that communist regimes get into trouble. This is not a good situation for them.
So your book really is filling a very important gap in research and understanding the resilience and the survival of communist regimes. Now, you say that the voluntary provision of information, such as through citizen complaints, is key for the state to assess the popular mood more reliably because people do it voluntarily. You have already talked about the role of surveillance. Now, how about high-tech surveillance? High-tech surveillance is known to penetrate more deeply, more systematically at a larger scale into people's lives. Can high-tech surveillance compensate for a lack of voluntary information provision, in your opinion?
Yeah, this is a great question, and it's a question of central importance to my book. Before I answer the question, there's one aspect of high-tech surveillance that is not widely appreciated in the literature, and there is this, I think, optimistic understanding that if you have the technology, you can dispense with humans. And what I find in my book is that even in the case of China today, where there's this extremely advanced surveillance technology, there are also human informants, and in fact, the density of human informants is extremely high. So this is just an empirical finding about the persistence of traditional methods of information collection through human informants, despite the advent of technology. So related to this, I think, optimistic understanding of what technology can give us, there is the sense that if you do have this extraordinarily sophisticated surveillance technology, which China has, this may de-emphasize the importance of the voluntary provision of information. And I don't share that view. So in my understanding, the voluntary provision of information remains very important to communist regimes, even in today's China in 2024, because it is not just about transmitting information, it's also about binding citizens to the regime in the ways that I articulate in my book. So what would happen if you have a situation where there is very little voluntary provision of information and there is only sophisticated high-tech surveillance is that citizens will be extremely afraid to actually show their true inclinations, and the regime may overinterpret the signs that it has of potential opposition, and it might engage in higher levels of repression than would be necessary if there was the voluntary provision of information. So what I'm very interested in this book is this optimal situation where the regime knows a great deal about citizens, a lot of the information is voluntarily provided, and it can engage in relatively low-level and highly targeted repression. And to the extent that there's less voluntary provision of information, there would be more surveillance and there would be more repression within the parameters of my book. And this is not a situation that I'm interested in as a scholar. I mean, it's not an optimal situation, and it doesn't bode very well for the communist regimes that engage in this type of heightened repression.
That is a very, I think, apt argument. And in fact, if you look at the situation in Xinjiang in my own research, it's striking how the high-tech surveillance state that China, one of the world's most sophisticated high-tech police states, has not replaced large numbers of boots on the ground in terms of large numbers of police, auxiliary police, and kind of all kinds of level of surveillance personnel. So I think this really kind of supports your argument. Now, in your book, Dictatorship and Information, you do make some specific arguments about Chinese regions with concentrated ethnic populations, concentrated non-Han populations, Tibet and Xinjiang, and you discuss these regions in your book. The party state has struggled to anticipate unrest. Beijing was surprised, caught off guard by the riots in Lhasa and in Urumqi in 2008 and 2009. Now, why is that? Can you explain your argument about these regions?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. What I'm interested in my book is developing arguments that apply nationwide, but obviously in countries like China, where there are large ethno-religious minorities that are also territorially concentrated, this presents a problem for the communist regime because large territorially concentrated ethno-religious minorities present an obstacle for the penetration by the communist regime. And this is the case not only in China, but in other communist regimes. So to answer your question, Adrian, the Chinese government didn't anticipate Lhasa 2008, it didn't anticipate Urumqi 2009. What I argue in my book is that there's a prehistory to that. So in one of the chapters, I go back to the 1959 uprising in Tibet, and I argue, why was that not anticipated? And the answer is consistent as we move through time. The answer is that the Chinese Communist Party had a relatively low penetration among in this case, the Tibetans, but this also holds in the case of Xinjiang. So the Communist Party's minority membership is below the share of the minorities in that region. So this is part of the reason. Another one is that the voluntary provision of information through citizen complaints is extremely low. And then what the regime has to resort to is the involuntary collection of information. But there, the problem is that it typically has an insufficient number of local informants, so agents that it has managed to recruit amongst the minority population. So when you put it all together, this makes the eruption of ethnic discontent a repeated surprise. This is the argument in my book. It's about the insufficiently thick or pervasive networks that the government has in these regions in terms of party members, voluntary provision of information, and informants from among the ethnic minorities.
Now, a critic might say that in Xinjiang, between 2012 and 2016, the state might have actually been able to penetrate ethnic society to a considerable extent. Beijing built local police stations everywhere. There was an increase in the manpower of grassroots organizations. Uyghur work teams were sent into Uyghur homes. Beijing ramped up technological surveillance capabilities, recruited many Uyghurs into the police forces, and so on. Even if the voluntary information provision and the trust between Uyghurs and Han certainly declined during that time, wouldn't all of these measures together have enabled the state to assess the mood of local populations and engage in preventive repression? How would you sort of assess this argument and respond to it?
Thanks, Adrian, for asking a tough question.
You're welcome.
What else could I expect from you? But of course, this is a very important question. So what it centers on is, what does a regime lose when it has limited, low, almost non-existent voluntary provision of information? And what I argue in my book is that it loses a great deal. And it loses information about material concerns that people have, but more important than that, it loses a very important mechanism for creating this implicit social contract between the regime and the population, the implicit social contract where you will remain quiet because we will provide you with we will satisfy your material needs. So, of course, the government has invested extensively in surveillance technology, but what this surveillance gives the government information about is only the type of dissatisfaction that would require repressive measures. And what we see as a result of this heightened surveillance, of course, is the camps that you, Adrian, and others, but primarily you, have done such important work on. So if we could inhabit the counterfactual of what would the world have looked like had the Chinese government been able to obtain large amounts of voluntarily provided information in Xinjiang as well as in Tibet, then my argument is that it would have engaged in a very different policy towards these populations, and it would have managed to create closer bonds between the citizens and the regime. Now, this is a counterfactual, and I'm a scholar, not a practitioner. So this is my argument, that there are limits to what the surveillance technology can give a regime, and there are also very clear implications of very heavy-handed surveillance, and those implications are, let's engage in repression, because after all, this is the information that we have, because we don't have the voluntary provision of information.
Very good response to a tough question about your book. Very interesting point. Surveillance is inherently intrusive, and this kind of intrusion probably further fuels the kind of vicious spiral of distrust that, of course, is a reflection of the lack of voluntary provision of information, and kind of led to a path of kind of a downward spiral of repression in this case.
Yeah, that is certainly consistent with my argument.
Very good. Now, we do have an extra minute. Professor Dimitrov did bring a copy of his book. If you're interested to talk to him afterwards, he also, I believe, has some flyers about his book that he's going to put out on the resource table out there. Since we have an extra minute, would you be interested to talk about some of your ongoing and upcoming book projects in relation to China? As you wish, flexibly.
I'll be delighted to, because that's not a tough question. And with Professor Zenz here, the only thing one can expect is tough questions. Yes, so I am completing a short book on the adaptability of the Chinese Communist Party. This morning, we had a keynote address by Professor Shambo, who is a noted expert on the Chinese Communist Party, and he has written on that issue. So I'm engaging with his work and also with the work of Bruce Dixon, another DC expert who has written about the Chinese Communist Communist Party. I'm interested how the Chinese Communist Party adapted to 1989, both in terms of the domestic instability that it caused, but also in terms of the international implications, because 1989, of course, was the year when communist regimes started to collapse en masse, but not in China, not in Vietnam, not in North Korea, not in Cuba, and not in Laos. So this is one thing that I have completed, and it should be out fairly soon. And then, of course, there is the work on welfare and on China-Cuba. So I'm very interested in what we can learn from the case of Cuba, which is a regime that persists despite itself. It should have collapsed a long time ago, but it's not collapsing. And for me, it's interesting to see in what way the survival of the Cuban regime parallels some of the strategies that China has employed in order to survive.
Well, Martin, thank you so much. This was a wonderful opportunity for me to finally ask all my difficult questions about your work. It was a true pleasure to have you. Thank you so much, and please give a hand for Professor Dimitrov.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started. Thank you all for joining us. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome you to this panel. My name is Danica Demplo, and I am the policy manager at the Simon Scott Center for the Prevention of Genocide at the, I'm too short for this, at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. And it's a privilege to be able to moderate this really important panel today. I want to begin by giving just a quick bit of a context for this panel. And then, of course, our panelists will go into it in far more detail. But to introduce you to this topic, the Uyghur community is a Turkic Muslim minority group who live primarily in the Xinjiang province in Western China. The Chinese government has persecuted Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslim communities on the basis of their identity for decades. In the spring of 2017, the Chinese government established a constellation of detention centers, which they labeled as education centers, and massively escalated this persecution. In 2021, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum published a report entitled "To Make Us Slowly Disappear: The Chinese Government's Assaults on the Uyghurs." We found a reasonable basis to believe that in the pursuit of the Chinese government's multifaceted and systematic campaign to persecute and forcibly assimilate Uyghurs, the Chinese government is committing crimes against humanity. Specifically, the crimes of imprisonment or other severe deprivation of liberty, persecution, torture, sexual violence, forcible transfer, enslavement, and forced sterilization. The Simon Scott Center has also expressed grave concern that the Chinese government may be committing genocide. Despite reports from our institution, other institutions like it, governments across the world, and reporting from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, China has managed to use its geopolitical strength to resist scrutiny and has posed significant challenges to the pursuit of accountability for these crimes. These include the Chinese government seeking to prevent unhindered access to the region, carrying out transnational repression of advocates, and positioning political roadblocks in multilateral institutions. Nonetheless, we want to make clear that we are seeing survivors, researchers, and advocates from the Uyghur community continue to document, spread awareness of, and pursue accountability for mass atrocities, often at great personal risk. And it continues to be the privilege of our institution to support this community in those efforts. Today, this panel will discuss this topic, and more specifically, strategies for documentation, prospects for legal action, prospects for policy action at multilateral settings. So we're going to begin with a discussion and a back and forth with the panelists to speak to different areas of this topic, and then we'll turn and consider questions from you, our audience. We clearly have an incredibly distinguished panel here today. So given time and the importance of this subject, I'm not going to read everyone's bio. For some on the panel, it might take the entire time we have for this discussion. But I would like to encourage you to look at their biographies in your programs to get to know them better. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our panelists, Muater Ilikud, the project researcher at Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, Ambassador Stephen Rapp, former U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice, and Ambassador Morse Ten, former U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice.
We are clearly very fortunate in panelists today to have these three. I'd like to begin our conversation by going directly to Ambassador Tan and ask you, Ambassador, if you could set the scene for us and give us an overview of the systems of repression that we're still seeing in China and some of the challenges in pursuing accountability for these repressive practices.
Thank you. It's very good to be here with you. It seems like it's been an amazing conference, and it's an honor to be here and to be part of it with you. A term that I coined, as far as I know, is techno-totalitarianism. The Chinese Communist Party uses all sorts of technology to surveil and to try to control its populace. And if you are not a Han Chinese communist, then you are less than in Xi Jinping's CCP-dominated China. And so in Xinjiang province, you have, there was a very good summary before, and I'm sure earlier today as well, but you have all manners of crimes against humanity that are being perpetrated in these re-education centers, whether it's slavery, whether it's sexual crimes, whether it is torture, whether it is extermination. There is a whole range of crimes that are being committed. The forced sterilization, the forced abortions. Consider that you have, for example, over 80% of IUDs being implanted in Uyghur and other Turkic minority women in Xinjiang province when they make up less than 2% of the population. And you have this marginalization of them being considered as religious extremists for such outlandish beliefs as believing that children are a gift from God. And so this is the context in terms of what has been going on in Xinjiang province, and therefore the mass atrocity determinations that the U.S. government put forward on January 19th, 2021, for crimes against humanity and genocide against the Chinese Communist Party. And with respect to the genocide claim, that was a little bit more controversial, but I think in support of it, the extent of what was going on there, the rate at which it was happening, those were factors that contributed to a genocide determination in this context, whether it was through preventing births, whether it was through direct killings, whether it was creating conditions, making it hard for them to survive, any of these categories under the Genocide Convention. But it's not just the Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in Xinjiang province. It's Tibetans who have been trampled. It is Falun Gong who have been persecuted. It is Christians throughout the country. The Chinese government has destroyed more Christian churches than all other governments in the entire world combined. And so the crimes that they are committing are actually broad and are not limited only to one particular part of China, nor to one particular group in China. And you have other things like organ harvesting, where living human beings, their organs are torn out of them, murdering them in order to create this organ trade that happens for those who are engaged in medical tourism to get organ transplants, where healthy people are being murdered. And so this is not just one province, it is not just one people who are being persecuted, it is broad-based. And frankly, this is what happens in communist regimes. The norm for communist regimes is for them to seize the resources of the society and then to trample the people. To put it maybe in communist terms, it is to, in result, destroy the proletariat that they are claiming to help. And rather than being a government of the people, it ends up being a small communist elite who hoard the power and the resources and crush their own people. This is also true in communist China as well. And so if you are not a Han Chinese communist, you are less than in CCP-dominated China, but a major emblematic place in which this has occurred has been Uyghurs and other Turkic minorities in Xinjiang province.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for setting a wider scene and situating the repressive practices and atrocities against the Uyghurs within a larger context and patterns of repression. And I will be sure to come back to you on the question of a mass atrocity determination as part of a discussion of larger policy options in this case. I'd like now to turn to Muater. Muater, would you be able to share with us the methodology and, if possible, some of the initial findings from your research on documentation of mass atrocities and how to build dossiers for the prosecution of Chinese officials who are implicated in these atrocities?
Sure.
Does it not work?
Okay, thank you. So it's not working. Yeah, thank you, Danica, for the introduction. My work on accountability has focused on building, actually, if you could go back one slide. Yeah, building prosecution dossiers and compiling evidence related to the crimes committed against the Uyghur community. We have selected a number of prosecution targets based on their proximity to the crime scenes, making sure that we do target the high-ranking officials who's directly involved in overseeing or directing those atrocities. So my work has been researching on their background, finding out their roles in policymaking and enforcement, and collecting documentary evidence, speeches, internal government documents, and witness account to sort of find that involvement, their involvement in different aspects of the atrocities. And the ultimate goal here is to have prosecution dossiers ready for to submit to national prosecutors who can pursue charges against these individuals under the principle of universal jurisdiction or other international, relevant international framework. And our first prosecution target has been Zhao Kezhi, who I will come back a bit later. If I could go to the next slide, please. And in terms of our methodology, it's been pretty straightforward, I would say, very much systematic and evidence-driven. We started by establishing Zhao's background, examining key positions he held, and his responsibilities during specific periods relevant to the crime. And the second phase, we worked on compiling specific incriminating evidence. This would include internal government documents, which has been largely sourced from the Xinjiang police files, and of course a big amount of open source research and collecting witness accounts. And then lastly is on phase 3, it's legal tagging of the evidence by a legal team based on the types of crimes. If I could go to the next slide, please. Yeah, about Zhao Kezhi. Zhao Kezhi has served as the Minister of Public Security, Party Committee Secretary of the Ministry of Public Security, Deputy Secretary of the Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission, and State Councillor of the PRC. And on our prosecution target, we have primarily focused on his role as the Minister of Public Security during the time frame between 2017 and 2022, where his role involved overseeing the domestic security forces, including the coordination of surveillance, detention, and re-education effort in the Uyghur region. If I could go to the next place. One of our major findings in this regard has been Zhao's June 15 speech delivered during his first official inspection visit to Xinjiang. where he affirmed Beijing's full support to the region mass internment campaign. And then in the first section of this speech, he praised the region's effort in counterterrorism and stability maintenance, and he summarized those in what he called the 10 wall downs. Number 1, Xinjiang fought the strike hard battle wall, and here he referred to the aggressive counterterrorism campaign. Number 2, the second wall down is de-extremification, having controlled the sources wall. The third wall down is having done a good job in the work with the masses, where he referred to the becoming family policies and other policies that's designed to promote ethnic unity. Number 4, done a good job in national language education, where he endorsed the enforcement of Mandarin Chinese as the primary language, and though banning Uyghur textbooks, Uyghur schools, and Uyghur classes, which further erased the Uyghur identity. And number 5, transformation through education has been done well, where he praised the re-education camps, stating that Xinjiang had successfully built an effective initial mechanism for centralized education. And according to him, these measures achieved the goal of transforming Uyghurs, stabilizing the households, and ultimately stabilizing the society. And then he goes on and basically praises all aspects of the atrocities that's happening in the region. And these points clearly reflects his full awareness of those crimes and active support for the systematic repression in the Uyghur region. And in the second section of his speech, next please. He addressed some of the ongoing challenges and set work priorities for the next phase. And he highlighted that the struggle against terrorism and extremism absolutely cannot be relaxed in any way. And this is also where he hinted the overall number of people that's detained in those camps. And then on the last section, section 3 of his speech, he expressed support for Xinjiang's work, citing instructions from Xi Jinping directly, who demanded the implementation of practical measures such as increasing the number of staff positions in detention facilities, enlarging these capacities, and increasing investment into these facilities within the set time frame. And as a result, these directions led to increased manpower in this prison, where thousands of police officers and prison guards were being transferred from mainland China to the Uyghur region, and hundreds of thousands of detainees were being transferred to those mainland provinces like Sichuan, Gansu, and etc., due to the lack of capacity in existing prisons in the region. And additionally, billions of yuans of investments were being allocated to prison expansion and construction projects after the speech was delivered. And then, can I go to the next slide, please? In addition to his June 15 speech, we did also find a handful of other documents that's referenced to or built upon it. We found a number of police station internal meeting summaries where Zhao's speeches were studied at lower levels, where police officers and stations at lower level were interpreting his visit and his speeches as Beijing's concern for the region, and then they therefore have to strengthen the security measures and adopt a long-term combat mindset, and etc. And we found some police station work plans and convenience police station work manuals that were developed based on his speeches and directives. It outlined standardization of service models, law enforcement duties, and enhanced combat effectiveness to better serve the objectives of stability maintenance. And we found 2 lists of promotion orders for police officers that was signed and approved by Zhao explicitly. It was a set of around 400 police officers that was promoted to first-class police inspectors, and this kind of documents shows that he was directly involved in shaping and rewarding the Xinjiang's leadership and its security apparatus. And we found opinions on legal issues in terrorism and extremism cases. This was jointly issued by a number of government entities, including the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Public Security. And it outlined legal opinions on the handling of terrorist activities and extremism crimes, on how to justify the mass detention centers and other policies that's implemented in the region. And then lastly, we had a golden witness statement, where an anonymous witness provided a witness statement recounting a visit in the camp where he was detained in southern Xinjiang by Zhao Kezhi and Chen Quanguo. And the witness described how detainees were made to perform dances for these officials who came to visit, and that this somehow indicated whether or not they would be released. And next, please. Lastly, we did also conduct a good amount of research on Zhao's visit to the region. His first official visit took place on June 2018, and he went to cities like Urumqi, Hotan, Kashgar, Kyzyl-Su, XPCC 14th Division, held multiple seminars to improve anti-terrorism and stability efforts, and he received reports on emergency drill, police and community coordination, and station expansions. And then in March 2021, he conducted a follow-up visit and inspected public security department control centers, visited Urumqi prison management, Tokhson County detention centers, and the XPCC's anti-terrorism training base, and reviewed reports related to integrated joint operational platform and prison management systems as well. So in conclusion, I would say these findings demonstrate Zhao's deep involvement in the repression of the Uyghurs, his speeches, his directives, and his visits to the region. It all clearly shows that he did not only have full knowledge of the atrocities, but also actively supported and praised the policies that led to mass detention, to surveillance and stringent control in the region. He was directly responsible to somehow in overseeing these atrocities. He was overseeing the police forces, prison management, detention center expansions, detainee transfers, and his explicit approval of the stability maintenance measures. It all demonstrates his complicities in these crimes. And though his actions align with doctrine of command responsibility, showing that he both knew about and played a key role in perpetrating these violations, and establishes a clear basis for his criminal liability. And that's what we have done so far about Zhao Kezhi, our first prosecution target.
Thank you so much, Muater. This is clearly incredible, and I think demonstrates so many different dimensions of documentation, the creativity in finding different routes to identify a subject's complicity in what they're doing. And then also it's so useful to ensure that such figures do not get to shelter in obscurity, that you're making that link between actions that can only be done by people with the people that are actually responsible, and not allow this to seem like it's occurring naturally or in a box. So Ambassador Rapp, I'd like to come to you. Once someone assembles evidence and builds a dossier that prosecutors outside of China could potentially use, how does one continue to pursue this accountability process, including through the principle of universal jurisdiction?
Well, thank you very much, Danica, and thank you to the sponsors of this conference. It's been fantastic and a real learning experience for me. Before I answer that, I should say something about what brought me to the Office of Global Criminal Justice. I had been an international prosecutor for 6 years at the Rwanda Tribunal, first leading the prosecution of the media case, the 3 media executives whom we convicted for direct and public incitement to genocide, and then supervising a dozen trial teams that brought in about 35 convictions of individuals for the crime of crime, genocide, and then went over to West Africa to be chief prosecutor of the Special Court for Sierra Leone that prosecuted leaders on both sides of the armed conflict there who'd committed mass atrocities, including the chief of state, the president of the neighboring country, Charles Taylor, president of Liberia, for 11 counts of crimes against humanity and war crimes, and today doing a 50-year sentence. So thereafter becoming ambassador for global criminal justice, position that I was succeeded in by Ambassador Tan, a position that's been maintained under administrations of both political parties, very much engaged in this idea that those responsible for mass atrocities, crimes against the code of humankind, international crimes, crimes that are crimes even if they're committed entirely within the boundaries of a single state, need to be held accountable, no matter how powerful those individuals are. And certainly in the case of China, that's a very challenging thing. Now, just saying, in regard to my own experience, I recently sat in a People's Tribunal. We heard Sophie Richardson speak about how it's too bad we only have People's Tribunals to hear these cases. But we had a tribunal in The Hague where I sat with a judge from South Africa, a former judge of the Constitutional Court, and a jurist from Sri Lanka in South Asia, and heard evidence in a confirmation hearing for 5 days of an indictment to indict Xi Jinping for crimes, particularly in Xinjiang and Tibet. We appointed 3 very experienced international defense attorneys to represent Xi and to challenge every aspect of the case. Sophie and Adrian and many victims and survivors testified. And we frankly had no difficulty finding that there were substantial grounds to believe that genocide and crimes against humanity had been committed by Xi in Xinjiang, and crimes against humanity in Tibet, and we confirmed an 11-count indictment against him. The challenge, of course, as your question indicates, is that we really don't have a court to go to. For the question of state responsibility, we know, countries, for instance, like Myanmar ratified the Genocide Convention, so it was possible for Gambia to essentially pursue a state responsibility case under the Genocide Convention in the International Court of Justice, which is a state-by-state body. There's been a more recent controversial case of South Africa versus Israel on the crime of alleged genocide, again, a state-by-state thing, because both countries have ratified the Genocide Convention. China has, but it explicitly reserved and said that the provision that would allow it to be taken to court does not apply to China. So that particular approach isn't available, even if there were a willing state prepared to do it. And China, as we heard earlier, may have ratified human rights treaties and conventions that might create ICJ jurisdiction or complaints mechanisms in the treaty bodies, but it has been very careful to always exclude the possibility that any of these cases could actually be brought against it. And of course, it hasn't ratified the International Criminal Court Treaty. Many countries like ours hasn't. There were 125 countries are now in the ICC. And generally, the only way that you can bring a case to the ICC if the country hasn't ratified is through the Security Council, as we did with Darfur and as we did with Libya. And that takes 9 out of 15 affirmative votes and no veto. And of course, China would veto any case brought against it. So the question is there a possibility of justice? And what evidence can be brought? Well, it often is a matter of then determining whether there's jurisdiction in the particular case, which is going to depend upon aspects of, in the case of the ICC, whether the crime was committed in the territory of an ICC member or by a citizen of an ICC member. Or in the case of a third country operating under universal jurisdiction, many countries have laws that permit jurisdiction if a perpetrator turns up in that country. But then, of course, you've got to attribute specific responsibility to that individual. You've got to identify them. You have to have a case. And of course, there's the challenge of prosecuting that in a local court when it's a different language and a different culture. And you may have countries that, for instance, permit prosecutions where one of their own citizens is victimized abroad. But most states haven't provided really adequate resources to their investigative agencies or their prosecutors to do these cases, though there's some very good developments in that regard, which I'll get to in a minute, and we can talk about how cases could be brought. I need to bring up the potential ICC case against Chinese leadership and against individuals, because it is there, and it hasn't gone anywhere, despite 4 submissions by an attorney from the UK, Rod Dixon, who's representing the Eastern Turkestan government in exile, plus individual victims and survivors. And he has made, as I say, 4 submissions. It's before the prosecutor, whether the prosecutor would decide to move to the judges to open a case. What's the basis of that? The basis of it specifically, first of all, the legal basis, is the idea that there are cross-border crimes that the ICC has jurisdiction of. And there's a precedent in Myanmar where, as you recall, in August and September of 2017, 300 villages were burned, 10,000 people murdered, thousands of women raped, other horrible violence by the Tatmadaw, the Myanmar military, that forced about 700,000 Rohingya from Myanmar across the border into Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a state party of the ICC. And the courts determined on the prosecutor's application that because part of that crime occurred in the crossing, in the forced crossing of the Bangladesh border, then that whole crime could be prosecuted in the ICC. The prosecutor is investigating it actively. We hope that he'll soon have an indictment or an arrest warrant against the senior leader of the Tatmadaw, the chief of state of Myanmar. That hasn't happened yet, even though that crime now occurred some 8 years ago, but there is ICC jurisdiction. I was just in Yerevan, Armenia last week, meeting with representatives of the 120,000 former residents of Nagorno-Karabakh, who a year ago were forcibly deported by actions of the government of Azerbaijan and its leader Aliyev into Armenia. And Armenia has now become a state party of the ICC, number 125. Putin did not appreciate that. And also accepted ICC jurisdiction since 2021. So there's very likely a case there. Now, what Dixon, on behalf of Turkestan, East Turkestan exiles, is attempting to do is to look at the facts that occurred in Tajikistan, which is a state party of the ICC on the border of China, in which between 2016 and 2018, 3,000 Uyghurs were forcibly deported back into Xinjiang because of the intense action of the Chinese government and of their representatives in Xinjiang, including acts and explicit threats against them and their extended families, actions that would be taken if they didn't return to Xinjiang, raids which they sponsored and conducted against Uyghur markets, bazaars in Tajikistan and Dushanbe and elsewhere. And other acts of force and intimidation. And he has witnesses from inside the detention camps, one in particular that's provided an affidavit about the threats that are made to people within the detention system in Xinjiang, saying, if you leave, we will go out and get you and bring you back. And had fellow Uyghur prisoners that were put into the tiger chair of torture, as he was, who had been among those that had been forcibly deported back. So there is a potential case there. Whether the ICC would say 3,000 victims in this kind of situation is enough, we don't know. And of course, you can question how effective the ICC is at the end of the day. I'm as experienced prosecuting at the UN-created, Security Council-created tribunals. The ICC is not as effective, nor does it have the same level of state cooperation that they did. And the ICC is controversial. On the other hand, nobody wants to be under its indictment, and every country that is facing it is doing everything that it can to avoid it. So it is somewhere.
But
it's not a
Ambassador
perfect place.
If we could, there'd definitely be an opportunity to discuss more on universal jurisdiction. So I will come back to you on that, but I did just want to thank you for bringing into focus some of the avenues that are now closed, some of the avenues that may open up, and an interesting look into the ICC case. I do want to turn to Ambassador Tan, but of course, Ambassador Rapp, I'll return to you.
Okay.
So Ambassador Tan, you mentioned in your remarks about the importance of a mass atrocity determination. And I want to follow up, and just for the audience's understanding, the mass atrocity determination that came from the U.S. Department of State came in 2021 from then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and concluded that since at least 2017, the People's Republic of China, under the direction and control of the Chinese Communist Party, committed crimes against humanity and genocide against the predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and other members of the ethnic and religious minority groups in Xinjiang. So I wanted to follow up on your mention of this mass atrocity determination to ask, what are some of the benefits of having a mass atrocity determination from the State Department? And this occurred was released in 2021. What can advocates and those seeking accountability do now to best benefit from the fact that this mass atrocity determination exists?
Yes, thank you. So this was only the 7th time in U.S. history that a mass atrocity determination had emanated from the U.S. government. And so these are done with a great deal of an evidentiary basis for them. And so they have a lot of weight, they have a lot of credibility, and they often lead to a cascade of things that follow in its wake, whether you're talking about sanctions, whether you're talking about congressional legislation that happened in its wake, whether you're talking about the diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics, whether you're talking about the Uyghur Tribunal, that was a tribunal of public opinion that formed and moved forward. I just talked with the head of the World Bank earlier this week, and he was telling me about how there was a World Bank loan to China that the remaining portion of it was canceled based on the mass atrocity determination that had taken place. It extends to supply chains of companies that are involved in using the forced labor. There's a whole range of potential outcomes that happen and a cascade of things that have happened, but there's also other things that have yet to happen. Ambassador Rapp was talking very specifically about various possibilities and ones that are foreclosed for various reasons. And so I think it would be tremendous if there could actually be prosecution not only in a people's tribunal, which is non-binding, but if it could be done in some other international or mixed or hybrid or some other mechanism that could potentially bring some justice for these mass atrocity crimes that have taken place. The 8th one was Myanmar, and that occurred about a year after the coup that happened in Myanmar. But these are not common, they're rare, but they tend to be impactful. The CCP was so embarrassed by it that they said that they were sanctioning 30 top U.S. officials in response to the mass atrocity determinations that took place. I think they called Secretary Pompeo a doomsday clown. To this day, I don't know what was lost in the translation, but doomsday clown is not a phrase that I'm familiar with, but that is what they called Secretary Pompeo because they were so upset about this mass atrocity determination. And so there is a cascade of things that follow, and there are more things that can yet follow in the wake of the knowledge of these grave, grave injustices that have been happening.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. It's helpful to know the way in which this kind of determination can enable government officials going forward to be able to take steps, and is also an aspect of bilateral diplomacy and politics that can be used to signal to other governments a recognition of crimes that are taking place. On the subject of the multilateral space, I did want to return to Ambassador Rapp, who gave us a very thorough explanation of the ICC opportunities and where some of the limitations are with that and with universal jurisdiction. Are there other avenues that we should be aware of, including the UN Human Rights Council? It seems the incredibly impactful report that was delivered 2 years ago from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights acknowledged that international crimes and potentially crimes against humanity may be taking place. And does that open up the space? What do you see as the role of the Human Rights Council today in potentially addressing not just past human rights violations, but also continuing and ongoing human rights violations given the current situation in the multilateral space?
Well, we heard earlier from Sophie and others that spoke on the previous panel, the challenges in the Human Rights Council, the vote in October of 2022 that we lost by 2 votes, even on debating the report that was filed in the last hours of Michelle Bachelet's term as High Commissioner. But let me just say something about how the Human Rights Council and the Geneva system could help, and it's particularly in this area of universal jurisdiction. And we've seen the precedent of that in Syria, for instance. First and foremost, and to recognize Muder's fantastic work and the work of civil society, because that's the fundamental aspect of this. Geneva inquiries are often limited to speaking to refugees and obtaining information about their suffering, but may not have very much information about the people who caused that suffering, particularly at a high level, and may not have access to the sort of technological means to gather open source information, to gather information about the sort of chain of command and authority and everything else. And that's something that's critically needed. So civil society has largely filled that gap in the Syrian context. We actually had a commission of inquiry on Syria, another country not in the ICC, no way that's going to prosecute its own cases. And we've had a commission of inquiry now for 12 years, and it files very good reports every 6 months that tells us about the big picture. But when countries had a Syrian commander or a Syrian colonel, like in Germany, and said, hey, can we get any information? There wasn't any information on him specifically in that report, and nothing available. So what the United States had done beginning in 2012 and other countries is support civil society in developing documentation. One group that I had, Syrian, since I was in the State Department, the Commission for International Justice and Accountability, now has 1.3 million pages of original Syrian documentation. Other groups have millions of hours of video. Other groups have information on all the 120,000 missing. And this information is sometimes shared directly with authorities in third countries that could have jurisdiction. But the UN really helped in this area. In Syria in 2016, in the General Assembly, vote opposed by China, opposed by Russia, but by a vote of 105 to 15, established an investigative mechanism for Syria, mandated specifically to work with civil society, build files, corroborate. Obviously, some groups are interested. They may be looking at part of the picture. They may be trying to instrumentalize justice, et cetera. But a neutral body can then look at that evidence, corroborate it, verify it, collate it, analyze it, and build, under the mandate, prosecutable files, and then look for countries that have jurisdiction. And also develop a comprehensive structural kind of investigation. What aspects of the leadership, what organizations of the state, what informal organizations, what businesses are involved in creating this whole combine of criminality? And so if somebody turns up in a third state, as happened in Syria, Colonel Raslan, Anwar Raslan turns up in Germany, he's been torturing people in Unit 251. There's information on 251. There's a list of victims of people that survived that, others that had information on it. There's the Caesar photos that showed victims tortured to death and their emaciated bodies and scarred bodies after they were brought to the military hospital. Putting all of that together, the Germans, without having to go to Syria, which they couldn't get into anyway, are able to build a case, prosecute in Koblenz, and convict him for 58 counts of murder and thousands of counts of torture and sentence him to life. So that's what Geneva could really do in this space. They've done it for Myanmar too. Interestingly, the Myanmar mechanism has dealt with sort of 3 aspects of it. There are not a lot of Myanmar generals running around in the West, as many as there are Syrian perpetrators, because there were a million Syrians that left, and some of them were perpetrators who decided to get out when they thought the getting was good. And sometimes they're turned in by the victims that are in those communities, et cetera. So there are some targets out there. We recently, by the way, in August, the federal grand jury in Los Angeles indicted the former governor of Deir ez-Zor in eastern Syria for the torture he committed when he was running a prison in Syria. And now he's 72 years old, facing a 20-year sentence if he's convicted in Los Angeles for crimes committed in Syria. We're doing that in the United States. But of course, that's being helped by civil society groups, by the victims, by these Geneva mechanisms. Myanmar also had a mechanism created by the Human Rights Council, and it's working, one, with the International Court of Justice team, the Gambian team, that's building a case for genocide at the ICJ against Myanmar as a state. The ICC, as we heard earlier, has the cross-border case dealing with these 700,000 Rohingya. That's the only place they have jurisdiction, but they're bringing in evidence on that. And then Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Let's celebrate Argentina. Argentina has pure universal jurisdiction. It doesn't require that it have a citizen who was killed or tortured or victimized. It doesn't require that the perpetrator be present in the country. What it does require is that nobody else in the world be doing this. And because this is a threat to humankind, and because Argentina has its own experience of the dirty war with 30,000 victims and its continuing trials of those that tortured and murdered and threw people into the ocean and kidnapped their children, et cetera, from the 1975 to 1983 period, they're still doing that. So there's sort of an obligation to the world. So they have opened a case as well, not on the forced deportation, ICC is doing that, but all these crimes that have happened, in particular since the coup d'etat a couple years ago, that are continuing in Myanmar. Uyghur victims have now gone to Argentina as well and are attempting to get a case brought there. Of course, they will not have any difficulty proving there's no place else at the moment to go. But of course, they will then have to make a determination to proceed. Sometimes courts, in some countries that have pure universal jurisdiction, their governments can basically try to prevent the case from going forward. I doubt whether the current Argentine government, under its current president, will try to prevent this case from going forward, which would probably happen in some other countries. So I'm hopeful that there can be a case and arrest warrants issued for persons responsible for the crimes against the victim petitioners. Do keep in mind, though, at the end of the day, it's possible, as we did in our case in our People's Tribunal, to show Xi or our fellow Zhao, because of the speeches they gave, et cetera, and how they announced this policy and how they commended the people who were doing it. Those are challenging cases, but you can draw a very direct line. It's a little more difficult when somebody else turns up who says, oh, I oppose the regime, I was against it, et cetera. I had nothing to do with this, to tie that person to the crime. And that's why it's important to build comprehensive evidence, and particularly to have what I always called was the king and queen of evidence in international justice, which is linkage. When you talk about the ICC, ICC's convicted 6 people in the last 20 years. It's lost the cases in Kenya, it's lost the cases in Ivory Coast, it lost the cases in Central African Republic against senior leaders, because they couldn't link the horrible crimes on the ground to the person that they were charging. And so it really requires a very comprehensive investigation in order to meet at the end the proof of proving somebody guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of this crime. And so that's why this documentation needs to be done in a very intense way. Governments need to support it. I'm really happy to see what Mutter has done. I know others, Adrian and others, have developed very comprehensive work, and this needs to be supplemented. But in the end, it would benefit enormously from a multilateral organization. Just one thing on that, and I heard discouraging words about Volker Turk, the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I proposed, by the way, in a study that the Holocaust Museum was involved in, where I'm a fellow with you, Danica, and Oxford University and other international groups, we recommended a global mechanism that could do, to some extent, with the proper mandate, the same kind of work that's being done on Myanmar and Syria. And I think this is an important step, making sure that it doesn't go to places that are, politically motivated, that it treats equal situations equally will be a challenge. The High Commissioner for Human Rights has recently responded to our proposal by establishing a special branch that could do this thing, and do it even in cases where there's no mandate, whereas Bachelet did. She responded to international pressure to do an investigation. She did, I think, a pretty good job. It took a long time to persuade her to actually publish the thing, but it would be enormously valuable if we had an infrastructure to ensure that strong evidence was gathered, that it met judicial standards, that it was simply not monitoring or report writing. And I think this is an initiative that deserves support. Of course, in the end of the day, it will depend upon whether the incumbent high commissioner or a UN body is prepared to tell it to go. But obviously, if it's there and the evidence is there, then I think it's possible then for states to go say, go, it's time to investigate this and to develop the kind of evidence that will be very persuasive to those states that may have jurisdiction over an individual that can be prosecuted.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Rapp. There's so much there. And I did just want to point out the huge value in looking at other cases to see what's been done. And it's fascinating to hear how cases like Syria and Myanmar, which would seem otherwise intractable or even impossible due to the domestic situation and powerful alliances, that there has been progress made in a lot of different ways. And I think it's so important to look at that, as well as the what you stressed about the importance of cooperation between different bodies. Often documentation, advocacy, policy engagement happens in silos or in very separate corners. And you clearly demonstrate the importance of being able to make those connections for comprehensive approaches to accountability. And lastly, of course, everything that you said and everything Ambassador Tan said really highlighted the importance of the work Moitzer and others are doing to document, to make these linkages, and to do this research and make these connections as clear as possible. So I did want to give you, Moitzer, the last word before we address questions from the audience, what your next steps are, and what guidance you would give to those who want to provide the resources and support that Ambassador Rapp mentioned to people doing the important work like you're doing on documentation.
Our next step focuses on deepening the evidence base, first of all, and refining the prosecution dossiers, and this would include expanding witness testimonies and cross-referencing the government documents, legal tagging, and further identifying key officials like Zhao Kezhi, whose role has been instrumental in implementing these atrocities and systematic repression. We also hope to build a system to track the travel patterns of this individual, because, of course, to have an understanding and knowing their movement is important to coordinate legal actions, and especially in jurisdictions where accountability may be pursued. And this kind of system would allow organizations like us or others working on similar issues to work together swiftly when opportunity arises to initiate these proceedings. And for those who are looking into supporting this effort, I would say documentation and collaboration is key. So focusing on both gathering direct and circumstantial evidence to establish this chain of command, and further collecting witness testimonies, credible testimonies in different countries that can support these claims. That's also important, and building a strong network of legal experts, human rights organizations, is also essential, because accountability is a collective effort, and being prepared together to act on opportunities that would make a significant change going forward.
Thank you so much. That's incredibly useful to hear. And actually, a couple of the questions here are follow-ups on your work. So if it's fine with you, I'd like to ask some of these questions and have you expound on this a little further. So one of the questions is, what were some of the challenges you faced in putting together this dossier? And a second question was related to the choice to investigate Zhao. Why did you choose to investigate this individual? And where is this individual now? Are they still in a position of power? And finally, again related to this individual, do you foresee any options to be able to put sanctions on him as a result of the evidence that you and others are gathering related to his involvement in these events?
Okay, I'll start with the challenges. I think a key challenge in this process has been building that linkage between the official's position and the crimes being committed on ground, because simply showing that an official has held the position of power and the authority when the crimes happened is not enough. You have to also demonstrate that what specific actions they took and or the policies that they directed that contributed to these crime scenes. So this has been difficult mainly due to the lack of transparency on Chinese sources and on the side of the Chinese government, because this kind of information is not always publicly available. So a lot of my time went to this open source research, deep into it, reading tons of articles and finding out the ones that's useful. So that, I would say, the lack of transparency has been the main challenge. And in terms of collecting witness testimonies, I would say, especially in recent years, because previously I've also been involved in documentation work for other organizations, and my job was collecting testimonies. And I think the other challenge raises from here, and it's really much related to transnational repression, which has been very much increasing in the recent years. I think in the Uyghur diaspora in the recent years, there has been, a culture of fear, of paranoia, of anxiety, and a culture of silence, basically, as a result of transnational repression. And people increasingly, they fear to speak up, they fear to testify about their missing family members, they fear to testify about their experiences. So this has been another obstacle. And I think this started in last summer. Number of a selected group of people were being able to travel out of the Chinese borders. They were being able to, receive back their passports and being allowed to travel. And a selected group of people, maybe we don't know yet in detail, are being able to travel back to the region. And this is kind of like showing to the diaspora, sending a signal that if you listen to what I say and if you keep yourself silent, you will be rewarded, you will be reunited with your families. And this kind of tendencies is also making the testimony collection work harder and harder. And other challenges, I think sometimes the testimonies can be a bit vague as well, because the detainees themselves, they don't have a accurate knowledge about where exactly they were detained, because everybody is just taken with this black hood, it's called in English. Yeah, and they don't know where they were detained, and they have very limited information about the management of the camps they were detained. So that's another obstacle. And about the question on why did we choose this person specifically, this is primarily due to a specific witness account where the witness has given a very specific witness account to Dr. Zens only, anonymously. And this witness, as I mentioned earlier, has seen Zhao Kezhi and Chen Quanguo in the camp where he was detained in southern part of the Uyghur region. And it was due to one of these inspection visits that was conducted by Zhao, and the witness and his fellow detainees performed dances for him, and he was told that this visit would indicate if he would or not be released. So it's based on this exact testimony that we know that Zhao has been in this location, and it kind of proved this linkage that I mentioned earlier, and that's why we have focused on him as the first target. Yeah, I hope that answers the questions.
Sure. No, thank you very much. And I think that's all.
Sorry about that. And there was a question about where is he now? This person is actually retired and he is still in China. Yeah.
There was no consequence so far?
No, not yet.
So far?
Yeah, this is an ongoing work.
Just retired?
He is retired.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And it's really useful to hear the process for documentation and some of the challenges as well. So a question for you, Ambassador Rapp. One of these questions is if you could talk a little bit more about the People's Tribunal that you were part of, and whether there's anything that we can do with the conclusion that Xi Jinping is responsible, has this responsibility that what happened was genocide. Is there something that could you share a little bit more about how that came about? And then also, is there something more that can be done with that finding, particularly given the experts involved and the level of attention that was awarded to it?
Well, thank you for the question. And I know particularly the organization which hosted this last one very much would like to have an answer to that, would like to find a country that was prepared basically to accept our findings and basically proceed to a universal jurisdiction case on that basis. And obviously that would have to be the way in which you'd sort of try to move it in, use that evidence under a national system. And when I talk about universal jurisdiction, a great many countries do have it in their law. The United States doesn't. We require present in jurisdiction or U.S. victim generally. But a number of states, even in the global South, have comprehensive laws. They just don't have the capacity or to really investigate themselves. And so if you could bring it to a country, find one that was willing to take it up, obviously the challenge we have with China, as we see in the Human Rights Council, is the debt dependency of so many countries and the ways in which even countries that should be allied, those with large Muslim populations, for instance, are unwilling to do it. But that is fundamentally the key. Other than that, it's a matter of keeping this before the public, and embarrassing those office holders in those states that are prepared to push it under the rug and continue with other kinds of relationships. And that's what we're really trying to do in these cases. I would note my good friend, Sir Jeffrey Nice, Morris Tan mentioned the Uyghur Tribunal held public hearings in 2021 in London that got a lot of attention. They dealt with China's responsibility, not an individual. So sort of the kind of case you'd have in the International Court of Justice. But they made determinations that there was genocide against the Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples in Xinjiang, and also crimes against humanity, and that was important. Our approach was to look at the criminal process, and fundamentally what our bottom line was, here's an indictment. Here's an indictment that international experienced people with defense fighting it and everything else saying is a rock solid indictment. It needs now a court to try it. And so that's kind of the message that we give. I did want to, there was one issue, and it relates to this sanctions thing that I did want to bring up on the side. And we talked in a number of panels about the importance of sanctions, the absence of really there being very many sanctions in China against key individuals or entities. And of course, we have the global Magnitsky sanctions that have been established from 2016. And these are very valuable. And from a prosecutor's standpoint, I really think them as an important sort of part of, say, a two-step process to prosecution. Because the laws are very, very tough if people then proceed to have dealings with a sanctioned entity. And we saw that, for instance, in Sudan. Sudan and Iran were under sanctions, and BNP Paribas, Paris Bank, continued to deal with them. And in fact, in Sudan, entered into all sorts of scams and hidden records in order to allow Sudan under Bashir to continue to have access to the international financial system and make a lot of money for the bank. And the sanctions were for state-sponsored terrorism, but also for the genocide determination that had been made by Secretary of State Colin Powell in the Bush administration, one of those 8 determinations that Morse talks about. And in the end, the United States prosecuted BNP Paribas and obtained an $8.9 billion fine, which it then was able to send to victims of certain of victims, not all of the victims, unfortunately. But now the French are doing a similar criminal case with the victims actually represented, and there's a civil case in the United States by those victims, et cetera, that have American basis. So, that's one of the aspects. I talked about prosecuting Charles Taylor. We had Victor Bout, famous Russian arms dealer that had been providing arms to Charles Taylor and his government that was involved in all of these atrocities. In the end, the United States prosecuted Bout, managed to induce him to come to Bangkok, and we arrested him. the United States did, because he had engaged in a conspiracy to work with a sanctioned organization. And on that basis, he was brought to New York and prosecuted and sentenced for 25 years in prison. Not necessarily for what he did in West Africa, but we got him in that particular way. And so, of course, he served about 15 of those, as you know, before he was traded for a high-value prisoner, and that sometimes will happen, but at least he served 15 years in U.S. prison before he went back to Russia. So, as I say, if you build sanctions packages and you look at the entities and look at people or companies that are profiting from this, and then you look from people who continue to work with them, you can find other ways that really provide a very solid warning to those that might engage in profit making with the China regime, and really put some bite into our policies generally. If they know that there's jail, there's massive fines that can result for what's fundamentally aiding and abetting a criminal international crime.
Thank you, Ambassador Rep. I'd like to, the last question I believe is directed at you, Ambassador Tan. It's about mass atrocity determination, and it's an easy one, which is sometimes U.S. governments act in a way that's inconsistent with mass atrocity findings in establishing and maintaining relationships with governments like the Chinese government. So the question is about this inconsistency, and do you have suggestions to, like, a sort of how you would address this inconsistency with how an administration treats a government despite there being a mass atrocity determination? And do you have any guidance for how we want to proceed, given that this is often a reality?
So I'm not sure exactly what inconsistency is being referred to. Because there's a mass atrocity determination, does not require the U.S. government to just cut off all relations with the country in question. So that's not the impact or the effect of it. For example, Secretary Blinken was going through his confirmation hearing, and he was asked specifically whether he would uphold the mass atrocity determinations against the Chinese Communist Party. He indicated in those confirmation hearings that he would, and he has, but that doesn't mean that Secretary Blinken is just obliged to not interact with the Chinese government. In fact, I think that's part of his job is to do that. So a lot of times the U.S. has complicated relationships with other countries and their governments, where there could be areas of cooperation, areas of condemnation, areas where there is kind of a mixture in terms of the approach that is there. But there is no obligation of the U.S. government then to say, for example, entirely cut off relations with a country because a mass atrocity determination has been made. Having said that, I would want mass atrocity determinations to be a factor and to carry weight and to help to inform the overall relationships it has, and for it to be a catalyst to continue to address the crimes that have been committed, rather than for it to be just swept aside. And so I do think that it could provide a firm basis upon which to interact in various ways, including in ways that continue to signal the importance of the mass atrocity crimes that have been committed. And so if that is what is being stated as the inconsistency, where there might not have been as strong a follow-up in certain ways, with respect to mass atrocity determinations and what the U.S. does subsequently, I think that point is taken, because I do think it's important for it to continue to play an important and a major role, if possible, in the U.S. relations with that country. But it doesn't obligate the U.S. to cut off all relations or do something along those lines.
Can I just jump in here, as a fellow at the Center for the Prevention of Genocide at the U.S. Holocaust Museum, and I know if friends of mine were here, friends of Morris and mine at the Legal Advisor's Office, they would tell us that, the obligation to prevent or punish the crime of genocide under the Genocide Convention, which the United States ratified, as we all know, 40 years after it was promulgated, doesn't in fact have legal enforceable obligations against us, but certainly has moral and sort of policy obligations against us, and that are enforceable in our own as we operate as policymakers, as American public servants. And I think when you make a determination like this, to some extent in the past, like during Rwanda, the legal advisors would say, watch out, you'll be required to do something, But eventually the U.S. got over that and said, no, we're not obliged to do anything, but we need to do something and we need to take action. And so I think once that determination is made, it really requires us to be looking every day as U.S. government policymakers and as citizens of this country on what we should be doing to prevent the continuation of that crime, and to bring the perpetrators of that crime to account. And that's the obligation that we've undertaken and that the Senate approved, and it's part of our, of the law of nations. And that's on us, and it's really on every other country. So it's, there's not obviously there are important issues of peace and war. We don't want to go to war over Taiwan. We want to resolve peacefully, which has been part of our policy since 1972, et cetera. China sometimes appears to be ready to just to throw away that understanding, and then we've got to react. But we need to engage with China in the interest of peace and for other reasons. Powerful country, no question about it. But then we've got to be thinking all the time what we should be doing to prevent and punish this crime. And once we make that determination, as we did in these 8 situations, that is a continuing obligation on us as long as there's people to perpetrators to hold to account, and as long as that crime continues, and certainly the evidence is that it does continue.
Thank you. I think those are both incredibly helpful answers in speaking to what may appear for an outsider to be inconsistency, but ultimately ends up being part of the complexity or the variety of decisions, and helps also people understand that complexity also comes with opportunities to add additional weight to mass atrocity determinations, but also comes with parameters that every government has to handle as part of their policymaking decisions. So I think that's an incredibly helpful answer, but also continues with this theme that we've kind of kept returning to of where are there opportunities and when might an opportunity arise to take further action or take stronger action to, as Ambassador Rapp indicates, seek accountability. A question for all 3 of you, but certainly for the ambassadors, and this is a question that has come up in other contexts as well, is about the U.S.'s relationship with the International Criminal Court. Ambassador Rapp, you alluded to some opportunities and some challenges when it came to the court, but the question is specifically, would the U.S. not be in a better position to pursue accountability through this system if it had ratified the ICC and was actively engaged in it, as opposed to being a critic of the ICC. So I see this come up in quite a few cases. In the context of this case, do you have any reflections on this question? And I feel like the reflections also seem to shift year by year, sometimes as people have different experiences with the ICC. But please, I would be at least one member of the audience, but I think probably everyone's quite interested in rehashing this question again.
Do you want to start, Morris? You can give the hard answer, and I'll get the soft one.
All right. Well, our original predecessor, Ambassador David Sheffer, he is considered the father of international criminal tribunals, including the ICC. And so, in a sense, it's sort of like his baby. And so, you might be aware that during the administration that I served in, there was the opening of the situation in Afghanistan, and there was the possibility of U.S. personnel being prosecuted by the ICC. Well, this was not acceptable to the president under whom I served, nor was it acceptable to the Secretary of State in whose State Department that I served. And so I have been, first off, I will say, the stated mission of the Office of Global Criminal Justice that we each led and the ICC are largely overlapping. So seeking justice for those who are most responsible for the worst mass atrocities, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, there's complete overlap in the stated mission that is there. The crime of aggression, aggressive war, which the ICC has also activated to a limited extent, is not within the range of what the Office of Global Criminal Justice does. But in terms of mass atrocity crimes, there's a shared mission there. With that said, as Ambassador Rapp has already alluded to, there has been a very limited number of successful prosecutions that have happened by the ICC. And during my ambassadorship, the Goldstone report, when Justice Goldstone, former Justice of South Africa, and also a respected international jurist, came out with a report that indicated his constructive thoughts for how the ICC could improve. Well, those are the very sorts of things that I was saying even before the Goldstone report had come out. Say, for example, actually following its own constitutive treaty in terms of respecting complementarity and gravity and its own standards for jurisdiction. Also in the Goldstone report is trying to have a sort of feasibility assessment that happens in terms of what the ICC goes after or does not go after. So, so a lot of what I was communicating at that time with my interlocutors who were in leadership positions around the world was that you have to look at not only what is the stated mission of a particular entity, but is it actually effectively accomplishing it and also substantively and practically doing it? When you talk about 20 years and, $2 billion plus in investment in the International Criminal Court, should a politicized attempt to go after American personnel or Israeli leaders, was currently doing, should that be allowed? I was told by somebody who was part of the Office of the Prosecutor from its inception that they had a politicized intent to go after American and Israeli personnel from the beginning. That to me is not an acceptable approach. It should be truly what they say is their mission is to go after those who are most responsible for the worst mass atrocity crimes in the world. That should be their lodestar. That should be how they approach things, period. It shouldn't be politicized, in my view. I have said to various media sources that to politicize mass atrocity crimes is obscene. And yet that is what the ICC has done with respect to the US and with respect to Israel. And that is what was being objected to in the administration that I served in. With that said, I'm all for the mission in terms of as it's stated for the ICC, but I'm all for the ICC doing it effectively, doing it in a non-politicized way, and doing it in a way that's consistent with its own stated standard in its own constitutive treaty, the Rome Statute. And so there's a lot more I could say about it, but those are a few thoughts.
Well, my views are a little different, though to some extent the conclusions are the same. First of all, to ratify the ICC, we would have to have 2/3 of the Senate vote to ratify it. As you may know, there are many even non-controversial human rights treaties that the U.S. has not ratified. We're the only country in the world that hasn't ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We could never get that through the Senate. I remember in the lame duck session, was it in 2012, we tried to ratify the Convention on Disabilities. Even North Korea's gotten into that one. And Bob Dole, former Republican leader, went in his wheelchair on the floor of the Senate trying to get Republicans to vote for it. In the end, and the argument was, our ADA law, disabilities law, is always 3 times tougher than the law. Than this treaty would require. It's not going to require us to do anything we're not doing already, but it would allow us to exercise more global leadership on this issue. 62 votes is the most we got. So, the possibility that we would enter this court, the U.S. would approve it politically, I think is as I explained to allies, I think fundamentally impossible. They, on the other hand, talking to some of the best ones, will always say, boy, this court will not be good until you get in it. We need to have American prosecutors, investigators, people involved. And if you look at courts like the Yugoslavia Tribunal, where I didn't serve, but probably the 4 best prosecutors there for all the important cases were Americans. And the role we played in getting all 161 of the ICTY's charged persons to custody, everybody. We managed using pressures, et cetera, and helping with the evidence for that court to succeed. So that's the kind of court I think we'd like to a greater extent. Of course, that's one situation, and one situation which, at least in the Yeltsin era, we were even able to get the Russians to go along with. During the Obama administration, we took the point of view of, as John Bellinger, who was legal advisor under President Bush 43, said we should be a non-party partner. And we attempted to work with the ICC very closely to help it succeed in those situations that it was investigating and prosecuting. And at that point, we decided to endorse all of them. And indeed, 2 of the individuals that the ICC has had its best cases, there are only 2 life sentences, were Bosco Ndaganda, warlord in the Congo, Dominic Ongwen, the number 2 to Joseph Kony for crimes in Uganda and the Central African Republic. They surrendered to American forces. One case, our embassy, one case to our counter LRA operation, and asked to be sent to The Hague, and we took them to The Hague. And so we tried to cooperate with the court, and frankly, in that role, in cooperation, we were able to discuss actively with them cases where we had serious concerns. Now, we couldn't, if we argued with them, you don't have jurisdiction, territorial jurisdiction in Afghanistan or in Palestine, they'd walk out of the room. They'd say, everybody in this, we have jurisdiction, just like if you murder somebody in the Netherlands prosecutes you. If the Netherlands wants to prosecute you in some other court, that's their business, not yours. And so countries where crimes are committed on their soil, we have jurisdiction. And that's what we've supported, frankly, in the case of Ukraine. Ukraine is under the ICC by its own declaration. Putin comes in and commits an invasion that then includes war crimes and crimes against humanity. The ICC has jurisdiction, and we say yes. So the ICC has jurisdiction over us if we commit crimes in Afghanistan. There's jurisdiction over us if there is a state of Palestine and crimes are committed there in Gaza by Israel or anyone else. And so they take that position. Well, how do you beat it? You say, it's not grave enough, or complementarity. That country is investigating. In the case of the torture, we investigated. There was a special counsel under Eric Holder that investigated the torture cases and found they weren't prosecutable. As long as you do your own work and you have a system that's based on the rule of law, the ICC should respect that. And obviously, we're making the same case now in terms of what's happening in Israel in their investigations, which I've not reviewed what's happened on things that have happened in recent days, but certainly I reviewed from 2009 and 2014 and found that they had done the due diligence and they had proceeded under the laws of war to hold people to account. So fundamentally, we want them to respect that. And if we're in the room with them, if we're cooperating with them, if we're assisting them in the ways that we legally can under the American Service Members Protection Act, then we're more likely to be listened to. And certainly when I was ambassador, they didn't open those cases. I don't know if I could have kept them from opening them, but we continued to engage in ways that ensured that they would respect our views. But fundamentally, at the end of the day, we need an international court of last resort, but always with the understanding that it's far better that the case happen at the national level by the people themselves against people that have betrayed their trust, that have committed crimes in their name. That's the much better way. And if the ICC stands off the stage and brings pressure for them to do that, and other states like ours go in and help them do it, that's the best solution rather than taking people to The Hague. But we need, in the end of the day, a court that's out there. We just want a better court than this one that's there right now. And we've got to continue to engage to make that the case.
Thank you both for giving some different but not inconsistent with a lot of Americans' positions or American policymakers. So I think it's a very helpful way to share with our audience where the U.S. might be coming from when it comes to its options for the ICC. But Moatzer, I want to circle back to you and yet again give you the last word here, either on this conversation about the ICC or any other questions that that have been discussed during the Q&A.
I think, as a Uyghur woman, as a Uyghur myself, I greatly appreciate the U.S. government's effort in seeking justice and accountability for the Uyghur people. But it seems to me that U.S. has been taking this work all alone and sort of maybe neglected the alliance with other like-minded nations. Because the environment is very different when it comes to China, especially in Europe. I grew up in Norway myself, as a Uyghur, fled from China with my family when I was a kid. And after the US government has recognized the genocide some years ago, we were pushing for similar actions in the Norwegian parliament as well. And then we had this set of hearings at the parliament. We had the Uyghur Tribunal witnesses in Oslo. We had Sir Jeffrey Nice in Oslo testifying in front of the parliament. And we were hoping to push for a resolution for genocide recognition, which we did. And then this led to a debate in the parliament. And I clearly remember this MP, the member of parliament, coming and arguing that, well, Uyghurs, they live far away from us. I bet none of you can show where exactly they're from on a map. So why are we wasting our time to discuss this issue right now? Instead, we should care about Ukraine because they live closer to us. So that was literally the argument that was discussed and said in the Norwegian parliament, as if, there's a measurement per kilometer on how much we should care about atrocities happening around us. So what I'm saying here is that the understanding and the perception on China issues and issues related to China is very different in Europe than it is in US. And I think this is what's probably been lacking or could be done better from the US government side, is also to seek alliances with their European partners and mobilize the European community as well.
Thank you so much. I just want to conclude our panel and only reflect on, give one observation, which is that I have really enjoyed how much everyone on this panel has really looked to practical solutions. There's been a lot of ideas, a lot of discussion of the challenges, but always matched with where there might be opportunities for next steps and progress, rather than, remaining talking about the intractability or the challenges of this case. So I think the commitment of everyone on this panel, not just to this case, but also to finding practical solutions and to keep moving progress forward, has been really powerful. And so I really appreciate everyone's comments, and of course appreciate everyone from the audience who gave questions and who listened, and just want to conclude our panel expressing sincere thanks to the organizers, our panelists, our audience, and hope everyone has a great rest of their day.
Thank you, everyone. Wow, what a fantastic China Forum. I want to thank everyone who came in person throughout the day. I want to thank those of you who joined us through our live stream and had our great viewership throughout the day. We had some really great conversations today at this forum. Incredible panelists and speakers. I was really heartened by the great early fireside chat by the chair and ranking member of the House Select Committee, talking about their perspectives, and I took from that an optimistic hope for U.S. policymaking in the future. But all of our panels identified big challenges. And while in each case, I think we can show demonstrated progress we've seen, whether it's over the last 2 years or the last 6 years or different areas, in each of these areas, we continue to face significant challenges on enforcement of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act and ensuring that U.S. supply chains are not tainted by slave labor. There's so much more to be done. On encouraging other countries to use their voice and activate in the international community in multilateral fora to actually hold the CCP accountable for their atrocities. There's so much more to be done. As we heard earlier, the challenges we face on separating out aspects of our economy, not just from China from a national security perspective, but also from the human rights angle. The challenges, and that we just heard about, the challenges we face in seeking justice and accountability through these different international fora for justice for the victims. And while all of these challenges may involve detailed, and sometimes very detailed, policy decisions that frankly, any one of us could come down on different sides of how exactly from a nuanced perspective to implement or make those changes, what's critical is that we encourage everyone to make those decisions and to do more. You know, we will see a new administration here in the United States come January, and we absolutely must see change. We have to see a new administration advocate for real human rights protections for those suffering by the CCP, particularly not only just the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, but throughout the country. As we close, I hope all of us can take with us not just some of the information, and Adrian mentioned the resources at the resource table from this, but I hope we can all take a real new personal call to action from this. And I want to just close with a call to the personal. I mentioned that last night we started with a great panel conversation at the Victims of Communism Museum, as well as a screening of the documentary, All Static and Noise. That was personal for me. One of the stories that came through in that documentary was that of Ilham Tohti, and it talked about his experience, his life in China, his disappearance, arrest, and sentencing, but then also the awarding 5 years ago of the Sakharov Prize by the EU Parliament for him at that time. I had the opportunity to lead the U.S. delegation and represent the U.S. at that award ceremony 5 years ago. And in that meeting, in meeting with human rights defenders that came through Geneva frequently, and since I've frequently been asked, by Chinese nationals or Chinese Americans coming to this from a U.S. perspective, you're not Chinese, you're not Uyghur. What's your connection to this? You were born in the United States. It seems like your family, did your family suffer under communism? I said, no. I said, it's become personal to me because all of the people and victims that I have met and heard from. And regardless of your background, it can become personal to you. So I just want to end with that message to all of our visitors and viewers that, take interest in this. There's such a wealth of depth of information to pull from all these various experts. But I just want to encourage us that as part of that call to action, that we demand more from our leaders. Make this personal to you so you can then share that message to those, friends, family, colleagues all around the country so they understand why this is so important. Because at the end of the day, it is a personal plight for all the victims of communism, not only the 100 million that have died under communist regimes, but the more than 1 billion people still suffering under communism today. Thank you so much for joining us at this year's China Forum, and we look forward to seeing you next year.